Maracanã in Rio de Janeiro is more than a stadium. It's a symbol of Brazilian culture. 100 kilometers east, Saquarema is the beating heart of Brazilian surfing. It is the Maracanã do surf. The sun-drenched beach comes alive as tens of thousands flood the city and paint themselves in green and gold. Vibrant and contagious, the festival energy pulses through the crowd like carnival, and fireworks ensue. Unrivaled passion fuels thunderous roars for the greatest surfing nation of this era. This is the eye of the Brazilian storm. To win in Brazil, you have to beat the home team at the Maracanã do surf.
Bom dia, surf fans. Welcome to day 2 of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Cero. After an impactful full day of surfing on day 1, we're going to go ahead and fill it up again. Surfers have arrived on the scene, ready to rip. Forecast is looking good. Plenty of waves on offer. And we're going to start the day sending out some of the world's best women into absolutely rippable surf. Saquarema shining yet again, one of the most consistent waves on the planet. And the surfers are here to test themselves against the elite. As you see, we still have some incredible Brazilian top talent, but yesterday was a day full of upsets, some thrilling victories, and of course, top-level performances. Here's your overview of the playing field. Plenty of peaks coming through. Sun is just starting to peak over the mountains. And of course, as always, passionate surf fans are lining the shore, hoping to build some memories and of course, watch the world's best do what they do. I'm Chris Cote, Mayeda Popst, and Strider Wasilewski. So today, we showed up this morning, and of course, we saw that beautiful sunrise start to peak up over the mountains, and we saw waves, and we saw the world's best surfers arrive. Everything's coming into place.
Yeah, for sure, Chris. Yesterday we had such a lovely day, like awesome surfing, and looks like today we're gonna have it again.
It was a beautiful day, unless you were some of the event favorites, because we saw some big names go down yesterday.
Oh, destruction of the fantasy surf team just melted down into a little pile of rubble on the side. You know what, though? You gotta love surfing, because the unexpected happens constantly, especially here in Saquarema with the X factor of the waves. You never know what's gonna happen, who's gonna come through, who's gonna rise to the occasion. Jack Robinson talking about you can't give your opponent an inch these days because everybody is that good.
No doubt. Well, let's make this thing official. Let's go down to the water's edge with Rachel Apollonia and the Aqua Coco call.
Good morning, everyone. Another beautiful day here in Saquarema. I have Morgan Sivlik here. He just came out of the water. He's going to tell us a little bit how the conditions are today.
Yeah, it's really nice today. It's a lot more put together. And yeah, as the tide goes out, it should get really fun, rights and lefts. And yeah, I think starting with the women and then going into men round 3 this afternoon after the first 2 rounds of women. So big day of competition and should be pretty sick.
Amazing. We're so excited to watch the whole day. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Morgan. So that makes it official. We're on. Now we're going to start with the big one. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson going up against Bella Kenworthy. And Betty Lou starting the year fired up, and she has backed up her talk with a current 10th place standing on the championship tour. Bella Kenworthy, a little up and down so far, currently sitting at number 23. She was ripping in at Punta Roca And I think it's just a matter of time till we see Bella Kenworthy really show us everything in her arsenal. Today could be the day, Strider. We know how good both these surfers are, but we also saw yesterday that it really becomes a wave catching contest when there's so many peaks coming through and so many waves available for these surfers.
Well, I feel like today, you know, the waves have dropped a little bit, and through the day it's going to continue to do so, but that current is still ripping across the lineup. So you're, you know, from left to right, so they're constantly trying to stay, you know, up on that peak where they can get, you know, the best part of the wave to ride it all the way through. So there's a lot of work to be done by the athletes out there in these heats, strategically trying to stay in position, as you can see them paddling constantly to that left.
And Mayeda, I know you've been involved with a lot of surf competition here at Saquarema. These first heats of the day, these are really where these surfers have to test it out. And all the other surfers are doing their research right now watching this one.
Yeah, of course. The first heats of the day are always like a lab, like they're trying to figure out this huge playing field, and trying to figure out where to catch the best waves. And they haven't seen much. Like they probably surfed a little bit during the free surf, but let's see how they figure out.
Well, both these surfers known for high-speed surfing. Let's say Bella Kenworthy, she has a deep bag of tricks. Love to see her go to the air. There'll be a point of difference for Betty Lou. Sure-footed, super consistent. And if given the opportunity, she can really put it on rail. When you think of the you know, pre-season chatter on Inside Pro Surfing, one of the best shows in surf, I like that Betty Lou came out fiery, saying that this generation was ready to take over. Strider, I know you watched that as well.
Yeah.
What do you think of that bravado coming into the season?
I feel like it's a great sign of confidence, but you got to back it up. And so far, the veterans have been dominating, and it's just an interesting look into, you know, the comfort level of, you know, the Carissa Moores, who are back and just absolutely tearing through. Tyler Wright, you know, there's so much in a veteran to try to take down. So you can talk about it, but, you know, talk is cheap. You got to get out there and really do the damage with your actions. So hopefully Betty can back up her comments and, you know, get back up on top and take down, you know, some of these opponents, because she's got work to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And when you say something like this, I'm always thinking, like, if now this kind of is always in the back of her mind, like when she goes against a veteran or something like this. But it's, as you mentioned, Strider, you got to back it up, what you said.
She's had some flashes of brilliance for sure. She's climbed the ranks up to current 10th position. We did see a little bit of rookie revenge yesterday. Tia Zabrowski, you know, I think, I always thought from day one, from the jump of the 2026 season, once Tia Zabrowski gets literally one win, watch out. She could go on an absolute tear all the way to the end of this event. And I think once Tia starts winning, that is going to be disaster for a lot of other surfers on the Women's Championship Tour, because she is that good.
Yeah, it's so fun, you know, to see the transition between, you know, the CS onto the main stage of the World Tour, because the lights,
new ball game.
The lights are brighter, you know what I mean? The stage is higher, the bar is set in a different place, the confidence levels, and yes, when she does get that next step in her career, it's going to be really fun to watch her explode onto the scene.
Oh, I like this, a little battle for the opening wave of day two. It's going to be Bella Kenworthy. Her backhand getting around this opening section. Quick snap to start. Just negotiating with the backwash and able to ride out clean. Two-turn combo. I think that was more of a tracer round, you know, just a tester wave to get things rolling. It will be a score on the board. That means Bella Kenworthy is now in second priority position. So Betty Lou out the back with the P next to her name, meaning she has her choice of waves that have come through. I think the cadence of waves is obviously going to be a little less today. You know, yesterday was just pulsing all day long. So let's take a look at the opening ride for day two.
solid, overhead waves still. So that's what is great to see. And she really does connect twice, even with all that backwash and lump in the face. And that's created by, the higher tide. There's that, backwash coming out. And there's also the rip tide that's ripping across the lineup. So I think there's multiple things adding to the factor of the surface of the water right now, and the wind coming across the face. So there's a lot going on out there, that's for sure. But she stayed on her feet, and it's, stay on your feet when you heat.
I like that. Jack Robbins.
Yeah, and it's good to start things like quick, get the first wave, put your feet on the wax, and feel how the waves are bouncing. Because we know, like, here as usual, like, the bounce of the wave because of the backwash is always something to do with. So she's going to get a score on the board.
And this is one of the most important scores of the day, because first score, the judges are basically showing their cards. This is what they want to see. First wave comes through, a 4-point ride. So a good start for Bella Kenworthy. I feel like the judges appreciating that first turn. She did follow it up with the second. Nice, clean ride out. So a good number for Bella Kenworthy to start. So what are we expecting throughout the day, throughout the next few days? Our surf line forecast for the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Cero, looks like this. So lots of stuff happening on these charts, and of course, Saquarema is a swell sponge.
Well, we got some fun waves today. It's going to fade through the day, but still overhead and really rippable this morning. Then it fades out on Sunday, so we have a little bit of a laydown on the swell that day. But then on Monday, there's actually another little pulse that comes in. So, we could have a competition day. That day we'll be watching. We're not walking away from waves here. We're going to be all over it. 5 to 7 foot faces today. In the afternoon, 4 to 5. Still plenty of waves, and the wind favorable pretty much all day today. So we're going to have really fun waves, and the tide goes down through the day, which is going to help us with the waves. It's going to keep the consistency strong for us, which is really nice. There's the forecast all the way out into Wednesday. So as you can see on Monday, there's some waves, 3 to 5, 3 to 4. That's head high overhead, and could be bigger because this place just really pulls the swell in. A lot of waves here in Saquarema. I've never seen it flat. I mean, even on a flat day, you're still out there in your trunks and no leash on a fun day. So, the lay days here are really fun.
Yeah, and also today's Saturday, Chris, so totally sure that the beach is going to be packed with people.
Beach party today.
Beach party today after the soccer match yesterday. Brazil won.
Oh, spoiler alert. I didn't watch it yet.
So the vibes are going to be really high.
I definitely heard it last night when I was trying to sleep.
My favorite thing is in the afternoon here when the sun is setting and you look down the beach and everybody's playing football on the beach and they're volleying. Oh, man, it is so awesome. It looks like popcorn just popping. It's like there's balls in the air, and just the vibe here and the energy and people just out feeling and the sport of it. I just feel like there's the physical aspect of the Brazilians. They're just next level.
Yeah, it's true. Of course, yesterday was kind of a shocker for the Brazilian fans with Felipe and Gabriel out of the contest. But also we had like a lot of amazing performances with Iago and Miguel Pupo, also João.
Sammy,
yeah.
Wow.
See two titans of surfing right there, preparing themselves for what's to come. So we have some big matchups already set for this morning. We are going to be doing overlapping heats. So when this clock gets to 20, we'll field 2 more surfers in the lineup. And we'll have our priority heat, then our secondary heat. We'll be switching off through the day. This is our way to maximize and use every bit of this swell that we can get. And I thought yesterday was awesome. I mean, full props to the production team. Didn't miss a wave all day long. Gave us every angle. They had their hands full with so many waves being ridden. I mean, I feel like each surfer rode at least 8 waves in their heats.
That'd be a great stat to find out how many waves were ridden
127.
yesterday.
No, I actually have no idea. It was like rapid fire waves all day long. Well, Betty Lou right now, 10 minutes off the clock. She has yet to ride a wave. We saw Bella earlier ride a 4-point wave, 2 backside snaps, what it took there. This is a pretty good overview of how big this playing field is. Way down the beach, you see Bella Kenworthy now. On her backhand again. Quick snap to start. Here's this inside section. Belts it. Beautiful backside turn. Bella hits it again.
Good night.
That second turn was precise, showed a lot of poise through the turn, showing some power, and somehow in the sunrise, the spray just lit up. See if Betty Lou can answer back. A bigger wave. Deep bottom turn straight up into a powerful section. She goes flying straight into oblivion. Not the start that Betty Lou Sakura Johnson wanted. Bella, on the other hand, 3-turn combo. Beautiful surfing for Kenworthy.
Yeah, it was really beautiful. This was Betty Lou. We know that those larger waves with a strong junction, the judge really rewarded.
But you gotta stay on your feet.
Yeah, but
you
unfortunately she
gotta ride
couldn't
out.
pull.
And this wave, I mean, down the beach, under priority, this was a knockout punch right here. I mean, that first turn, or second turn, sorry, was so strong. That was one of the best turns I've seen Bella do all year on tour.
It was beautiful.
And the arc, the spray, where she placed the board in the lip, I mean, everything about it was on point. So I'm really happy to see Bella starting to find her feet and rhythm and show the confidence in her surfing, because she is an amazing athlete, but we haven't really seen much of it, and now we're getting to really see something out of her. That was really fun to watch. I know there's a lot of time left in this heat, but Betty needs to get started.
Yeah, I feel like wave selection right now, you got to fully go on the side of Bella Kenworthy. And again, the second turn, it was elegant, it was beautiful, it was powerful, plenty of speed. You think of the big equation, right? Speed, power, flow. She showed us all of that. So she's going to be well rewarded by the judges. She's got word from our super team. 358 waves ridden yesterday.
Whoa.
Every single wave caught on camera.
That's amazing.
Or caught on at least 6 cameras. So a super day of surfing yesterday, and more of that today.
Thank you for that stat.
And that wave that Betty Lou got, I mean, that shows us there's still a lot of power out here at Saquarema. The convergence, like Mayeda said, the convergence of that wave, I mean, that'll blast you off your surfboard. She had no chance on that one. There was so much force coming together.
Yeah, she went for it. Unfortunately, couldn't pull out of that. But we know that sometimes just only one turn, one big snap like that gives you a huge number.
She's got a lot of time left in the heat, and I do like the go for it attitude, because she looked at that wave and she actually kind of second-guessed it and then decided to go, and that might have been the difference in the wave for her, because she was a little late to the party when she hit it. It came up and the thing kind of just pushed her over. So, you know, I think she needs to be just a little bit more assertive on her decision, and then she'll come away strong, because she is so tactical in the lip. She's so fiery. She places the board almost perfectly every time.
Here's a look at what we're going to see for women's round 2. See, heat 4 will be filled with whoever wins this one between Johnson and Kenworthy, going up against Caitlin Simmers. The superstars of surfing coming up here in women's round 2. Carissa Morvey, Aaron Brooks, Lakey and Tia. That's going to be a fun battle to watch. Molly and Nadia. Gabriella Bryan will be going up against Sally Fitzgibbons. Caroline Marks will be matching up with Tyler Wright or Tatiana Weston-Webb. Luana Silva versus Isabella Nichols. I mean, every heat has a storyline to it. Sawyer, Sawblade going up against Brisa Hennessy in Heat 8. And these are, I love that since everything has switched for 2026, we see a lot of different matchups throughout the season. You know, and I'm a fan of ditching the non-elimination round. You know, it was obviously good for the surfers, test their boards and, you know, maybe build a little momentum, but I love that the stakes are so high in 2026 that every heat counts and every surfer has to show up prepared and ready to rip. And I'm super excited to see Tatiana Weston-Webb, the return of T-Dubba-Dubs. This is going to be fun.
It's going to be really fun. I saw her around yesterday with the baby. And for me, it's really amazing to see what these girls are doing, like as Carissa did, because it's so hard to be a mom, like to give yourself to be a mom and then go there and perform in this level. It's just amazing. I don't know how they can do this.
They're right back on the horse, though, right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
crazy to get right back into shape. I mean, Carissa Moore at the moment, probably looking more in form than I've ever seen her.
Yeah.
Dominant.
You know,
Dominant.
it's really fun to watch and to be a mom and have all these things happen. And, you know, it just goes to show the resilience of these females. They're just absolute hammers.
You know what? I think it, like, being a mom gives you a strength. After you give birth, you think, okay, now I'm capable of anything in life, you know? Give you a lot of self-confidence, for sure.
Apparently, it's the hardest job in the world.
It is.
So thank you to all those moms out there. 24:21 to go. Quick look there for Betty Lou. Her first score, .93, not a keeper. Meanwhile, Bella Kenworthy, she's improving, a 5.67. I feel like the bulk of that score came through on the second turn. But here we go, answering back. Betty Lou, quick snap right in the pocket, nice and patient, setting things up. For a potent insider in the wave, just does not materialize. So kind of just two setup turns, but she's right back out there. That'll help her cause a little bit. But right now, Bella Kenworthy seems to have grabbed the momentum of this heat. I wouldn't say she's running away with it yet, but one more big score, and that's going to put Betty Lou in a tough spot. She is that good a surfer. I mean, we've seen it before. We saw so many buzzer beaters yesterday.
We got a lot of time left, too. So, you know, this is something that this playing field offers up, you know, a lot of different choices of where to be.
Like this, on her way back out, Betty Lou identifies a little ripple left. First turn looked good. Second turn, nicely done. Rides out clean. And that's how fast they can switch. So Betty Lou's second wave comes through a 3.17. I think she'll be doing a little bit better on this third wave rated. I like this first turn.
Yeah, I liked it too. I just kind of like perfectly placed. Got the finish, so she'll get more of a reward for this first turn. And that's where, you know, most of the points will come from. And this was the wave before. Just a couple of face cars, a little setup, but put her in a great place for that last wave.
Yeah, she's looking for a 6.5 before that third wave ridden. So we'll let the judges chew on that one for a minute. We got 22:30 left here in the opening heat of the day. This is round one, heat 7. And we're on. And the waves are coming through. Plenty of opportunity for these surfers. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back with a culmination of our opening heat. Don't go anywhere. It's the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Cero. We'll be right back.
The 2026 VIVO Rio Pro presented by Cero is brought to you by VIVO, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Brazil. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the WSL Championship Tour. By Banco do Brasil, official bank of WSL in Brazil. And by the City of Saquarema, official host of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Cero.
Beautiful flyover Saquarema, shining this morning. It is Saturday, 7:24 a.m. here in Brazil. And we've got two more incredible surfers out in the lineup now. Tyler Wright going up against Tatiana Weston-Webb, making her return to competition after maternity leave. Tyler, of course, a huge result in El Salvador. I mean, showing us why she is one of the greatest to ever do it. Two-time world champion. Super powerful, and just a different feeling to Tyler this season. She feels real free. She's having a lot of fun. She was throwing airs in her heats. And I think I'd be pretty stoked to see Tyler go out there with that same attitude this morning. Set her fins free, blast a couple airs. We know she's got every trick in the book. She just needs the opportunity to fly. So hopefully it comes.
Yeah, sure. She's looking really great. Like if you look up at her social media and her interviews, so different between like now and before, the years before. She's really, you can feel the vibe and how happy she is.
I'm thinking it's a potential title fight, Tyler. I mean, she is shooting for the stars for sure. So this will be a telling sign of things to come once she starts to get the ball rolling. As we see now, Bella back at it. Couple backhand snaps there. So another semi-potent two-turn combo for Bella Kenworthy. We'll see where that score fits in. Right now she's hanging on to a 4 and a 5-6-7. Betty Lou's last wave comes through at a 5. Nice and speedy on the start here.
Yeah, it was kind of a bomb, too. She was sitting pretty far out the back, so I think the size of the wave will help the score a bit. The turns were placed right, but there wasn't any like oh my gosh, right? You're really looking for that kind of part of it where you're thinking, oh, is she gonna make it or not? You know, the excitement, the drama wasn't really in there, so I don't know if it's gonna improve the score line, but maybe the low wave will come up a bit.
But it was a nice looking wave actually, like beautiful, clean, and she did it. I don't know if it's going to be better than the 4-point ride that she already has on her score line, but it's good to surf good waves as well.
Keep surfing.
Keep surfing.
Yeah, I feel like that one's going to fall somewhere, you know, maybe between the 4 and the 5-6-7. Leave that one up to the judges. Tyler Wright in the lineup now in the blue jersey. Her 2-time world champion and 3-time Rio Pro winner. 2013, 2016, and 2017 to go back-to-back in Rio. That is an incredible feat. So we'll see if number 23 can do it again here in Saquarema. 17:30 to go for Bella and Betty Lou. For Tyler and Tatiana, we have 37:24. So they got a long time in their heat, these overlapping heats. All 4 surfers know exactly what's happening in terms of priority. They look at the beach. There's priority scenarios not only audible from our technical beach announcers, but also visual giant screens showing the colors. And here we go, our first look at Tatiana Weston-Webb. Banks it, controls the speed, another quick snap. She hasn't lost a step. That was a great sign of things to come for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Super powerful. Your 2026 VIVO Rio Pro wildcard. And it was really exciting when we saw that announcement that Tatiana Weston-Webb was coming back.
Yeah, for sure, for Brazilian fans. And look, great wave. I like the speed. And the first snap really put on the pocket and quick little turn right there, kicking the tail. Lovely.
She's got some spark, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can feel it.
Look, everyone's so happy with Tati back.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that the fans are out here bright and early. They're getting loud. Kenworthy sitting on top in our priority heat for now, 5-6-7 and a 4-2-0. So kind of as expected, that third wave ridden by Bella, just a bit better than her opener. Banco do Brazil. 2-minute warning is feels like a mile away, but we know how fast these clocks can go. Saw it all day yesterday. Just when you think, oh, there's plenty of time to go, boom. It's that 2-minute warning. We've seen some panic run through the lineup. But plenty of time for now, 15:34 for Bella and Betty. Tatiana opens up with a 3-6-7, an appropriate score to start. There's Tia Zabrowski getting prepped.
Yeah, and yesterday she beat Stephanie Gilmore, and today she has another, like, to go against Lakey Peterson, 2 veterans. Let's see what she will be capable of. But here, I think it's a place that really suits her surfing. It's a beach break. She can really find good waves to perform, and maybe feel a little bit more free with all the crowd and people cheering for her, because she has a lot of fans here also.
I'm excited to watch that one. 14:50 to go for Bella and Betty. Tatiana opens up her heat with a 3.67. This is your Natura kayak. Satellite imagery bringing us straight down into Saquarema, east coast of Brazil. We're just about a little over an hour away from downtown Rio.
Yeah, 1 hour and a half, kind of, and it's a very beautiful beach, open face, receive swells from south, southwest, and southeast. The best is southwest. They come from like deep waters here in Brazil, and yeah, it's a good, that's why it's really consistent.
I mean, perfect sandbars up and down this beach, so many fun waves. And as we said, it's just an absolute swell sponge. And this river mouth just keeps feeding us that sand and building these sandbars.
And the sandbars looks pretty great right now. Like, we had a couple like good storms to fill the bank with a lot of sand. And it's really beautiful.
Yeah, Joao was saying that these are some of the best sandbars that they've had all year. They're ready for it. And you could see the comfort in Joao here too. It's so fun to watch him surf, and to feel like he's saying it's good, then you know it's good, because the local boys know what's up.
Pretty rare for a beach break to be able to hold swell of this size as well. I mean, this place can get 15, 20 foot on the face and still be totally rideable.
Oh my gosh, I've seen some massive waves here from way out the back coming all the way across the sandbar.
You're gonna have to be really good at duck diving if you want to surf it on a big day. As we see a quick look, Tyler Wright, one snap, she's out. Still has 33 minutes left in her heat against Tatiana Weston Webb. At 12:50 to go for Bella and Betty Lou.
I mean, looking at the overview of this lineup, you can see that, you know, we've got a lot of different peaks up and down the beach. Yesterday, let's check the replay real quick of just a single turn right here from Tyler. But you can see that there's options. You know what I mean? That's the kind of stuff that you want to be able to take away from this. And we heard multiple athletes talk about staying away from the priority heat and having another peak just for themselves down the beach, which is something that is so rare in a competition situation where you have overlapping heats, but having the opportunity to have your own peak, which is really
plenty
cool.
of space to party out
Yeah.
there. Yeah, it's a huge playing field. Well, during the Rio Pro, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson will be surfing for the ocean. Every wave Betty catches, you can support her. And WSL One Ocean will match every dollar raised towards her goal. Your support will go twice as far. So you can get involved, conservation.org/surf for the ocean. Mayeda, I know you're close to this organization. We're hoping Betty Lou catches a bunch of waves, because that just means we raise a little bit more money for Surf for the Ocean.
Yeah, it's true. They are helping Instituto Aprender, which is the institute that brought this program, our National Surfing Conservation Program. So now we have like 4 national reserves here in Brazil. I've been to Regência, where is a reserva, a reserve, and beautiful places. They're doing a pretty great job in conservation, try to preserve those places. The program is inspired by the programs in Australia that we know. You guys for sure have been to Gold Coast, and everywhere there are reserves, and they keep like conserving those places. We're doing the same here in Brazil.
I love that, you know, governments and cities are starting to realize and acknowledge how important, you know, a good beach and good waves are to local economy, to traveling, to tourism. If you have a good wave, I mean, everything can change if you protect it, as we see now. Betty Lou. Wave got away from her a little bit, but she cleaned it up nicely through that second turn. Not sure if that'll be better than the 317. You could tell right when she stood up, that big backwash came through. So, you know, backwash is going to be a factor today. these waves in that head high, a little bit overhead range on some of the sets. But it's not going to be easy. I mean, every wave we saw yesterday at least affected by backwash. So it's just one of the aspects of this wave that makes it super fun, but also challenging in the span of a heat. As we see a quick look now at Betty Lou.
Quick speed check, but then throws up a nice, vertical hit. And if she can get 2 of those, like, sections like that on one wave, she'll be winning this heat. So it's just about timing and really trying to put together, that first setup snap that she did almost took away from her timing on the wave. But I mean, the one great turn in the pocket was beautiful. So if she can get 2 of those off, she's gonna put up a pretty solid score.
Yeah, the second one looked pretty good. Unfortunately, she lost a little bit of speed there to get to the finishing turn.
You can see all the lumps going back out into the lineup in that shot right here. It's crazy how much, you have to deal with here in Saquarema.
Surfers, I feel like, of any athletes, they tend to have the best timing. We saw Joel Vaughn's perfect 10 here at the Challenger Series a few years back, actually using the backwash perfectly timed to basically add a boost to what was already going to be a massive alley-oop. But with that backwash, made it about twice as high. So when surfers can connect and just use that split-second decision-making, use the backwash to their advantage, huge things can happen. Caroline Marks getting prepared. So Jack Robinson behind her, doing some R&D, watching these early morning heats. Quick test run from Betty Lou. Her score comes through for her second highest wave ridden, 393. Still well within reach, needs a 488. Bella Kenworthy out the back. She's been patient for the last few minutes. She started strong with a 4-point ride, backed it up quick with a 5.67, and then added 4.20. Oh, this is going to be fun. Carissa Moore looking determined, confident, focused, and I love that airbrush. Pretty cool that she basically has a trademark airbrush now. If you draw that on a piece of paper, everybody will know whose board that is. And I think Erin Brooks kind of similar.
The fires.
The fire, and she is fiery. And she's on the hunt. So those 2 surfers will go out in 7.5 minutes. As we see now, Bella, nicely done. The end section has been causing havoc. We got the entirety of day 1, so I like that she was able to snap and kind of ride over clean.
Yeah, she was smart, actually, because it was a very difficult section right there. But she wanted to stay on her feet.
She really pushed really hard right there on that snap, so she's using a lot of her power, which is going to come through with the score. I like the way that she attacked that thing, and I feel like the judges are watching on the note of commitment.
Yeah, that was like a subtle, kind of low-key 2-stager. The end section, she snapped it, and then she has to get weightless to get over the whitewater into the flats. And I think the judges are going to appreciate what Bella Kenworthy showed, that really nice 2-turn combo. We're looking for major maneuvers done in the most critical section of these waves. And wasn't much more she could have done on that wave. The opening snap, like you said, Strider, nice and smooth, beautiful style. We'll see what the judges give her on her wave, and then right on the paddle back out. Sees another one throwing tons of spray in her opening snap. Backs it up quick with another turn. I like it. Keep surfing. You roll the dice on those waves paddling back out, you could find a gem.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some, Tati wanting to take the ski around, but then Bella deciding to paddle back out and really just found a little gem on that first turn. Buckets out the back, and timing has to be perfect for spray to fly that high. That was really, really sweet.
Speed control today, paramount. If you want to succeed through these super tough heats, every single matchup is going to be a test. Round 2, Heat 1 featuring Carissa Moore and Erin Brooks. How fun is that one going to be to watch? You talk about 2 polar opposite styles. Erin Brooks just so quick. She's like a switchblade out there. Goofy footer. She's going to go up against Carissa Moore, who has shown us that she is back in championship form, currently world number 2.
And she's doing airs as well, Carissa Moore. So she can maybe find a ramp here and do it again.
I sure hope so. 5 minutes left. Bella Kenworthy's last score, or previous score, comes through 3.93. We're still waiting for one for her. Here's your GWM recap. Started off all Bella.
Yeah, it was beautiful surfing. I mean,
You were transfixed right there watching.
I was just watching the spray and the overview of that shot was really cool. And Betty answered though, you know, she's really just timing and feeling as strong as ever. So I feel like she's still in this thing, still has her moment, but Bella is out in front right now, which is you know, she's been there the entire heat and time is winding down. So we'll see, you know, if she can get back in the driver's seat, because I feel like Betty Lou, she's got what it takes, but she needs to get that wave so she can do a 2-banger hanger and you know, come away with a really big score.
Bella's last wave comes to a 4.43. Quick look for Tatiana. So Betty Lou needs a 5.11. Totally within her grasp.
Uh-oh, broke the leash.
Oh, wow. See, this wave has punch.
Oh, God.
This is going to be a bit of a time suck for Tatiana Weston-Webb. But she'll get in quick. It's about a foot deep where this board is.
Yeah, that's
But every second counts,
that's
doesn't
a
it?
major malfunction right there for, you know, to have to lose your board and have to deal with, you know, going in to get it and the whole thing. And I'm not sure about touching the ski or not in this situation.
Yeah, it's actually pretty rare to see a leash break or a leash malfunction. Yufu getting the backup board ready. Yufu Penrose presenting Team Sharp Eye right back into it. Not too much time wasted right there. Probably just a little bit of a, you know, a shock. You know, if you've surfed and you felt a leash break or a leash pull like that, it's just a really disturbing feeling.
It's just a
You feel
bummer.
it stretch and it's like a pop.
Yeah.
Yesterday would be worst, I think,
Yeah,
because
you'd
the
be
waves
further
were,
out.
Yeah.
See, that's preparation right there. Not knowing for sure, do I attach the leash to this board? Do I see what's going on with the board coming in right now?
So it looks like they're going to maybe switch out boards or switch out the leash. Something's got to give.
Yeah, that's a leash break.
Yeah.
I like this F1 style pit crew.
Nice. Get back to work. Get back out there. Yufu's throwing the new leash on there.
No panic. I mean, Tatiana is such a great surfer. She's been through every scenario in a heat. This is nothing new to her. And she's been doing this since she was about 8 years old. So
Yeah, and it's good that this happened when she was on the heat, that it was with no priority.
I'm going to say it. Yufu, you should have got your shoes wet and finished the job right there. He backed up out of it just so he couldn't get the shoes wet, but then that took a couple seconds off the clock. That's big in F1 and in surfing.
Tatiana right back out there. And Bella back at it. It's been all lefts for both Bella Kenworthy and Betty Lou.
Pretty defined sandbar out here right now. There is a little right running off of it, and maybe that will improve as the tide goes down, but this left is very dominant for everybody, and you can kind of, you know, for the heats, that's where the biggest, best waves are coming in. If you watch the warm-ups, you could see that. They're all identified it, so, you know, this next heat's just waiting for their turn to get over there in the next minute to take the peak.
Yeah, so far Tatiana is sitting on a 3.67 for her opener. Tyler Wright a 2.33. Only 2 scores of note in round 2, heat 8. From there, we're going to go into round 2 action for the women. Brisa Hennessy took out Alyssa Spencer in round 1, heat 6 yesterday. And there was mention of the glare in the early morning and late in the afternoon. Doesn't seem like these surfers have been really affected by it yet. But we saw in the afternoon a few times surfers stand up going left and almost just blinded by the light.
Will Betty Lou get a chance here? She's only got 15 seconds left on the clock. This is just a wind down. There are waves approaching. Let's go.
Well, this one's about to be wrapped up.
Oh, Betty Lou paddled all the way over to the other side, and the peak shifted on her, and she missed it.
She missed it.
Tyler right now hammering this wave on her backhand. Gets a little overcooked on her opening turn. She's going to stick with it. Here comes the backwash. And that wave got kind of blown up. Tyler's looking in laughing. The heck just happened? And that's it for Betty Lou. Bella Kenworthy. Bella gets the edge. 10.10. Betty Lou with an 8.93 out of this competition. Props to Bella, though. Really smart surfing in that heat. Her backhand was looking just graceful, powerful, putting her board in all the right places on those waves. She's got to be proud of what she did early this morning. Fortunate for Betty Lou, Saquarema Johnson. She's out of this competition. So round one, heat 7 is in the books. Bella Kenworthy moving on. We do lose Betty Lou, Saquarema Johnson, but there is plenty of surfing left to come. We're gonna hand things over to Tatiana Weston-Webb and Tyler Wright, and also field Carissa Moore and Aaron Brooks. It's gonna be some big surfing about to happen. We're gonna take a quick break, but we will be right back. Seems like just yesterday we were watching Carissa Moore blasting Punta Roca to bits. Absolutely ripping your 2026 El Salvador Pro winner. Going back-to-back in polar opposite waves. Started her roll in Raglan, a rippable little left, and then took her act to El Salvador. The joy that Carissa Moore provides for surf fans every time. I mean, she is still surfing's golden girl, and humble and happy. Impossible not to cheer for.
Yeah, it's so fun to watch her, you know, come back to the tour and say, yep, I'm still here, and I'm ripping, and I'm winning. And it's just insane. And, you know, I guess that what you said, Meta, about having a baby and everything else is just easy after that.
Well, here she is. This is a quick replay of Carissa Moore getting things started with a 3-turn combo. She has her hands full because we know how good Aaron Brooks is and how lightning fast she surfs.
Oh, yeah, she's feeling the fire. I don't know how she, oh, little commentator's curse right there, but wow, there was a lot of waves ridden, huh? A little set, a little back up in the corner there, pushing hard. Tyler.
This is the wave that we saw going into the break for Tyler, that end section that she laughed at. But I like the opening snap for Tyler Wright. Judges did too. That score comes through at 4.07. Waiting for scores for the openers from Carissa Moore and Aaron Brooks. So Aaron Brooks was pretty sick throughout the El Salvador event. And I feel like, you know, when you kind of lose your opportunity, it can give you a lot more fire. So we'll see.
Well, I don't know how she found a section on that wave to do a tail slide.
It was cool.
It did not look like there was a lip there, but she did it anyway. I don't know how. That was really cool.
She's a switchblade.
Look at those lines out the back, though. That's a great sign. I love to see that. That's a lot of surf coming your way right now. So get ready. We're going to have action.
Well, scores are in. Carissa Moore, the 6.67. Aaron Brooks, a 4.67. Tatiana now back at it. The wave got a little lumpy. Loss of control there, but she's straight back into the takeoff zone. So Tatiana needs a 2.74. It's nothing for a surfer of her caliber. Tyler sitting on a 4.07 is her high mark. But look at the scores that have just dropped for your secondary heat. Carissa with that 6.67. Erin, 4.67. As expected, tightly matched in two polar opposite styles. So give a lot of credit to the judges. You have to decipher a goofy footer, a regular footer, powerhouse, super speedy surface. We see Tatiana now, deep bottom turn. And that was multiple backwashes, making that wave get real weird.
Yeah, struggling with the backwash right there. But she doesn't need much, like 2.74. And she still have plenty of time.
And the crew's got her back. Custom banner, Tatiana Weston Webb, already has it autographed. Better not see that thing on eBay later.
You gotta, like, Carissa Moore comes out and puts down the highest score of the day so far, just on her first wave. That was just the opener.
That's Carissa Moore stuff.
But it just
Typical.
It just shows you the comfort and the confidence in her being the veteran in this situation. And identifying the right wave. Everything about it for me is like, wow, this just shows you, why she's #2 in the world, and she just came off a back-to-back win, and she's going to try and go for 3. I mean,
why she's a 5-time world
It's going to be
champion.
hard to stop her this year.
Yeah, it will. And it's funny when you listen to her in interviews and she was like, oh, I was doubting myself. I didn't know that I would be
I'm
capable
an
of.
underdog.
I'm starting to think
Come
that's
on.
some Slater-style mind games.
I think it is too, and I think she's got a
If she says it again here,
psychological coach that's putting her in a very good position.
If she gives us that line again here, I'm not buying it.
But even if she puts herself in that place in her own headspace,
Okay,
that's
whatever
where
it takes.
that's coming from behind, coming from as an underdog, not expected to win, not giving yourself that expectation. It puts you in a very, very good place.
She's a humble warrior. She doesn't have to be, but she's just that type of person. Beloved in the world of surfing, and here she goes again. She started with a 6.67. This wave looks nice. Deep bottom turn, waiting for it. And it looked nice, and then it looked awkward. That wave hit a bad patch of backwash. So it's a no-go for Carissa. 12 minutes, 30 seconds left for Tyler v. Tati. 32-28 for Carissa v. Erin. And to go back-to-back in events is huge. I mean, that doesn't happen often in the sport of surfing.
Especially when you were going left and then after you going right.
We'll test her there. And you can imagine if she goes for the three-peat, then she's going to be real tough to catch. As we see Tyler now, quick snap to start. Second turn, super powerful. Solid finish. So a potent 3-turn combo for Tyler, right? One of the most powerful, one of the most consistent surfers to ever do it. Multi-titles. There's a lot of world titles in the water right now, and I think probably the first time in a long time, if not ever, that we have 2 moms surfing.
And 7 world titles. So.
Yeah. There's a lot happening, a lot to unpack. And this wave right here, well surfed.
She cut the first turn a little short, but that second turn really got right up into that lip line where it just absolutely, destroyed it, and that's what you want to see. And she, the finish was there as well, so she's going to probably have the highest score of the heat just from that wave alone, because their scores have been pretty low. They haven't really had a whole lot of real big, openers, but, first turn was placed, but a little short, but then this turn was in the lip, and that's what the judges want to see, really attacking the lip line.
Yeah, I think she caught a little short there because she was already visualizing the rest of the wave because it was kind of fast. Yeah, it was smart for her.
Yeah, I like that opening snap, how she kind of put herself up in the pocket and then it launched her into the second turn. That Paizel is looking real nice as well. 10.5 to go, waiting for the next set to roll through. Gives us the chance to catch up with the first winner of the day, Bella Kenworthy with Hakel.
That's right, Bella. First hit of the day is always a bit nerve-wracking, but you started so well and you kept looking so in tune in your hit. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was pretty fun out there. Definitely a little bit tricky, but a couple of fun waves coming through.
And you had your first win hit in El Salvador, and now here too. So how it's been for you to build this momentum and keep this momentum?
Yeah, I had a really rough start to the year, so I'm glad to finally be making a couple heats. But yeah, hopefully I can get some momentum and keep going.
And what are your thoughts on Brazil in general, the whole atmosphere, the break?
Wait, sorry, I cannot hear you.
What are your thoughts on the Brazil atmosphere, like Saquarema vibes, the crowd, everything?
Oh yeah, I love it. The energy here is so good. It's just such a fun place to be.
Congratulations, beautiful surfing from Bella. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Bella was ripping. Thank you, Raquel. And surfer, skater. She kind of got on the global radar at a very young age. Pretty much a pro skater at like age 8. She is just one of those super talented people that seems like she can do anything she wants. But I'm glad that she's applied all of her focus and skills to surfing, because she could make a huge statement with a solid result here in Brazil.
It's so interesting. I interviewed her after her heat win in El Salvador, and she was really short and kind of, with her answers, and really like, I'm nervous to be on the glass, and you can see that she's getting a little bit more comfortable now. She's back on the glass, but it's really fun to watch the surfers kind of mature and get comfortable and get into that position of, I deserve to be here on the glass, winning heats. And you can see it's starting to build a little bit, which I like to see out of Bella.
Yeah, and you have like to get experience, you have to experience things, like you have to live the moment. So it's nice to see her like improving in everything, in her confidence and also in her surfing.
Well, we got 8 minutes, 10 seconds left. Tatiana versus Tyler. At the moment, Tyler in control. Her last score came through. Judges loved it. 6.33. Pair that with a 4.07. She's got a 10.40 total. That means that Tatiana needs a 6.73 to advance. So this wave is tide affected. We've got a high tide. Happened at 5:46 a.m. Low tide's coming at 1:40 p.m., so it's going to be dropping all day. Pretty significant as well, 3.3 all the way down to a 0.9. It's currently just about 8 o'clock a.m. here in Saquarema. How does the tide affect this wave?
A lot. So the tides are really in our favor today, this Saturday. So because we won't have like the tide too high during the competition time, and probably we will be able to go through all the day.
Yeah, I think we'll be, it'll just get better, right? The tide going down, you get more waves breaking, you get more action.
All right, Tatiana now. Deep bottom turn. Nice high line carve to start this wave, building up some speed. That is your patented trademark, Tatiana slash. She adds a third. Some flair for the dramatic on her final slashing tail slide. Crowd goes wild.
That was more like it. She opened up, she turned the shoulders, everything was happening the way it was supposed to. You could see her just finally looking like the Tatiana Weston Webb that we're used to, and that was really cool. It was so fun to see that opening up, and then that last little turn, the dynamic and the drama with that little bit of bounce and the backwash. But I mean, look at this. This is beautiful.
Beautiful wave, throwing buckets right there, really engaging her rails. Beautiful bounce in the whitewash and finishing turn. Lovely, I love it.
Poise and control.
Oh, I like
Picking
this.
every section.
Just the opening up of the shoulders and having everything reconnect and come back into the pocket, and then finishing like that. That's gonna be the highest wave of the heat by far in my book, and it's gonna put her right at the top of the list, right at the end of this heat. So Tyler Wright's gonna have her hands full.
I mean, that's why Tatiana has been right there in pole position, battling for world titles for the last, 5 or 6 years. She has been so close. And I just feel like the tour is not the same without Tatiana Weston Webb. So I think that's why a lot of surf fans are super excited to see her back in a jersey, at least for this one event. So hopefully we see the full return of Tatiana Weston-Webb. And I think if she gets the number that we're all thinking she's about to get, that could be a huge momentum push. I mean, Tyler Wright's been on fire, and there it is. You were right, Strider, the highest score of the day so far, a 7.33 for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Comes out swinging, puts herself in pole position to take a heat win, but there's still 5 minutes left. Tyler Wright, super consistent. So we'll see if Tyler can earn herself a 4.68. Watch out, Carissa Moore now up and at it. First right we've seen of the day. Vertical forehand snap, underrated for how difficult that turn is. And we're looking for an air section. Got to settle for a layback straight into the bumps. So she goes down. I mean, you could tell that wave had a really kind of strange cadence to it right when she took off. There's Snake doing some signaling. I don't know what that means, but the surfer in the water sure does, because they put in the time and effort in their coaching sessions.
I think it was get over on the peak and get yourself a bomb.
There's the score line for Tatiana. Nice and tidy, 7.33. International panel, male and female. So we have multiple judges switching in and out throughout the day, so everyone with fresh eyeballs for each and every heat. I feel like they've been spot on so far all week long, even though we've had a 1 day of surfing, but it felt like a week of surfing packed into a day. Here's your GWM recap.
Yeah,
this is how Tati got it started.
She, you know, you could see that she just was waiting for a section to really attack and open up on, but she couldn't find it early in the heat. And Tyler, you know, she had this strong 6 right here, just really connecting and finishing on the inside. But when this score dropped, and then Tatiana got this wave where she completely opened up, and you could tell it was just going to be a big score, Maeda.
Yeah, for sure. Beautiful turns, like throwing a lot of spray right there, open arms, kicking the tail. Very well served for Tati.
To me, it just looked like muscle memory, you know, right? She stood up and it was like, oh, it clicks in. Bam, Aaron Brooks now. Quick snap there. I mean, couldn't you just tell when Tati stood up on that wave that everything was going to fall into its proper place? Every turn was done in the perfect part of the wave, so
Yeah.
There's a reason why that's the highest score of the day so far. But this was a nice belt for Aaron Brooks.
Bango, really clean. A one-turn wave, but, you know, it'll stack up a couple more points. And the positioning in the lip line, you know, she's been hammering that turn every single practice session. So that was by design. Carissa Moore, she's looking strong, but this last little hiccup could have been a score right there if she would have rode out of it.
The wave just got a little bit weird on the inside section, so we'll see if any more rights are in as we see Tyler now trying to answer back to Tatiana's hammer. That wave's not going to do it. Tatiana now trying to get rid of a 3.67 as her backup. Just 2 minutes left. Wait for this score to come through for Aaron Brooks. The judges have been rewarding those single big maneuvers. So we get to the Banco do Brazil 2-minute warning, and the score comes through for Aaron Brooks. Now she puts herself on top. 5-5 from the judges. What does that signify to you, Strider?
Well, they're enjoying the commitment to the critical section. You know, wave was overhead, it was solid. She went vertical, and that's what they're after. And I feel like Tyler knows the equation really well. So that's what she's trying to put down on her attempt right here. But she finds herself up in that critical section. So, you know, she's going to get a pretty strong score for this wave. But yeah, definitely, you know, the judges rewarding that go for it attitude. You know, putting it all out there, really giving themselves the best opportunity to impress the judges by really putting the board vertical and then busting the fins through the back and riding out of it.
We're witnessing something special right now. The return of Tatiana Weston-Webb. Inside of a minute left. Tatiana on top with a 7.33 and a 3.67. Power surfing reigns supreme in round 1, heat 8.
How'd that score come in for Tyler?
4.13.
Oh, not enough.
So just not quite enough. She's looking for a 4.68. 30 seconds left. It feels like Tati just kind of remembered exactly why she is considered one of the best to ever do it. and her tactics came right back into play.
You know what's interesting is when she stood up on the wave, we weren't sure what was going to happen. And after that first turn where she turned her shoulders and her arms opened up and she got the torque, I was like, wow, there's Tati again.
You gotta recognize.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Tatiana Weston-Webb is back in a big way. A huge heat win over one of her fiercest rivals and friends, Tyler Wright. But give it up. The Tatiana storm has begun. Welcome back, Tatiana Weston-Webb. Highest single wave score of the day with a 7.33. Now we shift focus. Erin Brooks and Carissa Moore are in the priority heat. Lakey Peterson, we matched up against Tia Zabrowski. Full 40 minutes on the clock for Lakey and Tia. 20 minutes left for Erin Brooks and Carissa Moore. We're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna flip the booth, but we'll be back with more action. It's the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. Stay tuned.
Eu amo Saquarema! Hoje a gente veio aqui pra Laje de Manitiba. É uma praia que fica a 15 minutos de Itaúna. O que me encanta dessa região de Saquarema, ela é uma onda com fundo de pedra. Quando as ondulações estão grandes, ela quebra uma onda grande, tubular, incrível. É um lugar que me remete muito à paz, né? A essência do surf, né? Me mantém feliz e me conecta muito comigo mesmo. Eu tenho água cristalina para poder mergulhar e altas ondinhas para poder surfar, conexão com a natureza absurda. E assim como a cultura do surf, a cultura da pesca aqui em Saquarema é muito forte. A gente pode pescar na Praia da Vila, em Itaúna, nas lajes de fora, garantir seu alimento da maneira mais sustentável possível. Eu acho que isso faz o pacote ser completo daqui.
Welcome back to the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. Talk about mom power. Tatiana Weston-Webb, it was just victorious over Tyler Wright out of her round one heat. And Tati back in competition as a wild card. We got five-time world champ Carissa Moore up and riding. She's up against Erin Brooks in the priority heat in this overlapping format. We're going to move through a lot of heats today. Planning on 20 heats today. We're in the round two of the women's. Kaipo Guerrero, Mitchell Salazar, Jessie Mendez, and Jessie, Mama's baking cake this morning already.
I know, it was nerve-wracking for me. It took a little bit long for her to actually find a rhythm. And I can't even say that she found rhythm. She just found a good wave, and that was about it. Same thing for Tyler. They both had one good score and nothing really to back up.
Yeah, what's impressive is our lineup today and what we have coming up. Lakey Peterson up against Tia Zabrowski. So another tale of the established guard in the way of Lakey Peterson up against the new generation, Tia Zabrowski, similar to the Carissa Moore and Erin Brooks matchup, Mitchell.
Yeah, and Lakey kind of had similar hype to when she qualified surrounding what Tia has at the moment. I remember when she won the U.S. Open back in 2012. I think she had a 10 at that event too, back in Huntington Beach. And right now, Tia Zabrowski with a major win yesterday against Stephanie Gilmore. Wants to make it 2 for 2 so far in this event. Good memories here, Kaipo, qualifying here last year.
Yeah, that's right. With Tia Zabrowski making the quarterfinals here. Also, Tia winning the Challenger Series in 2025 to come in as a top rookie. Speaking of new generation, we got Erin Brooks quick to the lip. Aaron's had a willing feeling here in the past too, and Tia also. So quick waves in succession, Jesse. We got a busy lineup.
I know, and that last turn for Tia looked very solid as well. Had she had an opportunity to do something and combo it up before, she's probably going to be looking at a decent score to start the heat. And Erin Brooks always right foot forward, right? Like just on the board, sure-footed, so much speed, and she's so small, but she carries so much power through the turns. It's very impressive.
And speaking of Erin, she's really, you know, athletically has built herself up, coming in stronger than ever this year. Replay here of Tia, Mitchell.
Yeah, this is a great combo right here, especially that second turn, super explosive into the lip. That should be a big score by today's standards. And as you were talking about, Jesse, not only is she very compact in her stature, I really like the way she compresses off the bottom, especially with those big lip line hits. She's a former champion here at the Challenger Series level.
Well, you remember that front side hack that Erin did in the final in the Challenger Series here to take that win was so impressive. Nearly an excellent score, nearly perfect for that execution with Erin Brooks. So we know what to expect from her.
No doubt.
Sorry, I like how you mentioned that she gets very compact and low. She is smaller in size compared to Carissa Moore or to a lot of the girls on tour. So you have to use every inch of your body in compressing and extending to make sure your turns look big enough to go against those, I mean, someone like Carissa that any movement she does, it's so big and so powerful. So she does that very well and very aggressively.
I think a good comparison on the men's side is Italo, right? Because he always had to go up against larger guys in stature. He puts in the work in the gym, though, so you have a smaller, more compact surfer that's very agile and fast, Kaipo, but you use that to your advantage when it comes to being in the pocket the entire time.
Yeah, and Erin's just an interesting story, you know, as is Tia Zebrowski, just 15 years old, qualifying for the championship tour. At 14, Zebrowski on the backhand, hooks off the top, and has to just throw that sharp eye away. A little bounce on that inside section, Mitch.
Yeah, I got to watch out for the board coming back at you, too.
Carissa Moore, who's gone back-to-back this season with victories in the last 2 CT events with surfing like that. And we talked about mom power with Tatiana Weston Webb. We got more Mana Wahine right here. Mom power with Carissa Moore.
Back-to-back heats as well. They're dominating out there right now because got to be expecting a situation change with the last of Erin, but this is a great answer back here, Jess.
Yeah, this is beautiful surfing. Had she, like how she was able to run through that lip line and still be composed with all that backwash just shows how much sure-footed she is and how aggressive she is on top of the board, just handling so well all of those turns and finish it off right here. It seemed like she was going to get stuck and came out somehow pretty clean for the situation that she had in front of her.
Yeah, backhand surfing groomed on the walls of Ala Moana Bowls, Carissa Moore. Here's Tia Zebrowski, Mitch.
Yeah, first turn really strong, right in the pocket too. Just a bit off timing right there, especially with the backwash. You don't want that board coming back at you, especially with the fins upside down. That can be a bit dangerous, but seems like everything is okay. And waiting on a big score right here for Carissa because Erin did change the situation, Kaipo, and I gotta be thinking Carissa's gonna take the lead back on this last one.
6-4-3 for Erin Brooks. Carissa needs a 5.26 to retake the lead off of Erin. Carissa jumping off the ski there, still awaiting that score to drop.
And that shows in how good of a rhythm Carissa is right now. Like, you know, she starts off the heat pretty well with a 6.67 with the heat without priority. And then Erin answers back, turns the heat over, and as soon as it seems like the momentum is shifting, Carissa just takes it back in. We don't know the score yet, but most likely she's going to get something close to what she needs. It was 2 major turns out the back, and then she finished it off pretty nicely as well. And yeah, when the rhythm is going, when the current is helping you out, make sure you keep going down.
Make sure you keep on flowing downriver. That's what Carissa Moore is doing. Carissa, you know, her backhand surfing over there at stop number 4 in Raglan at the New Zealand Pro was absolute poetry in motion. She'd had these afternoon heats where the wind would die down, the tide would fill in, all the conditions came together, and she was a standout surfer in that competition.
Yeah.
Both men and women, I mean, across the board.
But from the very start to the very end, right?
Yeah.
And that's something really difficult to do at this stage in your career. Of course, still to stand out against the youth too, but as of right now, you know, she's trying to three-peat in 3 events in a row, and that would be a major accomplishment for her right now, looking for world title number 6, Kaipo.
Yeah, and especially, you know, with some of the top surfers still in vulnerable positions. It is an opportunity for Carissa Moore. Carissa takes a look at that one. She's got second priority. Erin Brooks holding it down. Erin needs a 5, basically a 6-point ride to retake the lead off of Moore. And Carissa comes in at a 5.73, so Carissa takes the lead back from Erin Brooks. Hey, welcome back to the championship tour, Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Yeah, Tati, how special your first CT appearance since you became a mother. And you kept motivated to turn the heat around the last 5 minutes, bringing that 7.33. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel like in the past, if I was up against it in that moment, I would have felt a lot more nervous. But just because, you know, this is a different year and I'm competing for fun and having this moment after having my baby and just enjoying it, I felt really confident in my surfing. So I just knew I needed a wave, and super happy that I made the heat, trying not to cry because, you know, the hormones are flowing. But yeah, I want to go home and cuddle my daughter.
Sure, you're bringing so much spark. Now in Portuguese one. Tati, a gente não pode deixar de perguntar, né? Como é que estão sendo as emoções? Você acabou de se tornar mãe, inclusive a gente tem que ser breve, porque ela tem que breastfeed. Mas como foi essa bateria para você?
Foi muito emocionante para mim, muito difícil, né, no começo, o meu strap estourou, aí, tipo, não consegui pegar uma embaixo da outra bateria, aí depois como eu falei antes, eu tava só acreditando que ia vir a onda e se viesse eu ia conseguir mostrar meu surf. E como eu falei, assim, normalmente, se não fosse esse ano sabático, eu acho que eu sentiria muito mais pressão, mas porque agora eu tô surfando para minha filha, sem pressão, só divertindo, eu consegui mostrar meu surf do jeito que era para ser. Então, muito orgulho. Muito feliz que Deus também me deu essa onda.
Congratulations, it was amazing. She needs to breastfeed, guys, so let's let her go. Bye.
Yeah, great things, and great things happening with the league, actually. We're going to see Joanne DeFay and Tatiana Weston-Webb with a dedicated maternity wildcard, so we'll see both of those moms back on tour full-time in 2027. Let's get through some replays. These rides happened during that interview, Carissa Moore, Mitch.
Yeah, no, an amazing heat is developing right now between Riss and Erin. Good combo right there, a bit late to the last one, but she was able to get a 3-turner off on the back end right there, and that should be better than a 5.73, I feel, and then Lakey was able to get involved against Tia, so her best wave by a mile right here in heat number 2 of the second round. Good exchange, Kaipo.
And look at Erin. Jesse.
Beautiful first card, but I love the body expression right here.
Ooh.
Pressing on that back foot, like driving through that lip line with a lot of possess on top of the board, just making sure she was going to ride out that clean, and that was very impressive.
Zabrowski here on the backhand, so we need 4 scores.
Yeah, we're at a lot of scores. Judges have a lot of work to do, but this is what we talked about. When she catches fire, it is hard to stop her. There's been 3 waves in a row now where she's probably going to be improving her situation, Kaipo, and this is the thing about Tia. She needs her confidence to be flowing.
Interesting thing, and I've drawn this comparison before, even though they're in separate heats, Tia Zabrowski reminds me a lot of a young Carissa Moore.
Totally.
And you watch their surfing side by side, now we get a chance to see it. It's even more obvious, right?
Mostly the backhand, now that you mention it. It seems, yeah. And, I mean, give credits to her, too. Like, imagine her showing up, 15 years old. She looks to the right. She sees 8-time world champ. She looks to the left. She sees 5 times world champ. And then she goes against Erin Brooks, which is her hero.
Yeah.
That it's, like, closer in age, but still, like, it's nerve-wracking.
It's a lot for a 15-year-old to digest.
So much.
Yeah.
Well, you're growing up on tour. Your teenage years haven't stopped yet.
And that's the best time for you to develop. So it's great that she's there going through this, because once she goes over, people are in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, at 15 years old, you can say that Tia Zabrowski will see her on tour for another 20 years.
You would think. I mean, at this point, the sky's the limit for her. You know, most of us, including myself, have picked her as Rookie of the Year, but it's been a struggle so far. But I think coming to a place where she just feels more comfortable, good memories at this location. Because remember, a lot of the other stops, it's your first time there, Kaipo. So, you know, there's things that you're learning on the fly, especially with people that probably haven't been there in your same camp too.
Yeah, it's all of a learning process. Well, scores are slowly trickling in, and we got some big numbers that we owe you. Erin Brooks comes in, 6.87. Now Carissa Moore needs a 6.6, and you know what? She tops that with a 7.83, and it's been back and forth between Carissa Moore and Erin Brooks. Priority now with Erin Brooks. She needs a 7.64. Carissa Moore just matching Erin. Jesse, every time Erin puts on a score, Carissa tops it.
It's that rhythm that I'm talking about. Like when you have that flow going towards you, make sure you maximize the time on it, because every time Erin does something great, 2.6s, it's not easy today, 13.3, right after Carissa's on a good one, even better one this time.
Yeah, I saw the score. I see score line 7.83 for Carissa Moore. A couple of judges, Mitchell, went excellent. Actually, 3 judges gave her a flat 8. So impressive. She continues on this roll. Here comes Erin. Can she answer back? Slashes off the top and just kind of sticks the rail there. Is going to hand over priority to Carissa Moore, which you don't want to do in the last 4 minutes.
You don't. Carissa's great at playing defense too, especially at a lineup that's as vast as this one right here. Me personally, if I'm Erin, I'm actually looking for a wave that might be just a single closeout, but get one maneuver in, like the one you talked about in the final at the CS level a few years ago. They're out there, Kaipo. You got to be searching for that. In these next 345, they're putting a lot of emphasis on the first turn.
Push the button, start the engine. It's the GWM recap, starting with Carissa Moore, Jesse.
Yeah, beautiful carve. It's kind of a down carve, which is very rare to see on the backhand. Mixing it up very well. That was the very first wave she caught. And here, Erin always answering back on actually taller waves in size, but starting off a little bit flatter and finish it off very strong, driving through that lip. So aggressive, so hard to do. She's very impressive surfer.
And then Riss with the answer back. This is the high mark of the heat so far, the 7.83. And that's been the difference right there. The opening turn on the outside, just a bit more explosive from Riss. And get call out right there, groomed on the walls of over Ala Moana Bowls. You have all those waves on the South Shore in Honolulu, Kaipo. Good diversity of waves in that area.
Yeah, there you go. There is the unabridged version of the heat. All of the waves surfed, highlighted the top 2 waves for each of the surfers. And while we were in that recap, we got an update on Tia Zabrowski. Her last wave came in 7.5 in the non-priority heat to take the lead over Lakey Peterson. Oh, ooh, little late there. And that's just going to eat up time for Erin Brooks.
Hope she's okay. Riss didn't even flinch at moving for that wave right there. Good move, 2 minutes 30.
Yeah, I think she was like, oh, there's no way she's taking off, and coming out clean on that. And she knows how important it is, that first section on such a short wave. With all the backwash, you need to be in the perfect spot, taking off to have things turn out your way, and that definitely wasn't the case for Erin's.
Down the beach, needs something big. Erin Brooks looking down the line, pops it in the air. We saw that coming, unable to put it down.
And she pulls one of those, though. It'll be very interesting how high they go with the score.
Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Yeah, remember just in the last comp,
Carissa did that too.
Did that front side air to turn the heat in the last minute. So it's still possible. Here we go, Lakey Peterson, non-priority heat. Peterson on the backhand. Nice hook to start off for the surfer from Santa Barbara. Little backwash to deal with here. And swings the CI a couple more times before coming in. She's going to get rid of the fractional score that she has in her score line.
She needs now, I mean, it's kind of clear in my head
you
that
need
she
better
needs,
waves.
Yeah, you need to just set anchor, let rotation go on the priority, and kind of just wait for a decent wave, because Tia already still has 21 minutes on the clock, and she already has a 6.83 and a 7.5. That's 14.33 total. It's a pretty big total for today.
Oh, yeah.
That'll get you through most heats right there. All right, 1 minute left for Carissa Moore and Erin Brooks. Carissa in control of the heat, total control. Replay here first. Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, smaller wave, well surfed, but you know, Jesse's totally right. At this point, you got to match at least the 6.83 of Tia right now. And surfing's good. It's just the wave quality's not there. And at this level, you need to be on the best waves to be advancing out of these heats. So still plenty of time for her, just over 20 minutes on the clock. But as you said, Carissa with total control and priority, and she's trying to block Aaron. Aaron's breaking away, Kipes.
Here we go. One more chance, stomps on the tail, looking for a ramp, not going to get the ramp here. Body language is a bit subdued. Bangs that oncoming section, and you could see just already the body language that she was giving me after kind of like looking for a ramp and not finding it, because she already was kind of waving the white flag.
Right. It's unfortunate. She surfed good yesterday. She surfed great
She
right
surfs
now.
great right now.
13.3 heat. Total of 6s were well earned. She's just coming up against the most informed surfer on the planet right now. Back-to-back event winner in Carissa Moore, looking for number 3 in a row, Kipes.
Yeah. Is she stoppable? Who can stop her? I don't know. Carissa Moore, she's on to the quarterfinals. Another finals day appearance for the 5-time world champ. Carissa Moore looking spectacular here at Itaúna. We'll be back with more action here at the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. Carissa Moore in the spot. The 2026 VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Riachuelo, official apparel partner of WSL Brazil. By Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. By Probiotica, official sponsor of the WSL Brazil. And by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. Thank you for joining us this beautiful morning in Saquarema, stop number 6 of the championship tour, the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero, and Aaron Brooks gifting a surf fan her jersey. Carissa Moore winning that battle over Aaron Brooks. Carissa getting escorted up the beach. The 5-time world champ is on to yet another finals day. We'll see her in the quarterfinals. New heat in the water. Molly Picklum coming up against Nadia Arostabe. Kaipo Guerrero, Mitchell Salazar, Jesse Mendez here on the call. Jesse, what do you think about this matchup?
I mean, it's a great match. Nadia surfed very well yesterday, sure-footed, and you kind of need to be that way in those conditions with a lot of bounce. We do have a tide getting lower right now, and it's reflecting on the last 2 heats on the scores. You can see this, they have way more opportunities. They're throwing away 6-point rides. And in this heat that we have another on the water right now, it's really going to help the second priority heat to kind of have a little bit of separation and more opportunity.
Yeah, that's right. It's 8:28 local time. We've passed the high tide mark. We're having a drawing tide throughout the day until 1:40 p.m. at a 0.9. So the tide is receding right now, so we should see steeper, better waves. 2025 world champ Molly Picklum has not won an event yet this year, Mitchell, but she's been ultra consistent. She's made finals day in the first 5 stops,
and
every single time.
Last year's event winner here too, so she's looking to go back-to-back at this event right here. Back end of the year for her is really her bread and butter, though. You look at Fiji, you look at Tahiti, and of course Lowers too is an amazing event for her as well. But right here against Nadia, you know, she's been surfing excellent. I feel like the consistency has been there in the last few events for Nadia, especially that great result over there on the Goldie Kaipo. So would be a big momentum builder for her if she's able to get another semi or better.
Yeah, Nadia Arostabe, a rookie this year on the championship tour, although she was an injury replacement for a lot of the tour last year. So it's actually kind of her second go-around on the championship tour, but officially her rookie year.
Right, so you can still win the race, right? If you end up being in a better position than everybody else that qualified last year. But I feel right now European surfing got a big push with this new rookie class that we see. Yolanda Hopkins, Kika Veselko, Tia Zabrowski, of course, too. And I think Nadia is a big part of why they're succeeding at the moment, Kaipo.
Yeah, it's just, it seems like we've seen through the history of surfing, different kind of groups coming through different regions all kind of had their time. One thing, Jesse, though, that has not gone away, on the men's side at least, is the Brazilian storm. I mean, this has been storming for a decade now.
It has. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. When are they going to stop calling Brazilian storm? Because that generation's almost, no, it's not almost gone. We have plenty of guys still. But once they're gone, they have to get another name to it, I guess.
It's the hurricane. We got to start calling it or something like that.
No, the hurricane's when we have a bunch of Florida surfers back on tour.
There you go.
Corey, Shay, Kelly,
Bring the boys
CJ.
back. Bring the boys back. Damo.
Nadia Arostabe, the Basque surfer on the DHD, keeping it nice and clean on the rails there. Beautiful snap. And you know what? Also, just by mentioning that, Molly also on DHD, so friendly fire for Darren Hanley's camp. But when we talk about the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings, they're guaranteed a quarterfinalist in this situation.
We saw the same thing in the last heat with Carissa and Aaron, too.
Guaranteed for loss.
There's been a lot of that in this event so far. Not a bad way to start things off for Nadia, smaller, but cruise control right here, like the flow. And she has actually been very vocal about her forehand being her weak link. I still think, you know, it's been one of the best we've seen so far. But, you know, a mid-range score to start things off, Kipes, not bad.
Winding up off the bottom. Pickles, Molly Picklum eases through that first turn. Second slash on the backhand, spanks the lip on that final closing maneuver for Molly Picklum, trying to match the pace, Jesse, of Nadia.
Yeah, she's definitely matched it. A little bit more critical surfing for her. First turn, pretty similar for both surfers. Nice down carve, just zigzagging, making sure she keeps the speed for this finish right here. That's what she got the point of difference. The wave got a little steeper, had a closeout, and she went vertical. Nothing special, but getting the foot on the wax, feeling getting the nerves out a little bit. First wave of the event so far, and she's going to get a decent start.
Yeah, that's and we talked about this Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings. This is what it looked like after 5 events. Lost with a big lead over Sharp-Eyed DHD, who had the lead after the Gold Coast event, slipping down to 3rd place, Mitchell, but I feel that the DHD team is going to be on their way back up.
Yeah, and I also think that JS has a lot more improvement to go to. Kanoa looked great yesterday. I think CI has a lot of development to go to. Still feel that, you know, that Lost team, though, Kaipo, they're in it for the long run. They got a lot of great surfers.
Well, Lost is always going to be making points because one of their surfers has cracked up a lot of points, 20,000 in the last 2 events. I'm talking about Carissa Moore for the Lost team, and Carissa is on the glass with Rachel. Let's hear from her. She's in the quarterfinals.
All smiles for this incredible woman, looking amazing as usual. How was this heat for you? Let's walk us through it, because you and Erin were battling.
Yeah, I respect Erin so much. She's a really good surfer, and I love her surfing. She's so progressive and really can pull anything out at any moment. So, you know, I know she's had kind of a slower start this season, and she was going to be super fired up to make some more heats out here, so I had a really tough draw. But I'm so stoked that the wave showed up and we were able to kind of go back and forth and perform, and hopefully everyone enjoyed the show.
Oh, we did for sure. And also, you've been building so much momentum, and it's been so amazing to watch. And Tati just spoke about you in the interview, telling how much you inspired her now that she became a mother as well. Can you measure how much your strength is reverberating in so many women's lives?
I am like so honored, and that's so kind of you to say. I actually was just going to give a big shout out to Tati because she gave me some inspiration. We were in the water at the same time, and I heard her score that 7. I was like, yes, mama. And she's only like 5 months postpartum, which is absolutely incredible. I mean, from one mom to another, I know how much it is to juggle having a young baby and traveling across the world and making sure she's happy and taken care of, and then also having to go out there and perform. So I just want to applaud her on coming back, and I'm super excited to see her full return next year.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations in the quarters. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that is so great, and great story. I mean, both Tati as well as Carissa. Carissa winning those last 2 events, actually, it has been bigger than just a surfing story. It's been a big story just in sports in general, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as of right now, she's one of the greatest athletes to ever walk this planet, whether it's just in surfing or in general. I think especially with the way you have to adjust and adapt in this sport is so difficult. But, you know, the run that she's gone on in the World Championship years, the way she was able to make her debut on the CT as a wild card too, Kaipo, dropping a perfect 10 at a QS event in San Miguel, Mexico, when she was 14 years old too. Pretty incredible when you look at her resume so far.
Oh, the Carissa Moore years? Yeah, she's got reserved parking at Kiwalos now.
There you go.
we're gonna paint her name on the curb right there. Nobody can park in there.
Does she have a street named after her already? She better.
Well,
I mean,
she's got a huge mural in Honolulu with Duke Kahanamoku that takes the entire side of a building up after her gold medal win. What more can she do? We're waiting to see. We're in for it.
I mean, it looks scary for everyone else in the lineup on the rankings right now with her with 2 wins so far.
Yeah.
She drops pretty low as well because she had the first round losses before. Once those things start to drop and she keeps the consistency throughout the year, she's going to really jump in the rankings.
And it's an interesting story because, you know, you lose in this round, you get an equal 9th. That's 3,320 points. You make it through this round, you make a lot more points. An equal 5th is 4,745 points. So the point differentiation when you're talking about world titles and cumulative points throughout the year, quarterfinals are better. For the women, actually, semifinals are better, I feel.
That's what you need, especially if you want to be in that position heading into the Pipe Masters at the end of the year, too. And we haven't really talked about the big gap in between events after this one and then heading into Tahiti, too. So there is a big jump right there. That could eliminate a lot of people's consistency and rhythm going into the next event, too, Kaipo. So we shall see how that plays out.
I love that you brought that up, Mitchell, because it's been basically back to back for 6
Every
events.
event, yeah.
Now you're going to have basically a month off, right? And how people deal with that downtime and keep their momentum is going to be very interesting. And Tahiti, I mean, Jesse, there's no shortcuts to surfing that wave.
Definitely not. I heard from a few people that they want to jump in the plane and go there and get a few waves before the whole show comes up to town. Luana was one of them. She told me she wants to try and go. She's right there too. She's in Hawaii, so she's 1 flight away. Matheus Ergi also mentioned about it, and I think it's smart of them. Try to get a little bit less crowd and make sure you know the position and figured all that out.
Peterson on the hunt right now in the priority heat. Lakey needing a 8.5 at this point, so she's actually like just in a ditch right now up against Tia Zabrowski, who's been just flawless in her approach. Let's take a look at some of the Apple Watch analytics that we're getting back. Remember, all the surfers have Apple Watches on them, and they give us a lot of information. This is the distance dynamics from the women's performance leaderboard. Nadia Arostabes has gone the farthest.
Yeah, and Brisa Hennessy has 2 of the farthest ones so far. 77.9 meters, 72.3, 107.6 meters, so that's a good amount of distance. And Isabella Nichols, we saw her get the buzzer beater yesterday too, Kipes.
Now, notice the shorter distances as we compare to what happened at Puerto Roca. It's because it's a beach break, so there's not as much down-the-line opportunity. You got to get a lot done in a very short amount of space. I compare it in my gymnastics analogy that this is more, you're laughing already, Mitchell. This is more like a vault, where it's like really quick and really dynamic, as opposed to a floor routine on the point, where it would be more the cumulative performance that you display.
I like that, yeah. So instead of a routine, it's shorter. It's just a one jump the ball right there. Okay, I like it.
One thing that I thought was interesting, doesn't mean the longest wave will reward you a better score. It's not quantity and length of wave, it's variety. So you see second longest wave got a better score than the first longest wave by 30% different.
Yeah, it used to be longest wave way back.
I hated that.
Yeah,
way
that's
back
why.
in the day.
That's why.
Well, I mean,
that trips me out.
In 1981, I won the boys' title in Hawaii because I rode the wave the longest. Okay, so there was this brief moment of greatness on like the ride.
But if you think about it, people have no clue. But guys would go all the way to the shore on a day like today.
Yeah,
right.
Of course. We don't want to bring that back.
No.
Nadia Arostabe.
Definitely not, yeah.
Right here, using her priority. and finds a nice wave, nice rhythm, got a little bit off track right there. Cleans it up for a finish, though.
Yeah, good finish right there. Nice concrete at the end, and with still 25 minutes on the clock, that is a good way to answer back to the 5.67 of Molly Picklum right here. As you said, got a little stuck on the third one, made up for it right at the end, though, and as of right now, she's going to be taking the lead with, you know, what is potentially going to be her best score. Once again, though, she says that her forehand isn't her strength. I feel like there's room to improve, but I still feel like there's a lot of good stuff out there on this wave, Jess.
No doubt. I felt like she missed time a little bit the first turn, and that put her off beat for the rest of the wave, but she cleaned up very nicely on this finish right here. As much as it was a simple maneuver, but it was a nice slip line down the line, and it's appealing to the judges' eyes. But I felt like there's way more left on the bone if she would have actually cracked that first section pretty nicely and steep.
Here goes Lakey Peterson with a vicious initial hook there on the backhand. Wave slows up just a little bit. She gets a little caught behind the whitewater, has to time this backwash on the inside. Seeking a little bit more on this wave, not going to get it. Looking for 8.5. The Andro Dora coach also observing and taking notes. Well, we've got lots of fuel in the tank right now, so let's check out our GWM heat recap for Lakey Peterson and Tia Zabrowski. We're starting the car right now.
Rev it up. Yeah, Tia's been on a roll so far, a 7.5 and a 6.83. Her wave selection has been excellent so far. She's been on the steepest waves. And not that Lakey has surfed bad. She has a 5.83 as her best score so far. It's really just been the two waves that Tia's had in the heat.
Yeah, and she had actually a fourth one that she found on that second turn, the one that was kind of sketchy that the board came back to her. But just beautiful timing, very patient off the bottom turn, opening up those arms and extending the backside turn, which is not easy to do. And this is Lakey's last wave that she got. Nice and vertical, but see the difference, like way flatter wave. The transitions are quite slow, making her have trouble to find speed and criticalness on the selection, on the wave selection that she had.
I'm liking the soundtrack.
Oh, you went back to the 80s, huh? Distance, and then you got the rock and roll in the background and everything too.
Yeah, here we go.
State titles champ, 81.
Could have been 82, I don't know. There we go with our entire heat out for you on the score bug there. Highlighted the top two waves. You can see that 6.83 and 7.5 for Tia Zabrowski, and the rookie just taking it to the veteran. In this circumstance, you know, she hasn't been, she's had a tough start of the year, but we talked about it. She made it through her round one heat, maybe getting on a roll right here, and it looks like that roll's continuing for Tia Zabrowski. Now she's just chasing Lakey down the beach.
And
go ahead. I was just going to say, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I always wanted to have a free surf regardless of what heat I was in the morning. She palled out this morning knowing that she was going to surf pretty early, but I think that's still smart. Conditions have changed. It's a bit smaller. The backwashing isn't as significant anymore, but I just think it's something really good that we want to emphasize for the younger people too.
And also, I think what helps you, like you mentioned, it changes. Even though they surfed so much these conditions here before, every day you feel a little different, and it's going to take the anticipation off and something that catches you off guard.
Yeah.
You step on the board, you know exactly how it feels. You're ready and prepared for the heat.
Yeah. I used to like just 2000 world champ Sonny Garcia style, where he wouldn't even free surf at all. Would grab a
show up for his heat.
Show up for his heat. No wax on a brand new surfboard. Wax the board and go out there and win.
I think Felipe is one of those guys. Used to do that a lot. William Cardozo never. Never would free surf before. Shout out to William. He would have smashed today in a heat.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We miss the Panda, man.
The big
He's
Panda.
judging. Yeah, get to work with him every now and then.
Really?
Yeah. It's a great dude.
Wow.
Playing a lot of tennis lately too.
Yeah. Probably playing more tennis than surfing.
By far.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. Hanging out with his kids. His son's super into tennis, so.
That is unreal. Thanks for the update, man.
But this conditions would suit that guy very well.
Yeah. Well, down to just over a minute, and I feel that this is a foregone conclusion between Tia Zabrowski and Lakey Peterson. Lakey needs an 8.5. Tia's got heat control. She's got priority. She's just going to close this out. I don't see anything changing here, but we've seen basically surfing miracles in the past, Mitchell.
55 seconds, though, and how about the maturity right there? Her positioning, pretty crazy. working with you for Penrose, the team manager for Sharp out right here, and talk about her youth, 15 years of age, going up against Lakey Peterson, who's a seasoned veteran with 7 event wins, too.
I think one smart positioning that she's doing right now, she's staying a little bit underneath, so that gives her extra time to make sure she can look at the wave and visualize if the wave has an 8.5, and also making sure actually Lakey shows interest to it. So smart positioning for such a young little lady, you know, like shows that she's mature enough to be where she's at.
Yeah, and you know what? This is going to be a turning point in Tia Zabrowski's season. This is going to be her first finals there, her first quarterfinal of the year.
Yeah, and the way she's surfing right now could potentially go all the way. There's Tomas Malem, coach of the Superstars.
And we're going to execute the block right here, just according to plan. And that's going to be it. She's going to ride her way onto the beach and into the quarterfinals, Tia Zabrowski.
Big win.
That could be dangerous for everyone else. To start to get the rhythm, get the fire going.
Yeah, I mean, just
scary.
The her biomechanics, like just her surfing is so on point.
Yeah.
You know, it's for such a young age. Just even how she executed that last cutback.
Flawless, right?
Yeah.
Technique-wise. Everything's always in sync and great motion. Her board looks incredible, too.
She has
Go ahead.
She has a lot of freedom on her foot as well. She moves the foot around very well on the board, which is not easy to do.
Yep. Well, there you go. Zabrowski on to the quarterfinals, where she will meet Carissa Moore. Look out, finals day, or maybe this afternoon we may have the quarterfinals. We got more action coming your way. Why would you go anywhere else? We'll be right back with more from Saquarema at the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Tia Zabrowski's absolutely ripping.
Olhar na cachoeira, Saquarema. Olha isso, só pra mim. Hoje a gente veio na Cachoeira do Roncador, fica a 20 minutos da praia de Itaúna. São vários anos vindo pra Saquarema, né, pra pegar onda, pra estar na praia, curtir o mar. E essa é a primeira vez que eu venho na cachoeira. Estar em contato com a natureza é sempre bom demais. Uma cachoeira como essa aqui é uma parada alucinante. Tá no meio do mato aqui nessa imensidão e nessa solitude. E eu acho que esse mar de possibilidades, né? De um dia estar pegando onda, outro dia pegar o carro e dar uma relaxada aqui na cachoeira ou dentro da natureza, em contato profundo, e podemos viver isso tudo. É por isso que o Saquarema surpreende. Isso é o que ela tem de melhor.
Welcome back to Saquarema, and the action continues. Round 2, Heat 4, an all-California battle. Caitlin Simmers up against Bella Kenworthy, two surfers that have surfed against each other for many years, and the battle is going to continue, but at the highest level on the championship tour. Kaipa Girl, Mitchell Salazar, and Jesse Mendez on the call, and this is how what we missed during the break.
So just a 2-1-7 right here for Katie. Former back-to-back champion right here at the VIVO Rio Pro. A bit off time right there at the end. Also seems like Nadia was able to get away with 2 Kipes. 4.4 on this one for the surfer representing Spain. So actually, excuse me, that's just the 1.6, a quick one in and out for Nadia. Still in first place though.
Yeah, Nadia currently lead over Molly Picklum in the priority heat. 15 minutes on the clock for that priority heat. And the clock has just gotten started between Katie Simmers and Bella Kenworthy.
They're coming off of a heat against each other at the last event too, where Katie was able to smash her way to a victory, dropped an 8, had a good backup too. So this is a beach break that I feel really benefits Kenworthy's style a lot more. Katie, though, she's good going left, going right, Kaipo, and she's won this event twice, so good memories here for her.
Oh yeah, with surfing like that, Simmers coming across, finds some open face, bides her time with a couple of S turns. Beautiful style there. The wave tapers off. She kicks out. Mitchell, maybe you can speak to a little bit about these two surfers, Katie Simmers and Bella Kenworthy. They have a long history of competing against each other.
Yeah, and they're from, you know, pretty much the same area. Oceanside and San Clemente is separated by what, maybe 30 miles at the most. So a lot of people from San Clemente in the wintertime when it's flat over there go down to surf Oceanside. Same thing in the summer when it's good over at lower. So they flip-flop quite a bit when it comes to all that. But they've matched up against each other a lot in their youth. They came through the USA Surfing Prime system and two of the most accomplished and decorated surfers in junior surfing history within the United States, especially within SoCal Kipes.
Yeah, and along just the development, right? I think California does a great job on the amateur level, grooming surfers.
Well, we got events pretty much every weekend. So you show up to your local break and you see the tower set up, and you know, sometimes I'm a little too involved in that, but some.
Here from the last heat winner, Tia Zabrowski.
Tia, congratulations. This is already your best result in your CT career. How special was that heat again against another veteran? How are you feeling?
Feeling amazing. I'm super happy that I finally made the second round. Now I'm just focused on the next one, but yeah, it feels good to finally make that round. And yeah, for the moment, it's my best result. I hope I'll get better results, but yeah, just try my best. I was in a good rhythm. I found some couple waves. It was really slow at the end. I was like trying to get some waves, but my coach said, just calm down, wait. And I was like, ah. But yeah, it was fun.
You're going to have another heat maybe today. So do you want to say some words in French for your family and friends?
Coucou tout le monde, c'est Tia. J'espère que tout le monde va bien. Je suis enfin passé le deuxième round et je suis super contente. Et maintenant concentrée sur le prochain.
Merci beaucoup. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Tia Zabrowski sporting the black pearl necklace too.
That's pretty sick.
Those are the Tahitian black pearls right there, highly prized.
I don't know if I could rock those, but I feel like you could, G. We got to see you with some of those over there.
Bro,
in
I got a
Tahiti.
stash of black pearls. I got Tahitian family over there.
Dang.
Yeah. They always bring pearls when they come visit us in Hawaii. That's like a normal kind of like omiyage style.
It's you know, an exchange pretty much.
Yeah.
Sick. I want the fish hook again. My last one.
Oh.
I know it's a symbol of prosperity, and guess what? I'm not that prosperous anymore because I lost it. So
Yeah, I'm gonna work on that for you, Sobrino.
Sobrino.
I love you guys. What a good day. Great day yesterday. Fun waves this morning. We're stoked.
I think you actually yet to see some very decent waves with the low tide today. It's going to be so fun.
Here we go with Bella. This is her first wave, setting it up. Oh! And surprises us.
I don't mind that, honestly. At this point, you know what you're going up against with Katie, a former two-time event winner. You might need to add a little bit of spice to your repertoire right here to win.
Yeah, and Pickles just picks that one off and actually executes on a priority error right there, handing over the priority to Nadia Aristabe.
This is a great opportunity and chance for Nadia to actually put herself in a decent quality wave and just keep it simple and solid. That's all she needs to do. Not complicate it so much, because those smaller waves, it's only going to get you so far. Like this wave, she had to go massive because there wasn't scoring potential in that wave. Even if she landed that, it would have still been a 4.5. You know, like being that progressive for the woman's side, like still wasn't going to be that high. So you need something a little bit more substance, and that's what Nadia, with the first priority of both heats, should be looking for right now.
I like the little skate influence right there from Bella. You know, of course, she's a good skater as well, part of that Pig Helmet posse when she was a kid. Comes from a great family of skateboarders and surfers too, the Kenworthys.
Whole family rips too. Loyal, Waylon, Peta, I know I'm missing a few, but they are a legit surfing family from Southern California. Father Jason, of course.
Jason's the man.
Longtime representative of Nike 6.0. He made that film, Leave a Message, and I think he's been a big part of the development of the youth lately in Southern California too, Kaipo. So big momentum within the Kenworthy family at the moment, especially with Bella being on tour for her second year in a row now.
Yeah. Dad Jason, OG Salt Creek Core.
Oh, yeah. Don't drop in on him over there at Creek at the point.
Or at Gravels.
Anywhere.
Anywhere. Or the other side. Yeah, never mind.
Oh, you can't bring that up. Can't bring that up.
I'm not talking about any more Salt Creek. I love you guys. I'm honorary member of Salt Creek. Here comes Sally Fitzgibbons. She's got a big challenge because she's going up against #1 in the rankings, Gabriella Bryan, in the next heat. That's heat number 5 of this second round for the women's. That's one you want to stick around for.
I mean, if there's someone that is not scared of big names, would be Sally. She went her whole life going against the gnarliest in the world, and she itself is.
Gabby tried to put on the tiger face and just try to be serious, but she had to crack a smile. Did you see that? On the
She always does. She's super happy-go-lucky.
I saw her try to put the warrior face on, but just had to crack the smile. That was just brilliant. Hey, what a year Gabby's had so far, too, by the way.
Ultra consistent once again. Riding the step driver again right here in Saquarema. Let's see how it performs out there. Yeah, Mayhem still in the lead with the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings. Obviously, we have a lot of different surfers out there. Borst represented right now with Caitlin Simmers, too. And I just really enjoy the board talk when it comes to all this, too, with these waves, Kipes.
Yeah, there's Katie Simmers. Just a quick stab to the lip there, trying to get rid of a 2.17 in the non-priority heat. Right behind her, Bella Kenworthy kicks out there, wants to hang on to priority up against Katie. 9 minutes left in the priority heat, and Nadia Aristarbe with a huge opportunity for an upset right now. And I will call it an upset if she's able to beat Molly Picklum.
Of course, defending world champion, defending event champion too, so it would be huge for her right here. But to your point, she still needs to be on the best wave right here in these last 9 minutes, use her priority well. Good turn right there from Katie, just one and done. Closeout section. Deep bottom turn though, and once again that Borst looks incredible that she ripped in El Salvador with that board underneath her feet, Kipes.
Yeah, Chris Borst, a master designer when it comes to shaping and surfboards. Actually designed and made his own shaping machine that's very unique that he's able to cut those boards on. Here comes Bella. Loads up, snaps off the top there. Has got more ahead of her. Nice carve on the open face. Going to stick with 2 turns. She's going to improve her score line. A 5.43 will take her to the lead.
That was smart of her. She moved away a little bit from surfers with priority. Found that little nug. Obviously, the wave, if you had a closeout, she would be looking for a massive score, but this first opening turn is beautiful. Great bottom turn, aggressive first maneuver. Second one, nice wrap. The wave just disappears, but looking at the scoring situation right now, even the previous heats, it's been pretty slow. That was very smart move for her. Aggressive.
Yeah.
Really like the bottom turn selection too. According to the steepness of the wave, either goes a bit deeper or a bit shorter too. But that by far her best wave right here, Kaipo. And as Jesse said, the explosiveness and how critical the first turn was is going to give her a decent score.
Yeah, she just mid-range score drops in for Bella Kenworthy, a 5-point ride. She's seeking a much smaller requirement now, a 2.6. In the priority heat, this is an important heat for, you mentioned it, Mitchell, Molly is our defending champ here. It would be this, if she's not able to make this heat, this is the first time this year she won't make finals day. So critical, very critical moments right now for our defending world champ. There is a snapshot of Molly's years so far, number 3 in the rankings.
Extremely consistent, a final over at Bell's already, 3rd place finish at Punta Roca, and of course everything else a quarter. So that's impressive when it comes to the consistency. I also just think it shows that she did a lot of work in the offseason between the World Championship. And I think as of right now, the main thing that you're just looking at, change the situation, Jess. Get the 2.73, take the lead, because at this point you still have the best score out of the 2 surfers. And by a good margin, over a point, that's a big difference. So you're thinking about those guys, every heat's so tight. So this next exchange that they both get, not just going to be to have beat her by over 1 point something in order to be in the lead and stay in the lead.
Yeah.
But on Nadia's advantage right now, if you're going up against a world champ, a person that is that consistent, she's only carrying a 5.67, so it's a very wide open door for her. So it's a great opportunity for her to maximize. I know it's a slow heat, that's why the scoring is so low, but that's what kind of you want going against someone that is that good. Because usually they're in 8s,
Right.
And you can't really oversurf them. But this situation right now is just about being smart and getting the best next wave that comes towards.
Got to be a little bit just more strategical right here at this point of the heat too. Use that to your advantage,
Yeah,
especially
take
with priority.
advantage.
Yeah,
Exactly. Take advantage. Easy
to say, and then to execute it. You know, and getting those twos, Kaipo, there's times where you're just looking for a wave. It's like, oh, I could do it with one turn, and all of a sudden ends up being a 1. It always comes under, and you start getting frustrated, and you keep looking for the same wave over and over.
Luana Silva needed a 2.7 in a point break in
At Punta Roca?
New Zealand, sorry.
Oh, in Raglan,
and she got a little wave and fell. It happens.
It happens. Here's our GWM recap. Nadia Aristabe right now in the lead.
Yeah, a couple of 4s in her score line. Not surfing bad, and then Molly still has the best score of the heat so far, 5.67, but it's been, you know, the surfer representing Spain right here, been on the 2 more consistent waves of the heat so far. Kaipo, deep bottom turns, using those rails to her advantage and the DHD under her feet. Looks great, putting in a lot of work in the offseason to prepare for the championship tour.
Uh-oh, here comes Molly coming straight out of that recap. Remember, she just needs a 2.73 to turn the heat. She's on her way. One more turn on the backhand and a rail catch.
That's what we say. Sometimes it happens, man. Gets the best of you, the nerves.
She got ahead of herself.
Yeah, she did.
She was already looking at that last section instead of just completing the second one.
Look at it one more time and give us the judge's perspective.
Well, right here, you're just thinking, okay, you finish this wave off, you're getting a 3. And see how she's already looking down the line instead of finishing that last turn heading into the whitewater. Comes under, Kaipo.
Gets a 2-point ride.
Yeah, I'm telling you, these ones are the hardest ones to get.
Now, Nadia can be on the hunt, Jesse, because she's just got to protect her lead for under 4 minutes.
But she's still on the safe side. 3 minutes and 40 seconds, there's no way on how many waves are coming, how much opportunity there is for you to block someone for a 2.73. So Nadia right now needs to stick to her guns and better the 4-point ride. Try and put her need in a 4 something, and then that's a different story. It's a little bit of a better wave that needs, it's not any wave that's gonna do the job. So still, if I would pick a place to be, I would rather be in Molly's side right now. No priority, needing a 2.7.
All right. Well, let's see how this plays out, if Nadia is going to play offense or defense in this final 3 minutes. Nadia is tracking Molly. Molly trying to get away as we're tracking them from high above. Mitchell, what do you like this play right now?
Well, I think the smart thing for Molly is just go on the first double up that you can, try to sell Nadia on it, use her priority as well. She's pulling her up the point, which is where the best waves have been so far this morning. The issue is, though, that Nadia's going to be on the outside and play some defense. Doesn't bait her enough, but that wave shouldered off, so good selection right there by Nadia.
Yes. This is actually fun to watch from above, this little cat and mouse game that's going on in our priority heat between Nadia and Molly. Bella up, out.
That's what Molly needs, a closeout, anything right now. Anything just to turn the heat over and then, you know, throw the ball to Nadia, and then Nadia's going to be needing a 4 something or even a 5, depending on what she gets.
Nadia wants that Apple Watch to tick off a lot faster, but it's not happening. Down to the Banco do Brazil 2-minute warning right now, and Nadia is now in a position, I feel, where she can just play defense.
Of course.
It's getting scary for Molly now. It really is.
I dare say there are a couple rights every now and then heading towards the alley. They're not great, but if you got to grind out a 2.73 and beat you like we've talked about back in the 80s, you got to do that right now if you're Molly.
She needs nothing, pretty much. She needs to just take off on a wave and finish it off. That's all she needs to do. The problem is she didn't do that on the last opportunity she had, and that builds up a little bit of anxiety. And with 90 seconds left, now it's like 3 times the anxiety that she had before.
Nadia's almost going to sit on Molly's board right now. They're so close together.
I guess now Nadia has to play defense and go on the next 2.73 that comes towards, and hopefully nothing else comes.
Wow.
Scary moments.
Scary
on
moments.
both sides.
Is this going to be our first big upset of the day?
Well, and Nadia is leading the Rookie of the Year race at the moment, too. Has that semi over there on the Goldie. So top of the rankings at the moment for the Europeans. For 55 seconds, though, guys. Couple waves.
Wow. Okay, the breakaway right here.
She's going to go right. She has to.
Nadia with priority. Let's see if she uses the block. She's going to do it. We leave 40 seconds on the clock for Molly Picklum. Nadia Arostabe looks behind her shoulder to see if there's a second wave in the set. Now she's focusing down the line. Slashes a finish. Don't know if that's going to improve her scoreline. So now, with 20 seconds, one last chance for Molly Picklum.
But you played her move there.
Oh, there you go.
Just needs a 3. She's going to have a chance.
Oh my gosh, you got to go. You have to go.
Wow.
Oh, he was way underneath. That thing swinged way down.
Well,
wow, she might dodge 5 bullets right there, not even just 1.
That's going to be it.
That rarely happens, guys. Like, take this as things are shifting your way and go all the way to the final, because that was a big bullet dodged.
Nadia Arostabe is hearing the news right now, and she's on to the quarterfinals, eliminated from competition in an upset. Our defending world champ, Molly Picklum.
Yeah, unfortunate right there for Molly. Waited about 20 minutes to get a wave, and the one chance that she did have fell at the end. Got a 2, Jess.
And just 1 point. Nadia's wave was a 2.77.
Easily.
She got a 2.77. Molly needed a 2.73, so she did very well to block.
Yeah.
Most likely, Molly would have surfed better on her forehand, a little bit more speed on the transition. So,
yeah,
well done for her.
Well done for Nadia Arostabe. We'll be back with more action from the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Cero. Drama continues.
Download TrueServe today. The game rules, well, big, huge finish for Nadia Arostabe. She is in the Natura Kayak Shower of Glory, taking out Molly Picklum. So got to be considered the biggest result of her season thus far. That is a huge performance for Nadia Arostabe.
She was ripping. She was busting buckets. I mean, she was pushing hard. The judges taking note.
She had to.
Yeah, well, but I feel like she's just coming into her own.
Yellow jersey alert. Gabriella Bryan is in the water, going up against Sally Fitzgibbons. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Strata Wasilewski, and I'm hyped because, check it out, Bella Kenworthy is back in action. She was in one of the first heats of the day, and it looks like she's carrying that momentum into her second heat. She's going up against Caitlin Simmers. We'll see if the rookie roll continues. Similar storyline happening in the men's side of the draw. Some of the biggest names of sport out of this contest. Watch out, Bella's back at it.
Yeah, finding a really clean wave too. I mean, that second turn, there's some spray coming off the rail, a little power push there, I call it. You know, the wave laid down on the inside, but I feel like we're waiting for a lot more out of her. I feel like she's got a lot more. You know, she's definitely shown that turn right there. I feel like was a beautiful power push right there. I like to see all the spray.
Ooh, right behind Bella. This is Sally Fitz picking up where she left off yesterday. She put on a stunning performance to get this advancement. She's going to be going up against Gabby Bryan, who's sitting out the back with priority. We got 15:34 left. Bella v. Katie. 35:30 left for Gabby v. Sally. Sally Fitz, of course, 3-time Rio Pro winner. She's done it at every venue. That's why they call her Saquarema Sally, Strider.
Yeah. Whoa, again.
Well, I'm really starting to appreciate Bella's style. I cursed her a little bit right there, but she has plenty of time left, 15 minutes. But I just really like what she's doing with her arms. You see she's following through straight up and into her turns, kicking that back leg, adding that extra flair, a little bit extra spray. And you know what? Spray does equal big numbers in many cases, because the more spray you're throwing, the better your technique, the more power you're showing. Speed, power, flow equals spray. It's math.
It's all about where you put the board, right? The board and the lip line and how it all connects together. She's going for, you know, power, and she's trying to bust the tail out. But this textbook backhand surfing right here from Sally, really nice opener for her. Just 3 smasholas and a really good feeling out of that wave for her. You can tell she's getting a rhythm going and kind of feeling out the timing and seeing where the backwash is hitting in the lip, and everything about it looked kind of like a veteran to me.
Yeah, well, she said this is pretty much feeling like her second home. There's Gabriella Bryan out there in the yellow jersey, ready to strike. First score comes through for Sally. It's 5-3-3. Gabby's had some good results here, 2 third-place finishes, 2022 and 2024. Obviously known as one of the most powerful surfers on the Women's Championship Tour, but also super consistent, technical prowess. It's all there, the complete package. Well, we've got 13:30, Bella v. Katie. 33, Sally v. Gabby. We're going to watch the sweet stylings of Caitlin Simmers. Beautiful combination of turns. Negotiates, kind of like ollieing a 3-stair after that backwash. I would say among the most stylish surfers to ever do it, period. Katie Simmers now going to wait for the score to be dropped by the judges. While we wait, let's go down to the glass. Raquel is standing by with Nadia Aristarbe.
Nadia, muy nerviosa. How was it for you to handle your nerves in this heat? Because you did it, and now you're going to your second quarterfinal in your season. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And I mean, it was a really hard heat. The waves are really good, but I was a little bit lost. I think I got good waves, but I didn't surf them really good. I didn't have a good reading of the waves. And Molly started with a really good wave, so I thought she was going to have another good one, and I was going to need something bigger, but time went by, and there was 1 minute remaining, and I was like, oh, I have prio, there might be some waves coming. I got that wave. It was a bad one, but I'm glad nothing came behind, because I know Molly's more than capable of doing 2.7. Like, she's one of the best surfers in the world, and I don't know, not the way I wanted to win, but I'm glad I made it through and try to see all the mistakes I did in this heat and try to make it better into the quarterfinals.
That's it. And do you want to say something in Spanish for your fans, family, friends?
Bueno, es que ricasco a todos los que me estáis viendo. Ha sido una manga difícil, no he surfeado todo lo bien que me hubiese gustado, pero bueno, a por la siguiente, ya estamos en cuartos y a darlo todo. Es que ricasco a todos.
Congratulations, thank you very much, good luck. Back to you guys.
Nadia has entered the chat, looking super confident, obviously very happy. Anytime you can take out a surfer at the magnitude, Molly Picklum, you've done something special. During the interview, we did see a big backhand gaff. Gabriella Bryan, I would say Gabby's backhand underrated. When you see her do deep bottom turn and kick the tail out like that, you're gonna know that she means business.
You've been warned. This way from Caitlin Simmers, though, beautiful arc into a vicious backhand slash off the top. So I think she likes it. She rode in after that one, and then Gabby on her backhand puts it right up into the corner.
That was sick.
Gets to throw some buckets, gets the fins a little loose. You saw a little tail slide happening there. So really strong surfing from Gabby. Gabby's probably feeling a little pressure in this heat, knowing that Carissa, you know, pushed through her heat as well.
Ella now belting the lip on her backhand. She gets the fins free. It looks like everybody's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. This morning there was a little bit of you know, that sketchy energy, but it just looks like everyone's settling in. Sally now whipping into a series of turns. She rides out of a messy situation, nice and clean. Judges have something to chew on. 3 waves ridden. Score comes through for Gabriella Bryan. That's a 4.93. Katie comes out swinging. 7.17. Beautiful series of backside turns. She's on again.
Wow, the judges really enjoyed that.
I did too.
It was a beautiful down carve, and just like rail was super clean and super powerful, and then followed it straight into the lip, you know, which was really strong. And this one from Bella, she pushes the fins out the back on this inside section. Really strong. I mean,
oh, I like
commitment,
that.
you know what I mean? That's a 2-turn banger right there. I like that.
Hanging on with her toes, kicking that back leg out.
Sally with a little bit more of a conservative approach, but gets, you know, she kind of fits in 3 where she could have had 2.
Kind of fighting against the wave a little bit.
Yeah.
It's going to take away from the flow, but there was action. So some power down the line. Race back to the outside. So we are in overlapping heats throughout the day. If you're new here to surf competition, we welcome you. Basically what's happening is there's 2 separate heats in the lineup. Our heat with Katie and Bella is the priority heat. So that means those 2 surfers who each will switch off in priority, but they basically have the top pick. Many waves that run through. Sally Fitz, Gabriella Bryan. I mean, effectively they're basically looking for the leftovers that Katie and Bella don't want, but such a huge playing field that this is a perfect venue to do overlapping heats because there's so many waves coming through in a vast takeoff area. Multiple peaks up and down the beach. So these surfers have ample, boundless opportunity to shine and plenty of time as well. So at 40-minute heats, that's a long time to get involved. See Sally, quick snap there, a tumultuous wave.
Finding that ripple off the right there, huh?
What is a ripple?
Well, when you got the water and the riptide, and all the water that comes in has to go somewhere, right? So then it pushes out through by the rocks there, and that creates a flow of water, which creates a flow of sand. And so the sand has to build up off to the right there. It pulls out the back, and all the water pulling out against the oncoming waves creates this undulated face, but also a riptide. And that riptide creates waves, and that wave creates opportunity. And that's what Sally was looking for on this wave.
So contrary to what you would do as a swimmer, these surfers actually look for those rip currents going out because sometimes on the edge of the rip currents, that's where a nice open-faced wave can be found. But if you do find yourself in a rip current, what you need to do is paddle sideways or swim sideways. Don't swim towards the beach. Those rip currents can be really strong.
If you're stuck in a riptide?
Yeah, and don't be afraid to wave your arms, you know? Look, there's no shame in being rescued by a lifeguard. It's happened to me. I know, right? Shocking, because I'm a bit of an athlete. But trust us, the ocean is powerful, especially here in Saquarema. 7 minutes left for Bella and Katie. And they're very evenly matched at the moment. Bella Kenworthy's last wave comes through. The judges loving that last kick. 6.50, Tatiana Westenweb back to the lineup. I love that we're seeing rapid fire women's action all morning long. Again, these overlapping heats are just giving us such a great show.
Not to mention the amount of opportunity that's out there. There's so many waves coming in. Really fun to see a playing field that's offering up the battles.
I'm blown away right now by this Bella-Katie heat. So Bella now in the lead. Katie Simmers needs a 4.33. Nice little wave to work with here. Quick snap to start. One of the best styles in surfing. Ooh. Right in front of your eyes. Caitlin Simmers, that wave let her down a little bit. I like the opening turn. Didn't really sell it as a 4.33, but you tell me, Strider.
Well, the wave had a lot of lump in it, and it was kind of a mid-sized, smaller wave, and there was only an opportunity there to attack the lip really once. So I think it's going to come in under.
Could be close.
It could be close, but, you know, I think she's going to want more. But she's got time. She'll get back out there. Bella, obviously, you know, that last wave where she showed the push on the rail and the risk, and she was rewarded. So that's something that, you know, Katie definitely, I mean, she's sitting on a 7.17, so she knows how to get the big score. It's on a little bit bigger of a wave and just stays within that flow line and attacks that closeout section.
5:20 left. Kenworthy out the back with priority. Looks like we got a turn and burn here. It's going to be Gabriella. Deep bottom turn, straight up into the lip. Nice two-turn combo for Bryant. It's a little third, extra spice through to the inside. So 4-turn wave. We haven't seen many of those this morning. They're all pretty nice, kind of a mid-tempo style of wave. So it'll probably be kind of a mid-range score. She started off the 4.93. Indicators coming through for Katie Simmers. It's right there on the edge. She's looking for a 4.33. It's about to drop.
Here goes the replay. Nice kick in the beginning of that wave. Then the rest of it was a little slow, a little sleepy, pretty mid, like you're saying. So, you know, I do like that she's riding waves, but yeah, I think we need more. I think that wave kind of let her down a bit because this first turn, you know, she got the kick. You saw her push the fins out there, a lot of spray, but the rest of it let her down. So we need more out of Gabby Bryant.
As expected, the score came through for Katie. It's a 4.20, so just under the required need. One judge said yes, or 2 judges said yes, but 3 said no. So we go with the averages, throw out the high, we throw out the low, boom, 4.20. She's looking for a 4.33.
Time on the clock, though, you know, we've been watching, and she's going to have time to get back out there, you know, with this. But, I mean, look what happened to Molly in that last heat. Time did run out on her.
Signifying now that she wants to know the time and know the needs. The technical beach announcers telling her, you need a 4.33. You are in second priority. There is 3 minutes, 29 seconds left.
So Bella here, she's just going to stick to her, become her best friend, and see what happens as this time winds down. So if an opportunity does come and it looks like the 4.33 is available, Bella's going to try and take that wave from her. Will there be another wave behind it is the question.
I mean, it's smart for her to shadow Katie. She came from way down the beach as well. And these two are great friends. They've been competing against each other for ages. I think I saw a photo of them on WSL socials when they were about 8 years old.
I know,
oversized contest jerseys,
that was such a great photo. That just goes to show you, though, how, you know, these young stars, they grow up together, they compete together, they've been at it forever.
Well, this could be sweet revenge for Bella. Recent history, Katie had Bella in El Salvador, and it's almost like in her post-heat interview, she felt bad.
That was the warm-ups right here for the next heat coming up. I mean, this is all the little muscles firing right there.
Isabella Nichols, she had the buzzer beater yesterday. Here we go, Bella Kenworthy. Beautiful backhand snap. Another well-placed turn, kicking the tail out. Wow, gets the finish. This is a new Bella Kenworthy we're watching right now.
I want a fist bump out of that.
Just in time for the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Bella Kenworthy may have just replaced that 5-point ride. Her high mark now is 6.5. Katie needs a 4.33, but that wave could change everything.
I think she's getting another 6.5 out of this. I mean, she took this wave for a reason because it was a score, and she knew it, and she knew that Katie would have got one, and those were vicious.
Is that the revenge wave she was looking for?
No, that was a 3-banger hanger. Watch this bottom turn to shred combo. Look at on her toes, she pushed so hard on that first turn.
And we're back to Sally. Her backhand has been looking sharp as well. She gets the 3-turner. And the whitewater eats her. So we'll get credit for those 2 turns. Watch out. Katie now, straight up and into it. From under the lip, she's got to keep going, keep that forward momentum. Can she ride out? She does.
A lot of drama in that.
That was a flair for the dramatic for Caitlin Simmers.
Flare Bear coming to the corner, but
Check
wasn't
this
enough.
out. Well, now Bella puts herself in an even better situation. Her last wave, the highest yet, a 7.10.
Wow.
That means Katie needs a 6.43.
She got a 7.17 for a down carve and then a cracola in the vertical section. So was that last wave close to that?
Are we watching a soap opera, a novella?
We are watching a cat fight right now is what we're watching. This is a full-blown just scrap.
15 seconds.
This is fun to watch. We're going to wait for these scores. The high drama at the end of this thing.
Bro, I need a seatbelt.
Bella with a 7-1 after a 3-banger.
Time's going to be up.
She destroyed that wave.
The round 2 heat 4 time is up, so we wait for scores. Was this a 6.43?
Chucked it under, but then went to the lip. I mean, she was... It's right there. Here we go. Look at it. You could see the pivot in the lip line.
That was radical.
There was drama. There was a lot in it. This is going to be... This is where you don't want to be a judge. This is the hard part.
It's nice to be a fan, but to be a judge... Ooh. All right, so we have a new heat in the lineup. Caroline Marks, quick ride there, getting things going. She's going to be going up against Tatiana Weston Webb. So again, time is up for Bella v. Katie for round 2, heat 4. So it's all about this next score coming through. She needs a 6.43. Indications are good so far. I feel bad for the edge of my seat. This thing's getting worn out already this morning. 9:26 a.m. here in Brazil. Inside Pro Surfing team right in on the action. One of the best characters in surfing, Katie Simmers rules. And rule she does.
Highest.
7.93, the highest single wave score of the morning so far. Leave it to Katie Simmers to provide the drama. So she gets another over her good friend, Bella Kenworthy. And they had to reward it. That was just beautiful, radical surfing. Everything the judges are looking for. 2 massive turns. The second up and under the lip. That is such a hard turn to do. But give huge props to Bella Kenworthy, making that a match. 7.10 and a 6.50. Incredible surfing for Bella. She will be back. Katie Simmers moves on through. We're going to take a quick, needed break. Get some water, hydrate, because there will be more radical action right after these brief messages. Stay tuned.
The 2026 VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Bebe Seguros, official partner of WSL Brazil. By Aqua Coco, coconut water of the champions. By Mana Poke, the surfer's poke. And by Dr. Peanut, official sponsor of WSL Brazil.
Welcome back to the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. Chris Cote here with Strider Wasilewski, proud to bring you more radical action. We are in Rimmons round 2, We've got Heat 5 and Heat 6 in the water. Caroline Marks will be going up against Tatiana Weston-Webb, who blasted a couple of waves on her return to competitive surfing after maternity leave. It's going to be a goofy v goofy matchup. These two have gone head-to-head so many times in the past. You know they remember every single heat they've surfed against each other. So yeah, of course, Caroline's going to welcome Tati back, but it's not going to be with open arms. It's going to be with
there's no such thing as open
big
arms.
Scores. All right, our second look at Gabriella Bryan. Big score here.
Yeah. Well, second wave, strong. I mean, the first turn was where all the money was, and then comes to the inside to finish. So Gabby looking really good. All her work getting done out the back, it looks like. And then there's Cara Lupo, just front side flow is what you see out of her every time out here in Sacktown, which she had a couple of great little sweeps to begin. So good opener for her.
This happened during the break. This is a...
Oh, that
man.
was ridiculous.
Wow.
What?
Okay, yeah.
That was sick.
There's a reason why we see that flash of
first,
yellow.
look at this turn right here. I mean, she's tails out, free sliding the lip, and then to get to the lip line.
Oh.
I'm sorry,
Wow.
but if that last wave of Caitlin Simmers was almost an 8, that has to be excellent, right?
It is an 8.83, Strider.
That was rock solid surfing right there.
I'm blown away. That second snap float combo should not have been ridden out of. That's nearly an impossible turn to do. The fact that she kept her board under her feet and rode out so clean and so smooth, that's why Gabriella Bryan is an absolute title threat. And look at that score line. A couple of 9s in there, some 8.5s. Gabby going huge.
That whole wave was high risk, right? The first turn, she pushed so hard that the tail slid, the fins were out, she re-engaged, and then without a doubt in her mind, put it right back up into a critical section and rode out of it. So this is going to be really hard for Sally to fight back into, and this right here is just incredible backhand display underneath it, and somehow pushes through that with the lip trying to take away her board. That is a fist pump worthy wave right there, and I hate to say it, but I don't know if Sally can match that.
That just didn't make sense, but somehow did. That was just incredible. Still shook, but watch out. Caroline Marks has an answer. She's not going up against Gabriella Bryan, but you know she has to feel the energy and the hype. When you're out there in an overlapping heat and you hear a score like that drop an 8.83, it's got to fire you up. That tells you that that number's out there, that the waves are out there.
The possibility is looming. Wow, that was so fun to watch, and we know she's got it on the forehand. She's probably got the best forehand hack on tour. But back to Caroline. Marksy, just two-turn combination station right there, just knowing the formula. And this is Tatiana's effect. A little tough on that one, so she'll get out of there.
Tatiana starts with a 3.33. Caroline's opener is a 5. So we're waiting for a couple more scores to come through for round 2, heat 6. Caroline v. Tatiana. Meanwhile, Gabriella running away with it. 8.83 and a 6.40. It's got to be one of the highest heat totals of the event so far. 15.23. I mean, Sally's hanging in there. She does need a 9.46. That would have to be the best wave of the entire contest so far.
She's going to have to do it with 2 waves, because I don't think she's going to get a score that big in the conditions today. So I think she's just got to, what she's got to do is stack up a couple of waves.
Back to the workbench. Gabriella, I mean, you can just feel things starting to escalate. Comes around a big section, straight up into it. Another beautiful power hook, straight into a finisher. Come on.
It's over. I'm going to put this one in the refrigerator. I'm sorry,
With
Sally.
11 minutes to go?
Yeah, this one's in the refrigerator. It's in the 110 Yeti cooler, iced out. That was world champion surfing right there. And I mean, this kind of, it's just hard to match. The power and, you know, the technical ability. I mean, she pushes so strong, and she's just throwing buckets, and she's finishing on her feet that turn right there, she was like upside down, crushing the lip line and flowing all the way through it. She didn't even hiccup on this wave. Not one part of this wave did she look like she was out of control, but she was technically pushing the limits.
I mean, great style, perfect placement on every turn, super powerful. Look at that deep bottom turn, top turn combo, tons of spray, extra kick.
Yeah, I mean, everything about it just says good night. And then right here, look, pushing hard again, getting the fins out the back, showing her opponent the fangs. And then that right there, like, I mean, she's pushed over the lip line. Her head is down below her board. And look at the joy on her face says it all right there at the end. She knows she just dropped another hammer of a score.
Come on, Eileen. That was incredible surfing from Gabriella Bryan. So now we're waiting to see if she just dropped another bomb. So the 883 gives her the highest heat total of the event so far, 15.23. She might have just improved on that. It's got to be better than a 6.40.
Yeah, she definitely improved it in my book. You know, it's not, I'm not a judge, but watching that kind of surfing is something that just gives you, it gets you up in your seat, and just the progression of women surfing right now is growing in every event, and I just love the way Gabby attacked that wave.
And the score comes through. It's an 8.50, even better. So now we're looking at Gabriella Bryan's best, highest heat total of the year. So a season high for Gabby, 8.83, 8.50. I mean, that is a near perfect heat. We're looking at a 17.33 heat total. She has just completely taken control of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Cero. On the strength of power surfing, near perfection for Gabby Bryan. 9:20 to go in Gabby v. Sally, Caroline v. Tatiana. Full 30 minutes left. While we wait for the next set to roll through, let's go down to the glass. Matt News standing by with Katie Simmers.
Hello guys, good morning. I'm here with Caitlin, and you found that last wave that gave you the win in the close heat. You found out after you got out of the water. How are you feeling? Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm feeling very good. I'm feeling also kind of sad because I'm staying with Bella, and she's one of my good friends. And last event we had a heat together, and then we had another heat together. So it's just kind of, I think it's the ultimate test of a friendship, and hopefully she still likes me after that. I don't know. It's I think we'll be chill. I'll give her a good hug, and I think she like we both kind of have this understanding that it's just kind of a heat, and it doesn't really affect our personal relationship, you know, but it's such like a complicated kind of thing when you're like, because it's so much pressure, kind of, because it's not like you're beating your friend in cards. It's like, this is kind of like our profession and how we make money, and so it's kind of gets like, you know, there's a lot of passion in this kind of sport, and we both have so much love for surfing. So I think, yeah, I'm feeling for Bella, but I think she's so talented, and she did everything right in that heat, and I kind of just got lucky at the end to get that score, and that was just kind of like the classic Saquarema, like do a big backside turn and just like get low and hope you ride out, and like I rode out, and I was really happy and got like that familiar feeling of just like, wow, like I'm proud of myself for like riding out of that turn, and I had a good heat. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say thank you everyone in Brazil and everyone supporting me. I'm hyped.
Brazil loves you. You really must be tough, but I'm sure she's also happy for you. You have to manage your emotions. But talking about Saquarema, it seems to be a magical place for you. Magical waves, they're always pumping, and you find the right waves. How do you feel here?
I grew up surfing bouncy beach break in Oceanside, and some of the funnest waves in the world to me are short, punchy beach breaks. And so coming to Brazil, it's like a short, punchy beach break with like a different little twist to it, and it's fun to figure out. And obviously the energy in Brazil is always so colorful and so passionate, and I think for me it's just like, it makes you like excited to do anything. It makes you just like feel like this excitement to be here, and so I love Saquarema, yeah.
That explains a lot. Good luck. Saquarema loves you too. So back to you guys.
the pride of Oceanside, Caitlin Simmers. I mean, how can you not love her in and out of the water? She's such a special personality and a special surfer, and she's on fire. But the surfer to beat right now is the one you're watching. That's Gabrielle O'Brien.
Oh, broke the board.
I think that was just kind of a...
I think she broke her board.
No.
Yeah.
Yep. Straight up snapped, and ooh. That's a little bittersweet because that board was looking absolutely magical. She surfed her way to the highest heat total of the event so far, her highest heat total of the year, one of the highest heat totals of the entire women's season. We'll see if this backup can match the magic. You know, obviously it feels like she may have this heat wrapped up with 5 minutes, 20 seconds left. Anything's possible, of course. Sally Fitz is in a deep combo. I mean, about as deep as it gets. We're talking ocean floor. 17.33 would be needed. She'd basically need to get 2 9s, which would be a miracle.
I feel like Gabby, just take the time, come in, relax, take a chair.
Come all the way in.
I think she should go sit at the glass and wait for the interview.
Go to the pool.
Yeah. No, go to the glass, the interview glass. Here's the replay. Here we go. She winds up. She gets a nice opening turn right here. Big hack. Rah, and then comes to this corner, goes straight up, and the board breaks between her legs, literally between her legs. That board was so clean and so good under her feet. I agree with you. I hope she really does get the chance, because when she went up to hit the lip right there was so much power in her stance and the wave that hit exactly where the board broke.
And that's so rare for a board to break up in the lip like that. It usually happens when the wave breaks on it, or you come down on a floater and land flat. But
that was just power v power.
Yeah,
right.
That board didn't stand a chance.
Her power against the wave power, the board just got, in the way of the two, basically. So, but I really do. I think she should just go and sit by the glass.
In football, they have games sometimes that are so lopsided that they pan to the sidelines and the team's laughing. It's called a laugher. That's kind of what's happening right now. Gabrielle O'Brien, she is so far into the lead. I mean, she has the right to just chill, but she's a consummate professional.
Ooh, she's got a little something, a little scrape on the inside of the leg. When the board broke, it scraped her.
Yeah, she's still laughing about it, though. She's tough. And this is how it happened. So one of the greatest heats we've seen surf this entire season. Gabrielle O'Brien in that yellow jersey, reveling in the glory of being world #1.
Solid work. I mean, absolutely crushing each and every moment that she could on this wave. A lot of power, a lot of technical ability above the lip right there, where she heads down below the board. That's actual just insane talent right there to bring it back down. So there's the board.
I mean, that could be a great souvenir, but at the same time, you might want to get that thing scanned because it looks perfect in the first 35 minutes of this heat.
Matt Biolis has definitely got that file.
He's got a couple of those on ready. He's probably already in the room shaping a new one for Gabriella, because we're watching a tidal push right now. I mean, it's not too early to speculate that Gabrielle O'Brien is going to be in the driver's seat for the rest of the season. Surfing like this, we're talking 17.33. Look how high above she is over everyone.
It's interesting. Matt Biolis was saying that it's going to be hard to stop Carissa Moore because of the role that I feel like she's getting, or he felt like she's getting on. But Gabby Bryant is there to stop her. And so these two, to me are the two title threats for the year.
Well, and Gabby's been in that, Final Five series a few times now, so she's dealt with the pressure. She's done that, Super Bowl of surfing type of thing.
She had a meltdown in Fiji. That was an unfortunate error for her, letting Erin Brooks have a wave, taking it away from her, and then just squandering.
Happens. And she's not going to let it happen again. Banco do Brasil, 2-minute warning for Gabby v. Sally. Minute 45 left. Marks v. Webb. 14-point total already for Caroline Marks. So kind of low-key dominating right now. Caroline with a 7.5 and a 6.5. I mean, all the attention right now is on that yellow jersey with that huge combo of scores. But watch out, Caroline Marks now has come out swinging, 3 waves ridden. She's already throwing away 5s, which is saying something. But Tatiana, we know her as a fiery competitor. She's fighting right back. Her last score comes through at a 7. We've got a heat on our hands, folks. A battle of two of the greatest goofy footers to ever do it with 21 minutes left. And it looks like we've got a paddle. Someone's got to give, and it's going to be Caroline now, driving down the line. First turn looked good. Second turn, a little extra spark. Comes into that end section, a little too much pepper. She goes down.
Yeah, this is a great heat. I mean, Tatiana, she ripped into a 7-point ride, and behind her, Caroline Marks had the 2-turn banger where she finished super strong. So it was a little bit bigger of a wave, and you know, she came away with a 7-5. So this is a great slug match between the two of them. I think Tatiana's going to get rid of that 3.33, and it's going to be really a great heat to finish up.
20 seconds left. Brian, dominant. Sally Fitz, she will never quit. She comes around this section, straight up into the lip. I mean, beautiful, powerful surfing from Sally Fitz. But even sometimes, you know, even Saquarema Sally going up against a brick wall, a buzzsaw, Gabrielle O'Brien. And she accepts what just happened. You know, she knows that Gabriella just clicked it into a different gear. We just witnessed something really special on the Women's Championship Tour. Gabrielle O'Brien putting herself right there in the conversation as a 2026 title threat.
Well, she's running the yellow jersey. She's been out front. She's feeling strong. She's, you know, kept it on her back, and she is not wanting to take it off.
She's running away with it.
So she's, you know, but Carissa Moore, she's right there.
What a show. Thank you, Gabriella. That was so fun to watch. We didn't really get a chance to see her second board, but we know how good these shapers are. We know that Mayhem.
I'm glad she didn't actually catch a wave, because I want to make sure she keeps the board in one piece, right?
I mean, it looks exactly the same as the other one, right? Like,
yeah, everything there.
Look at this heat total, 17-3-3, one of the best of the season for Gabrielle O'Brien, a convincing victory there. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back. Luana Silva and Isabella Nichols enter the chat. Stay tuned. It's the VIVO Rio Pro.
Meu lugar favorito. É um refúgio 2 horas do Rio. A minha relação com Saquarema foi fruto de uma amizade. Os meus melhores amigos eram daqui de Saquarema. A gente se conheceu competindo quando a gente tinha 7, 8 anos de idade. Hoje em dia se tornou o meu lar. Eu tenho casa em Saquarema. É o meu lugar favorito no planeta e é uma onda muito importante para mim. Meu objetivo de vida é entrar para o WCT, então estar aqui faz parte dessa construção desse sonho. Sempre que eu posso, eu estou aqui, sempre querendo construir memórias boas nesse lugar.
A huge showing for Gabrielle O'Brien. One of the best heats surfed of the entire 2026 season. Wearing that yellow jersey proudly and showing us why. 17.33 heat total. Growing fan base. Gabby is on a roll. We got more action coming. Round 2, Heat 7, featuring the most improved surfer on the championship tour, Luana Silva. She'll be going up against Isabella Nichols, who had an incredible buzzer beater yesterday. Pretty fun. We got Luana in the booth in heat yesterday afternoon. Super knowledgeable surfer, of course. You know, this being basically her home nation. So, you know, she has a ton of fan base on the beach. She is a super speedy surfer. She's going up against a vet, Isabella, who just seems to be able to manifest waves when she needs them. So 35 minutes for round 2, heat 7. 15 minutes for Marks v. Weston Webb. Chris Cote here with Strider Wasilewski. And we're just kind of gathering ourselves and taking a breath after what we just witnessed. That was a special heat, Gabrielle O'Brien.
Yeah, it was a nice note into the book of the entire year, and this little chapter was really fun to watch.
Well, we're gonna reset ourselves and get back to the action here. Quick look at Isabella Nichols with a 2-turn combo.
Nice little setup snap to, you know, finish off in the corner there. She's definitely shown us that she's a never give up athlete after last night's antics coming into the sunset.
Well, she had the privilege to surf with some local penguins, which everybody's talking about. And unfortunately, I
hope they show back up today.
I want to see them up close. But they are now, I think, Isabella's spirit animal.
Yeah, for sure.
They helped. She said she was following the penguins, which I've
She
never
took
heard
it
in
as
surfing.
as a good omen, which is, you know, it's really cool.
Can you imagine if one of them just popped their head up right now? Come on, penguins. 14 minutes left. Marks v. Weston Webb. Still a heat. Tatiana needs a 7-0-1. Not out of the realm of possibilities, as we've already seen multiple 8s, high 7s all morning long. The waves are out there. Positioning is key. Tatiana has tons of experience here, a lot of past success. It looks like a peak could be looming out the back, and Tatiana does have priority. She's got her pick of waves. Love a good goofy v. goofy battle. Both these surfers super powerful. Yet to see them unleash on their backhands. If they do, we know how good both of these surfers are going right. That was some nerves of steel right there. Oh, that wave didn't look that great. Here we go, Luana. The wave comes crashing around her. She has to pull out. I love this style matchup between Isabella and Luana. They're both super smooth. You know, their arms are just really like kind of that traditional classic looking surfing.
I feel like, yeah, Isabella Nichols has a little bit more of an upright stance. She's a little longer. And, you know, I feel like Luana gets a little deeper on her turns, a little bit more, you know, spring-loaded. So, but both of them have a lot of power to unleash into the lip line. And Luana just seems to have, like, you know, constantly learning and getting better, which is something that you stated, you know, in the beginning of the heat there, that she's really one of the most improved on tour.
No doubt. Well, 12:45 for Marks, Tatiana Weston Webb. And we were also focused on what was happening in that yellow jersey that we got to get caught back up. After this wave for Luana Silva, blasting the lip all the way down the line. Things go wrong at the end, but we'll get some credit for the surfing she did. So the heat in the priority spot right now is round 2, heat 6 with 12:20 left. And there are some big scores on the board for Caroline and Tatiana. And here's a recap of what we missed while we were watching Gabriella just dominate the spot. But great surfing from Caroline.
Yeah, she's looking strong and feeling a flow in this heat. This wave right here from Tati was, you know, her strong score. She did open up with a beautiful turn. She got a solid 7-point ride right here, and she finishes off on the inside really well. So fist pump, but then behind that wave, there was this wave. And Caroline flies down the line and really identifies a vertical section, and then just closes the door right here, which is just strong surfing. Gets the tail free a little bit, and, you know, comes away with a 7.5. So, you know, puts herself just a step ahead of Tatiana Weston Webb.
Spicy salsa on that last wave for Caroline Marks. A 7.50 paired with a 6.5. She's got a very respectable 14-point heat total. Tatiana still in it. She's got a 7, so now she's hunting a backup or something that will exceed that 7-point ride. She's looking for a 7.01. Isabella Nichols' first score of notes, a 4.33. And here's a look back at Luana Silva, how she opened this heat.
Yeah, did a little jam off the top and comes around, gets one more. And if she could have finished, she would have come around with a pretty solid, like, you know, mid-range score right there. But unfortunately, not bringing it home. So can't get up into the 6.5 range, which is where that probably would have landed if she would have finished off. So she's a little dirty on herself with that. She probably would have, you know, been giving herself a little kick, like, come on, Luana, you got better than that.
How much is the finish worth?
I think a lot. I feel like the closeout turn in these heats have proven to be where the money's made. And everybody that comes riding out of those final sections of consequence, they're putting scores on the board.
Strider, ABC, always be closing. No coffee for you, coffee's for closers. 10 minutes left. Marks, Tatiana Weston Webb. Surfer so good. Named her 3 times. She needs a 7.01. No easy task. But we know her skill level, and we know her persistency and her tenacious competitive mindset. Isabella Nichols now. Bella belts the first turn, comes around a nice section. Smooth snap on the second. Gets a third and closes. She closed the deal.
Wow, that was strong.
Put the paperwork in the briefcase.
You know what? That was so. Isabella Nichols, you know, obvious. She's got a really strong backhand flow and maneuverability on this wave. So everything about it, she was just on point, right? She's kicking hard. She's pushing. She's showing some intent. And she's not laying down. It's not like she's going for a mid-range score. She wants a big score, and you can see it in her surfing. And that's something that, you know, we're going to have to see Luana step up on the backhand here and really show us what she is capable of, because this kind of surfing right here is going to put Isabella Nichols into the driver's seat and give her a really great separation on the score line. I mean, she's finding a place to push so hard that the fins were free on that first turn, all power second, and really coming to the inside to finish. So Isabella Nichols putting together a really strong wave right there.
And again, I can't say enough about Isabella and Luana's styles. I mean, you can imagine, if you go back to the 70s, put these girls on a single fin, on a long extended point break. I mean, that would be some beautiful, incredible surfing. But when you take a style like that and add this modern twist that both of these surfers have, the progression that they show, I mean, they really are the best of both worlds. That traditional approach mixed with the modernist approach. A really nice, well, even match between Isabella and Luana. And plenty of time left in their heat, 27:50 left. Things have gone a bit quiet. Caroline versus Tatiana. But we know things are going to get loud when the next set rolls through.
Because, you know, Tatiana, she needs a certain type of wave. You know, she has to get a wave that's consequential. She can't take a medium-sized wave. It's not going to give her the score. She needs a 7-point ride, and every score that we've seen in that range has been a set wave, and it's had at least 2 big turns on it. So she's looking for that type of a wave that's going to give her the size and the opportunity to open up on the end of it.
While we wait for the next set wave to roll through and give these surfers a chance to shine, let's go down to the glass with the star of the morning. We're talking Gabriella Bryan standing by with Manu.
Hello, guys. I'm here with Gabriella, and my friends in the booth are calling this one of your best heats in the season. You had the highest score of the event and also a broken board. How does that feel right now? How was it from your point of view? Congratulations.
Yeah, I was just stoked to get some opportunity. It's so hard to find waves out there, so I'm glad I got the ball rolling. I just didn't want to like sit out there and just keep paddling in the current and not really give myself opportunity. So yeah, I'm happy I rolled the dice, and those 8s felt really good. So yeah, it fires me up for the rest of the event.
You're looking good in the yellow jersey. Does that give you extra confidence for a challenging heat like that?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I've been like lucky enough to keep the jersey, yellow jersey for this event as well. But yeah, besides the yellow jersey, I'm just really happy with my surfing, and hopefully I get some more opportunity in the next heat because yeah, I don't know. It feels so good when you get to do the surfing I want to do.
Congratulations, you're really strong. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Manu. She's rad. I mean, Gabriella Bryan is just a cool person, an absolute sweetheart. But you don't want to surf a heat against her, especially right now, because she is on fire.
And, you know, I just have to say it again, that forehand hack that she has, it's almost unmatchable by anybody on tour. And now she's showing us that she can do it on the backhand, which is something to be very aware of coming around the corner here to Tahiti and to Fiji.
Yeah, she'll charge, too.
Oh, yeah.
She's not scared to get in that three-point stance, pull in. So 5 minutes, 15 seconds left. Caroline v. Tatiana. Nichols and Silva, they're locked in to a 25-minute heat. From here on out, at the moment, Nichols has the lead. Respectable numbers there, a 6.50 paired with a 4.33. Luana needs a 5.51. Tatiana, with under 5 minutes left, needs a 7.01. Time's starting to fly. When you get inside that 5 minute mark, it feels like the clock just starts to whip away from you. The time-space continuum is
I like
off.
the confidence that Tatiana's showing, the understanding of what she needs. She's not scrambling around the lineup. I feel like she kind of has an idea of where the wave's going to come from and where it's going to land on the sandbar, and she's just kind of dropped anchor, and that's why it seems like a sleepy heat for them at the end here, but I think that she's just waiting for that set. Unfortunately for her, we do have a little bit of a dying swell here, so the risk is there of it not coming, but we are, looking like there's some little lines coming right now.
I've been doing exercises so my heart can take it. I'm ready for a buzzer beater, Strider. I'm ready for some excitement.
So are the fans.
I mean, this is what you want to see, right? Clock's going away. You're waiting for that final shot. There still is time for both surfers to potentially get another option.
Full sets out the back. You can see him coming out there on the reef.
Here we go. And it's going to be Nichols on a medium insider. Nice frontside slash, building up some speed. Gets into the end section. That was huge.
A little too big.
Yeah, that looked like it was feeling cool, and then things went wrong. Oh.
Wow.
Bit of a mess up on the opening snap for Tatiana. That wave really didn't give her a critical section to work with. Not much else she could have done there. But here comes Caroline.
That was a mistake. We're going to go through the replay for Isabella Nichols. This first quick snap was really clean, and then she just overcooks the eggs on the inside here and burns the edges a little bit too much.
I liked it. Go for it. Don't hold back when you have 22 minutes left.
Yeah, there was definitely not any thought of holding back right there.
That was cool. 2:40 left. You see tightly wound marks, Weston Webb locked in battle for the next 2.5 minutes. Caroline does have priority. She's sitting pretty close to Tatiana. She's not hovering.
Tatiana knows what kind of wave she needed, and looking at that wave that she caught, it just didn't seem like it had the 7-point ride in it. And so I'm thinking, was that nerves? Was that just being out of the game for a little bit? It's stacking up, time was ticking off the clock there.
We're now in the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. IC scores telling us a story here that there was plenty of opportunities in the first half of this overlapping match. And now we'll see. So Caroline gives way to Tatiana. She's gonna have to outsurf this wave. It's kind of small, but still nicely done. 2 turns, gets around the section again. Another whipping, slashing carve. It was cool, but was it exciting enough to be a 7-0-1? Surfed it, I mean, about as good as you could.
You know, they both looked at the wave. Caroline, you know, her thought was, no, it's not enough. But you know what?
That was pretty great
Tatiana
surfing.
tore into this wave. I mean, she rips this wave to pieces. So I think it could be close.
I mean, fangs were out. Nichols now, I mean, she's super busy out there. It's going to be her 5th wave ridden. So we're still waiting for scores for Isabella. Luana patiently waiting. Activate her power. She's sitting on a 5.33. Here's the number everyone's asking about. Everyone's calling. Everyone's wondering, was this a 7-0-1?
It was a smaller wave, but she just went to town on this thing.
Frisky on the last turn.
Yeah, I like it. I think it might come up short, but she did everything she could to try to achieve that score.
Yeah, I mean, that was nothing wrong with the surfing. It was all there. It's just the wave was a little kind of compact, smaller. And the score comes through for Tatiana. It's a 6, so not enough. She's still looking for a 7-0-1 as we watch Luana Silva now whipping down the line. Her backhand, throwing spray. 4 seconds left, and it looks like it's going to be Caroline Marks getting the edge over a hard-charging Tatiana Weston-Webb. But how fun was that to see the return of Tatiana ripping? I mean, surfing as good as ever.
Opening up, throwing spray, power hacks, just really putting Caroline Marks to the test.
Yeah, and you know Caroline was feeling it. 7.50 and a 6.50. That's a nice and tidy 14-point heat total. But look at that number for Tatiana, a 13-point heat total, 1 point behind. So close. And regardless of the outcome, it was a pleasure to watch Tatiana's return to competitive surfing. And I think that's a great sign of things to come for Tatiana.
The fans still have her back on the beach. I love it.
I mean, she's when she comes back full time, she's going to be a title contender if that's what she chooses to do. So with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the culmination of Nichols v. Silva. Lindblad, Hennessy take to the lineup as well. Stay tuned. It's the VIVO Rio Pro.
The 2026 VIVO Rio Pro presented by Cero is brought to you by VIVO, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Brazil. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Maitera, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. Thank you for joining us for the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Cero. Women's round 2 out in the water. We're setting up the quarterfinals today for the women, and we're in the last heat of the round. Just entered the water. Sawyer Lindblad, number 7 on the rankings, coming into this event up against Brisa Hennessy. Overlapping heat format and the priority heat right now with Luana Silva and Isabella Nichols. This is Luana on the backhand. He's a 5.51 to take the lead off of Bella Nichols. Kaipogura along with Mitchell Salazar on the call here. And Luana having a great year on the championship tour, Mitchell.
Yeah, and at one point she was actually leading the rankings too. That was heading into Raglan over there. So it's been not only a great year, I feel like since she won the World Juniors a few seasons ago over there in the Philippines, she has had extreme success. It seems like she's riding a big high when it comes to her confidence. Deep bottom turn on this one. Beautiful first turn on the opening part of that wave. Wraps it back and looking for one more towards the end. Hitting a high 6 at the moment, so you know the first turn very strong. She likes it, and then Bella right behind her too. I believe this is the 5.57 Kaipo, so strong one at the beginning. Backs it up with the wrap on the second one. Wave shoulders off, but I mean after that buzzer beater yesterday afternoon, she is just oozing with confidence at the moment, and that's what a heat win like that will do for you.
Caroline Marks enjoying the natural kayak shower after a victory over Tatiana Weston-Webb. It was a high-scoring heat between the two goofy foots, but it was Caroline Marks who earned her spot into the quarterfinals. Tatiana Weston-Webb came in here as a wild card.
Surfed great.
Surfed great, yeah. And we're going to see Tatiana with that maternity wild card for the 2027 Championship Tour full-time.
Yeah, and you know, big performance this morning, of course, but 13 points against Caroline Marks, who has been a standout here in the past, a former world champion too. It's good performance 5 months after giving birth, Kaipo. Pretty big deal right there for Tati.
Yeah, mom power. Can't wait to see both new moms, Tatiana Weston-Webb and Joanne Defay, back on the championship tour with those maternity wildcards in 2027.
So Bella still in first. That score comes through for Luana, and not enough Kaipo, but still her best. 6.27 right there. Needs a high 5. Still lots of time. Here goes Sawyer.
Sawyer Lindblad in the non-priority heat.
Wow.
Nice snap off the top there.
Wow.
Saw blade.
Let's go.
Cutting through that left-hander. Talk about rhythm.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about high pressure. Sharp angles. She was a runner-up here in 2024 in the final. She's already got some good memories of this place. And Luana Silva in the priority heat. Again, Luana needing a 5.81 after that 6.27 drop for Silva on her way, and she makes this one, she gets the number. There you go.
Good heats out there right now. The waves are kind of going off. It's super consistent. Slight offshore, Kaipo, but plenty of opportunities. In comparison to yesterday, a lot more lefts today. I feel like it's been not only the best option, it's the most consistent option out there for all 4 surfers on the lineup.
Oh, enjoy these replays.
So 6.27 on the last one, Kaipo, before this, and the setup not as good as the first one initially. Another one right there, the wave goes fully flat. Big commitment at the end, though. And deep bottom turn right there into the top turn combo. I like the aggression right there at the end. Gets the fist pump. Then the saw blade. I'm a huge fan of this wave right here. The setup carve, and then just goes rail to rail afterwards. No downtime in between turns. Looking like lowers left on a high tide out here at Southtown, and feeling comfortable. The former finalist out here in Rio. So setup carve, and then big commitment here on these next 3.
Oh, man. Just 20 years old right here, making the San Clemente Tritons proud.
Oh, yeah, and former 2-time U.S. Open champion, looking for her first championship tour victory. She was close this season against Carissa. At one point in that final, she was leading.
Yeah, over you're talking about stop number 4 at Raglan at the New Zealand Pro. She sure was. Surfed excellent, and, you know, followed up. She started off with she had a semifinal over in Western Australia, so she's had 2 finals day already. Oh, no, she made a semifinals also on the Gold Coast.
Yep, Goldie. She's finaled there at the Challenger Series level. She's finaled in WA before, looking for her first victory. Same thing for Lulu. Very similar in age. Brisa Hennessy, best result right here back in 24. Kaipo, a 5th place finish.
Well, so we're still waiting for that score for both Brisa Hennessy and Sawyer Lindblad to set the pace for that heat. Isabella Nichols. Bella bolting up on the lip, but this wave just tapers off, so he's really not offering her a ton of opportunity. She sticks with it, however. Still waiting for that last score for Luana Silva, which I'm feeling is going to flip the heat in Silva's favor.
Well, there was one true quality moment right there on that wave from Lulu. Was the last turn, and this one here, I feel like Isabella probably not going to improve on her mid-5. Just playing catch up a little too much at the beginning. Has to go around this section right here because of the backwash, and once she makes it, there's not a whole lot of steepness to the face. It kind of shoulders off still. Some good surfing, but nothing very critical. So I feel like she's going to keep the low 5 as her backup at the moment. Just see how much reverb there was coming off of the bottom right there. You disengage your fins, you get a little bit of air between your board and the surface of the water. Makes it harder just to navigate that lineup that way. Still lots of time though, 11:20.
Yeah, you see the asterisks next to the digits on the score bug. That means we are awaiting scores. We're waiting for scores for all 4 surfers.
Ooh, good wave.
Brisa Hennessy, strong off the bottom, hooks it off the top. Nice leverage on the second turn, gets there nice and early for the completion.
Yeah, smart. Had a great heat yesterday afternoon, and just getting on the board right here with the completion, as you said, especially knowing that Sawyer had a good way to start things off too.
Yeah, that should tighten up the heat between the two once all the scores are in. 30 minutes in the non-priority heat. Replay here, Hennessy.
Intelligent timing right here towards the end. The setup carve, really well done, and just under the lip at the end with a little free fall on it. So good work right there by the Costa Rican Hennessy.
Yeah, great work. Let's hear from Caroline Marks. She's on to the quarterfinals. She's on the glass with Manu Caiado.
Hello, my friends. I'm here with Caroline, and that was a tough heat against Tati with a Brazilian crowd behind her. But you never seem to be scared or nothing in Saquarema. You actually seem to always have fun here. How was everything inside the water for you? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it's my second year in a row having Tati, so obviously new. She's a fan favorite, and it was honestly so cool to surf against her. Like, I've had a lot of really fun heats against her, like at the Olympics and on the tour. So she was surfing so well, like it was scary to give her away at the end, but yeah, to get a 7, you need a pretty good wave. So yeah, it was always great to surf against her, and I obviously knew the crowd was going for her, but I don't know. I was just kind of focusing on myself and really embracing it, and the energy here is like no other. So I love Brazil, and I'm really happy to be here.
And now it's quarterfinals. What's your strategy like to keep focused mentally, physically?
Yeah, I just think, yeah, like stay in the moment and, you know, see what the waves are doing later. It was really fun just then. So hopefully the waves stay fun and just focus on myself and keep getting good waves.
What about the weather in Saquarema?
Yeah, it's been a little chilly in the mornings and nights, but during the day it's so beautiful. The sun's out and it's amazing. So after coming from El Salvador, it's pretty nice because it's not so hot, so it feels good.
Great, have fun, enjoy, good luck. Back to you guys.
All right, yeah, Caroline Marks will be in quarterfinal 3 when we get to those quarterfinals. Hopefully this afternoon is the plan. If the waves hold up, the conditions continue to be as beautiful as you see right here. Day 2 of the contest window, getting a lot of surfing done here in Itaúna.
Really consistent, super fun, and as Caroline said, having the sunshine out makes things a whole lot better when you're out there in the ocean and on the beach. I mean, a true paradise right here in Sacktown, and got heats on hand, so Heat 7, getting tight. It seems like Nichols still on first, waiting on that last score of Luana, and then Brisa right here does get a score that doesn't match, but it's still strong against Sawyer.
Yeah, well, Sawyer opened up with that 7.33. So Lindblad, as we look at the scores, really in control of the heat right now with that big number. There she is, Sawyer Lindblad, number 6 on the rankings coming into this event. Wants to climb those rankings with a good finish here. She can do just that. We talked a little bit about the difference in points getting into the quarterfinals. Quarterfinals earn you a minimum of 4,745 points. So this is an important round for the women to get through when you're talking about you really want to be in that kind of top 5 picture when you get down to the end of the championship tour.
And just looking at the rankings, a lot of people in this round behind the top 10 as well too, Kaipo. So pretty much halfway through the year right now. You also got to be thinking about requalification if you're outside of the top 10 as well, right? Because you're in that position 11-12. Things get a little dicey heading into those big events in the South Pacific.
They sure do. Here we go. Oh, that was a nice hook on the backhand for Bella Nichols. Currently in the lead.
So Lulu's comes in under. Kaipo,
wow.
Yeah.
That's a big, okay. Little surprising for me, honestly.
The quality moment at the end, right? But before that, got a little stuck before, just set up work. Whereas Bella's going a bit more aggressive from the get-go, and it's because of the wave she selected. Was able to get a vertical twice in a row. Judges really appreciating that. The vantage point up there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone really gives you a look at those little double-ups on the inside. Tend to be better, actually, than the ones that break further on the outside.
Yeah. And, you know, I took a walk with you down there, and the surf's actually, on what we're seeing right now, you know, on your screen, the surf is actually bigger down there
for sure.
than it appears right now.
Yeah.
It's head high easy and a couple overhead sets.
I'm surprised they don't have more posters here on the beach where it says, when in doubt, don't paddle out, because changes quickly. Especially tide dependent too. It gets a lot of swell right here, but there is a big beach to really work with at this location.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday in competition almost the entire length of the beach getting used on the Itaúna side of Saquarema.
Couple skis doing some toe-ins over there towards Bahia as well. Yesterday, a couple guys got some nice pits. We saw that during our heats yesterday as well, towards the middle part of the beach.
Yeah, towards the Leo Neves Training Center there, right in the middle of the beach.
Local legend, one of the all-time greats coming out of the state of Rio as well.
And what a facility they have here. You know, this really feels like surf town Brazil. Seems like the place to be if you're a surfer in Brazil, especially if you're in the Rio de Janeiro prefecture. This is the place to be.
Yeah, truly, and not only a training center for the people that come, as we see Sawyer right there. Nice sender, Kaipo, but a lot of people that, you know, are developing throughout the country as well. It's a good training ground because it's so consistent right here. You have the availability of that training center, as you're saying, right there in the middle of the beach. But outside of that, too, one thing that I really like about Saquarema, the temperature changes a lot. So you get the chance to surf in boardies and a wetsuit. Oh, defensive move right there from Sawyer early on in the heat. Uses priority, just the one turn. Very strong, though. But I don't mind that. Playing some mind games against Brisa.
That was, yeah, and you called it 25 minutes left
That's
in
early.
the non-priority heat to really kind of do basically a priority block. Is very early, but an interesting strategy. We see how that pays off for Sawyer Lindblad. Well, time to push the button and start the engine. It's the GWM recap for heat number 7, round 2 for the women. Isabella Nichols here.
Yeah, she's looked good. Had the buzzer beater yesterday afternoon, dropping a 6.5 as her best so far in this heat. And then backing it up with a 5.7. DHD looks great. Lulu's had a couple of amazing moments too. Deep bottom turn right there. A lot of emphasis on that first section. Then afterwards, just trying to clean up the rest of the wave too. So her backup a 5.6, still needing a high 5 to retake first place. And the former finalist, Silva, looking for her first W on tour. Meanwhile, Bella Nichols looking to make it back into top 5 conversation, Kaipo, and potentially become world champion for the first time at the end of 2026.
Yeah.
New coach too, working with Matt Myers at this event.
Isabella Nichols, as well as Luana Silva. We have 2 former world junior champs in this matchup against each other.
Yeah, and Lenny actually a runner-up over there at Seaside Reef when we did that event. How good was Seaside that year too? 8 waves for Isabella, 6 for Lulu.
So again, Luana Silva needs a 5.94. She does have priority. She has 3.5 minutes on the clock. She just checked her Apple Watch to get that information. So some pressure put on the Brazilian surfer at this moment.
So when you get priority, it vibrates, right?
Yeah.
Like, is it a bit like, do you feel a pretty big sense of vibration?
It vibrates for a while. So, yeah, the Apple Watch will tell you your scores, your needs, and then also your priority. And when the priority does switch, it vibrates on your wrist. So it kind of gives you that feeling to look at your watch, or you can just know that you got priority.
Right.
Now, of course, it's always smart to look at the judges' tower at the priority.
Yep.
There's cubes there.
Yeah, we have digital boards at most places that we go to nowadays. And of course, I think we've become, you know, so advanced when it comes to using technology to our favor when it comes to professional surfing events now. Don't have to tabulate many events anymore, Kaipo.
I forgot to even use the word anymore, tabulation. Remember? Computer scoring changed all that. When scores were done manually, tabulation on the beach, you would always have to double check the math. Sometimes tabulators can slip.
Should we tabulate how many people are on the beach today?
Yeah.
It is 10:21 local time.
Now, we got a lot of people on the beach already.
Yeah, Saturday.
Oh, that was an interesting slip up. Is she going to stick with it? Nah, yeah, not after that bottom turn for Sawyer Lindblad. Previous wave of 4.17, enough to put Lindblad in the lead over Brisa Hennessy in the non-priority heat. And we are down to the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning for Isabella Nichols and Luana Silva. Again, Silva just needing basically a 6-point ride to turn this heat.
Yeah, we had Lulu in here for a chat yesterday, and what an awesome person. Just a true great human being, excellent surfer, and just by talking to her, you wouldn't necessarily think that, you know, she's that aggressive in the lineup, that competitive, but here she goes, needing pretty much a 6-point ride.
Oh, okay. Smaller wave, couple of nice aggressive snaps.
Oh.
And the beautiful finish. She likes it. The crowd likes it. The question is, do the judges like it?
Well, there's a lot of waves to compare to for the requirement at the moment in this heat. A 5.94, you have the 6.27, you have the 5.7 of Isabella as well. The one thing I will say about this wave in comparison to our other ones, all 3 maneuvers, there was no downtime in between. Steeper section, wraps it back, and I really like the way she held that bottom turn to be able to get to that last section in time. Good surfing, under pressure too, in crunch time, Kaipo. Great timing right there with a little blowtail flare involved as well.
The finish so important, and the celebration riding out of that. She knows what a 6 feels like. So she felt like that was at least a 6-point ride.
Was it average surfing or was it good surfing? That's kind of where we need to be looking at right now. It's going to be a close ending to this heat. Judges got to make a decision whether it's going to be green or red, advancing red here, and it's a key component right now for Lulu and her title hopes too, Kaipo. She had a great year so far. Wants to keep the momentum going right here at home.
Isabella up on this one, maybe just an insurance policy. Trying to improve upon her low. Don't think this wave has enough in it to improve upon that 5.7 though. So it's all going to be about last wave of Luana Silva as the hooter sounds right now and ends the heat, still waiting scores.
You still got to try to improve on your low score if you're in the lead, knowing that your opponent does have a chance to potentially get that number, get the attention on you, distract them a little bit from what's going on. Good work by the former world junior champ. 2 of them out there in the same heat.
Yeah.
Tense moments for Lulu right here. It's going to be close, I feel, Kaipo, right on the money.
Needs a 5.94. Luana Silva.
Oh.
I see the score, and I see a 6.2. Luana Silva turns the heat. And look at the ISKC score line. You can see she did it handedly. Only 1 judge under the requirement, 4 judge over the requirement. The local crowd loves it.
Yeah, and they should. Big buzzer beater right there for Lulu in crunch time. A necessary momentum builder for her, looking for her first win, and she could do it right here in Rio.
That's a strut paddle right there.
Don't mess with her when she's on her game.
Oh, man, what a clutch performance. Luana Silva on to the quarterfinal. She'll be in quarterfinal number 4. Who is she going to meet in quarterfinal number 4? We're going to find out when we close out this round in heat number 8. Still in the water. Back with more after this. We'll see who meets Luana in the quarterfinals. Will it be Sawyer Lindblad? Will it be Brisa Hennessy? Find out. Stick around. Oh, man, what a moment. Luana Silva. Clutch performance comes through. She's in the quarterfinals to the delight of the local Brazilian crowd. What a great effort there. Hugs by Leandro Dora. Proud moments for all the Brazilian fans who are making their way to the beach here. Get ready for your interview, Lulu. All right. Well, Welcome back to the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero and Girl, Mitchell Salazar. Mitch, I have a present for you, a surprise.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Aqua Coco.
Oh.
This is hydration at its best.
Saúde?
Saúde.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. We have an exciting day of surfing. We're going to have clear up this women's round. We're going to get to men's round. Women's quarterfinals still on the schedule for today, and we're enjoying our Aqua Coco. And I hope you're enjoying the show here in Saquarema, day number 2 of this event. And yesterday we got 26 heats done. We're playing on 20 heats today. So far, so good. Conditions are looking beautiful. Sawyer Lindblad's in the lead over Brisa Hennessy in this Heat 8 of round 2 for the women. And Lindblad with a couple of roller coasters right there. Let's see if she improves upon a 4.67.
Building on her score so far. The 7.33 had the 4.17, and a slight improvement by half a point on the previous one. Another good wave right here by the saw blade. Great timing. More of a board slide type of turn, and that gets up and over the whitewater there at the end with the foam climb. So well done by the surfer out of San Clemente. Also, congrats to her older brother, Taj. He qualified for the Challenger Series this year.
Right.
We're going to be seeing him in Bolito, also compete at the U.S. Open. I'm going to put it out there. There is a possibility that we see one of the first brother-sister winners at the U.S. Open if Lenny goes all the way over there in Huntington Beach.
I love that. And, yeah, be on point. By the way, that's going to be stop number 2 of the Challenger Series, the U.S. Open, but we're going to have a great time over there as the Challenger Series. We're going to have the longboard tour over there, and also the music that we have planned for that event is going to be outstanding. Yeah. So a lot of stuff going to be happening in Huntington Beach, and nice to hear Taj is going to be on the Challenger Series. He's going to have to quit some of his rodeos for a little bit and focus on surfing.
We call him the Coastal Cowboy for a reason. Yeah, actually one event, he won in Pismo. They have a ranch around that area right there in San Luis Obispo. He rode a horse after he won the event all the way up to the podium pretty much. So might be seeing that over there in HB too.
Yeah. A lot of times we have those Huntington Beach police officers that are the mounted police officers there. All right, well, Sawyer, let's see. The last score comes in, 4.83 for Sawyer Lindblad. So she did improve upon her a flat 6 to turn the heat in her favor. Let's hear from Luana Silva with Manu on the beach.
Luana Silva making the crowd go crazy here in Brazil. What was that, Lulu? Congratulations. How did everything feel in the water here in Saquarema? That seems to be always a great place for you. Congratulations. How's your heart right now?
My heart's racing. A lot of emotion this last 5 minutes, for sure. I think my hands are red for the amount of times I was just clapping of just happiness out there when I heard the score. Isabella had me against the ropes the whole heat. She was winning from start to end, well, until the last moment. But I just kept believing. I just kept trusting, like, hey, like, there'll be one more opportunity. Please be one more opportunity. I just kept praying and praying and praying. Please, God, just one more opportunity. And I saw that little wave, and it had a really nice double up. So I was just like, okay, this might be it, and had to make the most out of it. And yeah, I'm glad I made it, yeah.
You definitely made it, Lulu. Now em português. Lulu, você aqui no Brasil parece que combina perfeitamente nessa torcida maravilhosa aqui por você. E agora você vivendo a sua melhor temporada com essa vitória hoje aqui em Saquarema. Como é que você se sente com isso tudo de bom acontecendo na sua vida ao mesmo tempo? E a gente sabe o quanto você merece.
Tô sentindo tão grata de viver esse momento na minha vida agora. Eu sei que o quanto que eu trabalhei para chegar onde eu tô e essa torcida só tá ajudando. É incrível de ver a quantidade de gente que torce para nós na praia, é incrível. E eu queria agradecer todo mundo que tá na praia, tá na areia essa semana toda e ajuda muito a gente, nós brasileiros, então continua apoiando, continua torcendo, a galera toda que está assistindo por fora também, obrigada a todo mundo e vamos mais uma, porque tem mais uma mais tarde.
She's saying thanks to the crowd, so let's hear the crowd to finish that interview. Pessoal, faz barulho aí para Luana Silva. Back to you guys.
Oh, man. I think this crowd was cheering for Luana, but a couple of people were probably just cheering for Manu as well.
Probably. She's a celebrity over here, too.
She is.
One key thing that Lulu said right there in Portuguese, it feels very rewarding when those situations happen after all the hard work that I put into it too.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can just see the gratitude in her face right there during the interview. And I think, you know, for a lot of these surfers, especially the young ones, they get pushed around a little bit when they're young. You know, in your youth, we've seen it a lot with the rookies this year. It's a sport that really tests you and tests your patience, Kaipo. You're losing a lot more than you're winning. And it's not satisfying a lot of times, you know, and to be able to do it right here in front of your home crowd, it's a big moment for these Brazilian surfers.
Yeah, and it's a sport that you can't guarantee an opportunity. You
Correct.
You can't guarantee a wave coming through.
Correct.
Unless you're in Abu Dhabi. But other than that, you can't guarantee a wave coming through, so you have to be able to react when there is an opportunity given to you. So that's a unique thing about surf competition.
And most of us know, too, especially nowadays, the way the industry's, you know, been changing the last few years, surf careers are short. And unless you're really doing it on the championship tour as well, you're not guaranteed a second chance, maybe even a second year on tour with a major sponsor as well. So got to take advantage of those opportunities when you do have them. And I think Brees is a good example of that. She's getting, you know, money from the Costa Rican government by being an Olympian, and anywhere it comes from, you take that support.
Yeah. Yeah, Brees is just 26 years old. She's got a lot of time in front of her. But you know, when you look at an extended career, you gotta look at the GOATs, both on both sides. You know, Steph Gilmore, nearly 40, 38 years old. 38 years old, nearly 40, still doing it. And Kelly Slater. I mean, I think what Slater's done is unprecedented as far as
in any sport. The guy's competed what
three decades, yeah,
easily, and succeeded in all three of them too, which is the scariest part. But yeah, I think just relevance when it comes to age. There's not necessarily a certain age where you peak.
Yeah, and also, you know, it's 2026, Mitchell, and we are celebrating 50 years of championship tour surfing. Ever since 1976, here we are still doing it, and doing it better than ever in 2026.
50.
50 years.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
Back to the OG world champions. Back in the day, PT, you have Sean Thompson, four-time world champion Mark Richards, and then you go back to, you know, Clifton James Hobgood back in 2001, the shortened season. Of course, Robert Kelly Slater, 11-time world champion.
Hey, 1978, we can't leave out Bugs, Rabbit Bartholomew.
That's true. Our boy. We love you, Bugs.
Still doing it, holding it down on the Gold Coast right there, still as involved ever.
He runs the club events at Snapper.
Yeah, sure does.
Yeah. It's
true legend, yeah.
And what he did for the sport, too, as president back of the ASP in the day.
Made the Dream Tour.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it is still a dream tour. And it's actually, you know, hats off to the World Surf League in the recent years on the changes that we've done, both with format now, but also with scheduling. If you look at this year's schedule, it is so good. I mean, we're going to come off of this event, we're halfway through the year, and then we're going to have that Pacific leg. We're talking Tahiti. We're talking Fiji.
Yep.
We're talking lowers.
Super Tubo's back on the schedule, back end of the year, too, which is great for over there in Peniche.
And then just finishing everything off at the Bonsai.
Oh, yeah.
Get ready.
You want a Chihu early this morning?
Chihu! Okay, we'll let you do the Chihu right there. That was the Mitchell Salazar Chihu.
15,000 points on the line over there, too. That's a big change in the format as well, going back to the old qualification format.
We're getting excited here right now, but we got to bring the energy down a little bit, Mitchell. And with that, I think Rachel Apollonia can help us bring the energy down, relax, and focus, Rachel.
Hello, guys. The Riachuelo yoga class this Saturday morning. I love yoga so much, and I think it has everything to do with surfing. So many athletes practice yoga because it's a practice that brings presence, brings breath work. So they're all so engaged. The class is super busy, and I'm almost joining the class because I really love to feel relaxed and all this amazing alignment that the yoga brings. I love this activation.
I feel calmer right now, and you can join in too. Every morning at 9 o'clock, we have yoga presented by Riachuelo. Center yourself.
Hawaiian.
Work on your flexibility.
Almost fell asleep just right there.
Work on your breathing. Align your chakras.
Yeah.
Mitchell Salazar.
I feel way better now.
Thank you.
Calm.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Obrigado. Isn't it so cool how many different kinds of things you can do here within a day? You can watch the world's best surfers, go do some yoga, go on the Ferris wheel. Lots of different things on a Saturday. It's still morning time too, 10:37 local time here in Sacktown.
Wow. Feels like we've had a full day already. All right, well, tide has been going out, and with that receding tide, sometimes we see what we're seeing right now, a little bit of a lull period coming through the lineup, and that's what we're sitting through. Priority is with Sawyer Lindblad. The lead is with Sawyer Lindblad, so heat control to the San Clemente surfer at the moment. That's a nice indicator if a swell is coming through. Just look at the Banco do Brasil buoy out there. If the buoy shakes up and down, guess what? It's a set.
Yeah, totally, and it does seem like there's a few waves coming for both of these surfers. Brisa doesn't need a whole lot of 6. She already has something just above that right now, and I'm telling you, a lot of these double ups that they're letting go tend to be some of the better ones, just because it's the first wave out of the exchange. They typically don't have a lot of backwash on them. You typically see the backwash on the second, third wave, just because there's already been some water pushed towards the shoreline. The Costa Rican right here, under priority, needing a 6. Another key point, last heat of the round as the same for the first heat of the round. You have 20 minutes by yourself. So the playing field looks a lot bigger without the other 2 people out there in the overlapping heats format, Kaipo.
Yeah, that is true. And good point that you made about first wave of the set right there, as far as giving you the least amount of backwash and reverb out in the ocean. Least amount of slosh, if you would.
Totally. 5 minutes to go. Brisa, we saw her yesterday get a couple of rights. Doesn't seem like there's a whole ton of them available at the moment. And Sawyer is just as good going right as she is left, but she's been fully dedicated to the left so far in this heat, Kaipo, with 5 minutes to go. Brisa has caught 4, but really the last 2 for Hennessy have just been in and outs for the Costa Rican.
Well, I feel like it's time to get things going with our GWM recap. The saw blade came out slicing here, Sawyer Lindblad.
Yeah, the early start, 7.33 on this one for the product out of Southern California. Great combo, especially right there at the end. Good variety maneuvers, and then Hennessy had a strong answer, a 6.17 right here. Beautiful carve into an under the lip snap for Hennessy. They've had a strong answer, and then the backup, a 4.83 by Linny. Nice combo by Sawyer, just getting up into the lip, little board slide action, and then up and over on the whitewater. So she's been in the lead pretty much all heat, Kipes.
Back to live action with just over 4 minutes on the clock, and there are all the waves written, all the scores highlighted are the top 2 that equal your score line for these 2 surfers.
How important was that wave where she actually dropped in on her too? Because imagine if at that point, Brisa takes the lead. Now you are in a position where you're chasing the entire time. So at that point, you already had the best score out of the initial exchange, but then you back it up immediately, and now you've improved twice on that score too.
Yeah.
That was what, just over 20 minutes ago, right?
Great strategy, right? That's good heat IQ right there for Sawyer Lindblad.
Veteranship for somebody who's, you know, still
is only 3 years on the CT.
Yeah. But she had immediate success on tour. Remember, she had to make that final over there in WA a few years ago to be able to requalify, then eventually face Katie in the final right here. Since then, she's done other awesome stuff. She's won the US Open once again.
And that's a great point. This year with the change in the format, nobody gets cut. There will be a reduction before the last 2 events of the season, but at Pipeline for the finale, everyone is going to have a chance. So all of the requalification is going to come down to Pipeline. So not only a world title, all those early rounds at the Bonsai Pipeline will really be a story of who's going to make it to the 2027 championship tour.
Yeah, so there's a couple things on the line right there. Requalification, you want to be in those top 8 positions if you're fighting for the world championship too. And then the 15,000 points. You could come from, I would say, what, 12 maybe, all the way to being #1 in the world. I'd say mathematically that's probably still possible.
Yeah, I mean, both the men and the women top 8 ranks, you're going to be seeded in the round before the quarterfinals. So that is a decided advantage when you're looking at a world title.
It's massive. Big advantage right there. I think it's also big compensation for doing well early in the season too.
Of course. It makes it more fair because we've seen past years where there could be just a wild card that goes on a wild run and someone in a world title position gets taken out in the first round of competition after a year of doing the hard work and being a title contender, which those were just kind of tragic endings at times.
Absolutely.
I feel like we have a much more fair finish now for a world champion.
You're more
in
protected.
2026. Yeah,
because you've earned that position.
You've earned that position. Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Let's see if Brisa Hennessy can earn a 6-point ride. Sawyer Lindblad is going to use her priority right here. A little bit of defense, and now for some offense for the San Clemente Surfer. Strong off the bottom. Nice hooking turn right on the shoulder. Big snap for Lindblad. Looking to improve upon a 4.83 to make the job harder for Brisa Hennessy, and I think she just did that.
Oh, she absolutely did. She ripped the heck out of that wave right there on that good-looking board by Matt Biolos and the Mayhem team. Just over a minute to go. Excellent use of priority, and what a way to keep composure, too, on a wave that is going to be important at the end of the heat, too, because not only is she going to improve, the requirement's going to be larger for Hennessy now. It's excellent flow. A great read, Kaipo, but maneuver selection is so important right here on a wave that changes so much. Knows when she has to go to the lip and knows when she has to use her rails to cut back, too.
That was 4 different frontside turns on that wave. So variety also on display by Sawyer Lindblad.
Yeah, and with a lot of quality in all of them, too.
Whoa! I'm sorry. That ski driver took that took that bump pretty hot right there. You saw Sawyer come out of the seat, right? Wow. All right, she hung on.
She did. Well, she is, you know, just like her brother, also cowgirl.
Whew. There you go, 6.7. Now the requirement for Brisa Hennessy, 7.86, 20 seconds remaining. She needs to be on this next wave or it is lights out for Brisa Hennessy. Not a wave in sight, and it looks like it's going to be Sawyer Lindblad who's going to meeting Luana Silva in quarterfinal number 4.
Yeah, unfortunate loss right here for Brisa. Waited a long time after the 617 to be able to get another quality wave. She's going to have to settle for the 9th place finish right here. Heading into a couple of events that are really close to home for her, though. She's made the final in Tahiti, done well in Fiji. But Sawyer Lindblad on fire, Kaipo, right here in Sacktown.
Oh, yeah. No need to get off the ski, Sawyer. Take that ride right into the beach and prepare yourself for the quarterfinals. Well, speaking of preparation, prepare yourself for men's round 3. Jack Robinson versus Sammy Pupo when we return to Saquarema.
"50 years deep." For over 50 years, surfing has lived at the edge. A new world champion. Harnessing nature. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Spread the word around. The boys are back in town. That's right. We got Jack Robinson, Sammy Pupo with 40 full minutes on the clock. Chris Cote here with Jesse Mendez. We are into round 3, heat 1. And we have some shocking matchups in this round 3. Big names in this sport. Of course, we've lost some of the biggest names in surfing, but guess what? The stars are here. Jesse, looking at the waves, it just looks like it's getting better and better through the afternoon. It is 10:47 here local time. Glassy, slight offshore breeze. Tide is in our side.
I mentioned yesterday, I thought today was the day. Obviously, yesterday was bigger, but you know, beach breaks, when they get too big, there's too much water moving, not always. It gets a bit unruly. Today, cleaned up with the tide being super low now. I think lowest tide is going to be around 1 or something. I can't recall it perfectly, but yeah, it's crystal clear waters. The waves are pumping, very consistent. We have 2 peaks, that deep one, which that's the one they're paddling to. There's a special wave there, but a little bit less consistent. A lot of waves come, but they're kind of shouldery. And then have the wider one that it closes out, stretches out a little bit more, but gives a little bit more criticalness to the wave. So let's see what these guys are going to do. Looks like Jack does not want to give up that inside.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Yesterday, we had Jack and Samuel in the booth, different times, of course. Jack saying every heat counts, every surfer is so good. I mean, if you want to win, you got to stay on your feet. And Jack, to me, this is almost unfortunate to see these 2 surfers match up this early in competition, round 3. This has a final feel to it.
For sure, no doubt. And if you look back, like the last 5 years, you would say Robbo is, you know, the guy to beat on this matchup. But now, this year, Sammy has been showing some of the greatest performance, I felt like, out of everyone on tour. So it's a pretty even match. Like, both of them are ready to rock. Let's see what's happened.
Sammy's a title threat. Robbo, the alpha for the first exchange. And just gets the heels clipped, goes down. Hands priority over on a silver platter. Sammy Pupo, who's out the back, ready to strike. Was that a mistake on the opening wave, or is there so much time that it doesn't really matter yet?
I mean, it is a good sell, definitely. I mean, if you think about it, he should have not went on that wave. So it is a mistake, but there's way too much time. And it's surfing. Like, you could commit a mistake, and that's going to set you up perfectly for the next best wave, a little bit wider maybe, you never know. The rhythm that they're going to get, maybe Sammy comes on the first one that is pretty good, but then the second one's even better. I guess time will tell us if that was a mistake or not.
The good news is we have plenty of time for all surfers in the lineup. These are 40-minute heats. And at the 20-minute mark, Leonardo Fioravanti is going to be paddling out with Liam O'Brien in the secondary heat. So our priority heat to start this round. And if, I mean, the ladies' first part of the day was incredible. We saw some of the highest single waves. O'Brien came through with the highest overall heat score of the entire event. One of the highest heat scores of the entire season. So that tells us there is quality available in this lineup. And now these guys are probably pretty happy to just have 2 surfers. Now in this priority heat, when these other 2 guys get out there, they're still gonna have their pick of the litter.
They're the only 2 surfers that get to surf a full heat with main priority. So it's actually an advantage if you compare it to the other heats, but they're
more
not surfing.
options.
Yeah, more options.
Cleaner options. 35:50 to go. We wait for this next set to roll through. Let's go down to the glass. Mayura standing by with Sawyer Lindblad.
Thanks, Chris. So, Sawyer, you look so in tune with wave selection right there. How did you find the conditions?
They were really fun. I was so excited to get out there. Yeah, I saw so many good ones before my heat, and during my heat it was super fun, so I'm glad I got a couple.
Nice. And you've already made finals here in Brazil, and you were so consistent right now in the rankings. How would it be getting another final here?
Oh, it would be amazing. I love Brazil, and I love these type of waves. I grew up surfing kind of beach breaks at home, so yeah, I feel right at home, and hopefully I can get more good waves in my next heat.
And you were facing Luana Silva next. How would it be?
That'll be fun. We surfed against each other at Snapper, so yeah, hopefully we can get some good waves, and hopefully it'll be a good match.
Okay, good luck. Back to you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Maeda. Now driving down the line, Robbo. Quick ollie there, doesn't come down with it. Looks like he's testing out this right-hander. I feel like we've only seen maybe 4 or 5 rights surfed of the entire day. So the lefts have proving to be the more potent option for the most part. The biggest scores we've seen have come on the lefts. What do you think about the positioning we're seeing now from Jack?
I think he's just trying to warm up, trying to find something underneath, sniffing it around. You know, it seems like it's just going through that little bit of a low. You know, there's a lot of waves on the previous heat, so the ocean goes through moments, and he's trying to be active because he has no priority. I think it's smart. And the swell direction's quite straight south, so it does help the lefts a little bit more. They get a little bit more walled. If you have that little bit more angle of a south-southwest, the right into the channel starts to peel and gets pretty nice. We still see some rights that are decent, like yesterday we did as well. But I think most of the waves today are going to be surfed on the left.
Check out your round 3 heats for the men's side of the draw. I mean, we're talking firepower, star power all the way through. Some key matchups, I would say Heat 6, Ethan Ewing versus Kano Igarashi. That one's going to be so fun to watch. Heat 7, that's going to be a high-flying heat. Yago Dora versus Marco Mignot. Callum Robson has come alive in the past few events. He's going to be going up against Miguel Pupo, an event favorite. Don't forget Italo going up against Kaoli Voss. That is a goofy foot power heat. Zhao Chianca, I would say that's a nice even matchup with George Pitar.
Morgan and Matthews pretty even as well. It's like hard to pick like who's your favorite in the conditions we have.
Well, Heat 2, you got Lamborghini versus Ferrari.
There
Leonardo versus Liam.
That's a beauty too.
And
but
this
I gotta say,
heat,
I think heat number 6 and 1 are probably the most exciting in my eyes right now. Obviously, all of them are gonna smash, but those heats are like firecrackers.
Well, you know those are going to be dissected and debated before, during, and after.
That might be Matthew McIlliver actually jumping off that thing pretty soon.
He's coming in for his. I would not be surprised.
He's done it, I think, 2 years ago out here.
Yeah.
He got a ride with a dude that does the same thing. I don't know what you call that, and he just jumped off.
Parasailing? That might be behind a boat. I try to stay close to the ground. 32-13 left, but look at the bird's eye view here. That's a killer shot, and that's the beach festival that we're working with here on Saturday, 10:55 local time here in Saquarema, aka Sacktown. I don't know if anybody calls it that, but it just sounds pretty cool. And you saw the Ferris wheel, all the activations on the beach. Such a fun atmosphere. And I keep saying it, I feel like Brazil is underrated in terms of the rest of the world when you're thinking about surf trips. You can come down here, rent a car, and you can put yourself in some nooks and crannies where I guarantee you will be surfing by yourself.
Yep, definitely. And you'll be surfing a lot of, if you like novelty waves, a lot of wedges here. Like, we have a lot of coast with big mountains, so it bounces off. Whole coast of São Paulo is full of them. Drainers, big ramps, super fun.
Sign me up, drop a pin, let's go. 31-20, Rabo's first wave, or heat total right now, just a 107, so.
And that's the slowness that I was telling you about. Like, he noticed that, so he was trying to just find a little something. Looks like Sammy is also having a look, because the ocean goes through those lows. It's normal.
Here we go, Sammy's up and at it. Deep bottom turn, straight up into it. Nice pocket snap, comes around it again. Nice 2-series turn. Slaps the end section. Just solid surfing right there. That's a great placeholder wave. Good way to get things started for Pupo. Fans are stoked. And I put the tag on him yesterday right in front of him. Looked him dead in the eyes and said, you are a title threat in 2026. He didn't flinch. He's ready for it.
Bring it on. Yeah, very tight in the pocket. Beautiful second turn. The wave's a little bit smaller in size, but he did damage as much as he could. I see the score coming a little bit on the lower side just because of the intensity of the wave. But great surfing. He looks on point. And that's the thing. Like, did he pull the trigger a little too early? Because it looks like there's a few sets behind. That wave was small in size compared to what we have today. Mostly, you're surfing the full heat priority. So, we'll see.
Jack's having a look. Someone's just a little too far down the beach. As surfers, we deal with this a lot, where you're thinking, I was just sitting there. Now the wave comes. Here we go. See if Jack activates on this left-hander. He does. His backhand can be lethal. Building up speed, comes around the section, straight up into it, blows the fins. Nose digs, he goes down.
Might have been the wave behind a little better. Kind of looks like.
Looked like that one almost spit.
Almost.
Inside of 30 minutes, plenty of time left. What happened here?
Bottom turned, the wave started to run a little bit away from him. He tried to angle it vertical, but just a touch late, so he went over the lip, got a lot of good release, but very easy for you to go over the handlebars in your balance, go over the board. But it happens, like nothing really critical, you know?
When I watch Jack surf, I just can't help but think of a combination of Bruce and Andy Irons.
And the hair now, the
way
long
he
hair
holds his
now.
hands, yeah, I mean, and then, you know, when I'm thinking of Sammy, I mean, I'm seeing Mick Fanning.
Just such a good surfer, rail, like sharp rail.
And it's so consistent now. I think that's a huge thing that Sammy's been working on, you know, his consistency, but also his mindset, what he's been doing with his coach, Matt Myers. I mean, he said that, you know, coaching has changed everything for him. And it's the work he's done out of the water that has really helped him achieve the status that he's at today as a title threat. And the score comes through for Samuel Pupo. It's a 6-3-3, so a big start for Sammy. Let's see what the fans have to say about it.
I thought the scale was going to be a little bit lower for them to being on the water. Like the men's just started, I thought they were going to keep it lower, but it was incredible surfing for Sammy.
Well, look at this. This is quite the change. I was not expecting the Banco do Brasil fan picks to be leaning so heavily in Samuel Pupo's favor. 70% of surf fans out there, and this is global. This is not just Brazil. This is global numbers here. I mean, last year, those numbers would have been flip-flopped. But the way Sammy's been surfing in 2026 is easily, he is the most improved surfer on the men's championship tour.
Yes, I agree.
And right now he's in control, so he uses it as priority.
Smart
This
decision.
Left runner, building speed, snaps it again. I mean, he does just enough, and then at the end of that second score, adds a little flair, kicks out the tail, and he's adding some showmanship to his game as well. Well, you know, let me hear it from the crowd.
And what I think is so impressive about Sammy's surfing is just the fundamentals. Like, he makes sure he uses every inch of rail he has on offer. His body work, you're going to see he's a tall guy, so he extends, but he also compresses very well. Up and vertical, transitional turn, but critical. And right here, he's going to give that little extra factor. Gets very low, gets dramatic, shows the judges that that turn was actually better than they were expecting. So those little things add half a point that could make a big difference in the end.
The 1-2 punch there, I mean, you look at his opening score, that's 6-3-3. This might be better than that because a little bit more exciting, a little bit more critical on that second turn. So far, the Sammy show is on. Score comes through a 5-5-0. So I was wrong, 1 point under, but still, I mean, that's a keeper score for now. He's already sitting on a double-digit total.
Well, you see some judges throwing sixes on both different judges, but one throwing a 6, the other one, number 4, also throwing a 6 in it. So that means some people are like, oh, this is very close. Some of them are a little bit more spread apart.
I think flow becomes a decision maker, I think, for the judges there.
That was great surfing no matter what, and kind of a defense-offense tactics as well. I personally, and I hope for both of us and for everyone watching, that I don't think that 5-5 is going to make any difference throughout the heat. I think they're both going to step up if waves come towards them and they get the opportunity, because they're too good of a surfer, and the waves are pretty decent and clean right now. It's just a matter of how long the ocean's going to stay low, and they identify that pretty early in the heat. That's why they're surfing those medium, smaller size waves compared to the ladies previously.
Sammy's back at it. If it ain't broke, keep going. Just hammers the lip, goes down. Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. That 5-5 and potentially that 6-3-3, if I dip into a little surf bro vernacular, could be 8s or lates throughout the afternoon here. You know, talked about the Thin Lizzy lyrics earlier on. The boys are back in town. Well, if the boys want to fight, you better let them.
Yep.
40-minute heat, so we're going to see plenty of surfing. In about 4 minutes, 50 seconds, we're going to see Leo and Liam make their way back into the lineup. And I feel like the cadence of waves being ridden right now is slower than when all 4 surfers are out there. We're going to see an uptick in the action for sure, because just more energy in the lineup with 4 surfers out there, and kind of forces the guys, even in the priority heats, to look closer at a lot of these waves.
Yeah, waves that I felt like they probably would have not be going about 40 minutes ago. I mean, they might have, mostly in the dual heat format, but they're by themselves. Just a little bit smaller in size, that's what I'm trying to say. And that relates to power, to criticalness, and the judges take note of that. But so far, they're adjusting perfectly because it's been a very slow heat and it's already been 17 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like Sammy's in the pushing the pressure right now. You know, he keeps riding waves. Even though he fell in that last one, you know, he got that one pretty much right in front of Jack. And now you see he's kind of dragging Jack along with him. So this is a different spot than we saw ridden yesterday. Yesterday, I mean, we were way down the beach to the opposite side of this of the sand, and now we're kind of closer to those rocks. Would you say this is kind of the more traditional takeoff zone of Saquarema?
This is, yes, most likely. I've never seen on the CT level someone surf that far like João did yesterday. Looks like a right into the channel. We haven't seen many of those so far.
Sammy could be hunting a ramp here, building speed. Coils up, goes to the air, and disappears. So pulls the old Houdini trick. Can't come up with it. Now Jack ripping into a backside hook. Nice series of turns for Robbo. Adds the third for the trifecta. That's going to be a solid number for Jack Robinson, who has nothing on the board yet. So 22:40 left. I like that 3-turn punch. For Robbo, this is how you get things started.
Yeah, solid surfing, always coming from behind the whitewash, making sure he's in the most critical part of the wave. And right here, the wave gives him a coping and he pushes that back foot, getting a good release. No wobbles, sure-footed, as we used to see him.
Board looks perfect.
Oh, and look at the canvas of the wave, how clean it is right now. So the surfers are loving surfing those waves. Like, it's just very fun.
We're gonna let the judges decide while they're working on it. We're gonna take a quick break. The gang's all here. Crowd is stacking up on the beach. It's the VIVO Rio Pro. We'll be right back. Here's a look back at last week. Leo unleashing Punta Roca, your 2026 El Salvador Pro winner. Nearly a decade in the making, but we knew he had it in him. Leonardo Fioravanti putting his name in the history books. The only Italian surfer to ever win a championship tour event, and he won it in glorious fashion. I mean, we're talking about beautiful, powerful, precise surfing. I mean, didn't put a wrong step forward the entire event. And you could see it from day one. That was Leo's event to win. So Leonardo Fioravanti will be going up against Liam O'Brien. Both surfers locked in the top 10 for now. Round 3, Heat 2, featuring 2 superstars, Italy versus Australia. But watch out, Sammy's back again. Quick snap to start, this beautiful little left-hander, belts it. Tons of spray flying. Adds a third. Quick fourth setup turn. If he can get a finish here, we're gonna expect something big. He wants the crowd to get involved, and we can hear it. The support for Samuel Pupo is at an all-time high. He's feeling it. I mean, we're watching momentum being developed in front of our eyes.
I mean, this is looking pretty close to excellent. The surfing was there. The wave had more height, more energy. Look at this first turn. Nice open gouge. Sets up perfectly for this down the line bottom turn. Up and vertical. Very critical. Gets the release, and that's how good he is. He's always powerful, times it well, but very loose surfer as well. And then he finished it off with, I mean, 2-3 more turns. So, I mean, this has to be the best wave of the heat, in my opinion. Everyone's frothing.
There's the crew. It's Matt Myers in that yellow hat. And that's more than a fashion statement. That's actually a way to signal his surfer in the lineup. And whatever Matt Myers has done behind the scenes with Sammy Pupo, and of course all the work that Sammy has done, it's absolutely working. It's happening in live time. Samuel Pupo, he's come out swinging. His first score was a 6.33, backed it up quick with a 5.50. Jack Robinson not out of it yet. You can never count Robbo out. He's starting strong with the highest single wave score, 6.77, of course, until the number drops for Pupo. It's an 8.17, one of the high marks of the day. You said it. I mean, that was near perfection.
It looked excellent.
Here we go, our first look at Liam O'Brien for round 3, heat 2. Things went wrong on the second turn, but what a great style. I mean, this is pretty cool because both Liam and Leo, I would say they have somewhat similar style. I'm going to give the power edge over to Leo, but in terms of speed, I mean, not a lot of surfers go faster than Liam.
And just, he's another guy that cuts the water like no one. Like, kind of like same as Sammy, you know, gets underrated so many times, maybe because they're not as big in frame as other surfers, but the fundamentals, the rail work is always as sharp as he gets.
And all 4 surfers in the lineup, I would call all of them veterans at this point. You know, Leo and Jack, they've been around. Sammy's kind of entering that veteran category. Same with Liam.
I thought this was very important. It goes unseen. This wave had so much wall in front, and this part right here, he takes his time and lets the board do the talk. He has a long, extended bottom turn. It was so easy for you to take off on that wave and get ahead of yourself and just move to like 1 or 2 feet further in front of the wave, and you still would have gotten a 6 or a 6.5, but wouldn't been as critical. So that transition from the first turn to the second, where he let the board glide and didn't move, it just shows the maturity that he used to not have.
Right, the patience was a key factor in that wave. And the word patience in itself is interesting because you don't think of it in the span of a split-second decision. But what Sammy did right there, which, you know, you just deciphered, was, you know, just that little subtle extension of the bottom turn, putting himself in the perfect, most critical spot of the wave. O'Brien now whipping into a series of backside turns. So it gets a 3-turn combo. Not a lot of flow. So now we're going to go out the back to Leonardo. He hammers the oncoming section. I mean, if you think about this, the secondary heat that's in the water, I mean, scraps are looking pretty fun too. I feel like Leo probably got the better of that exchange. I like the work that Liam did on that wave, taking nothing away from him, but the wave just was kind of messy down the line, not a lot of open face to work with.
And that goes down to wave have scores. Like, so this wave has a maximum capacity of like if you did a full rotation right there, like a 5, you know? And he just surfed it to as good as you could, just keeping it like solid, but not safe, but just solid. And this wave here had way more scoring potential. 2 very big solid turns on a critical section on a bigger wave. So that was just the point of difference. Both surfed well, but on a way better wave for Leo. And he is a big section, first one, just mistimed right there, gets too tight, unfortunately. And you can see a little bit of frustration, it seemed like, because he knew the first turn was very solid on a critical section, probably the biggest section we've seen so far in this heat.
Like in The Simpsons when Homer says, "Don't!" Almost like you heard it. Kind of hit himself in the head there. Knew that he made I'm not going to say a critical error because there's still 15 minutes left, but that section has meat on it. And it looked like he tried to go up and under it and just got hung up.
It was tricky to his, you know, like it didn't have that much space in front as well. So he was trying to be as aggressive as he could, went a little bit too much maybe. So
Sammy sitting on the 8.17. Robbo still well within reach. does need a 7.74, which is a pretty sizable number for today. 14:30 left in round 3, heat 1. 34:30 left in round 3, heat 2. Big names still left in the draw. We got Morgan Siblick going against Matthew McGillivray left. Italo's still in the draw.
And how's that exchange? Leo gets a 7.5 on his first wave, which is for an under priority heat, that's
huge.
A huge score, and comes back with priority still. So he kicked out, his wave was much bigger, so he finished the wave way further up. And Leon had that small wave inside. Even though he got the wave before, he was still underneath Leo. So Leo is a win-win. That guy's going big.
There's so much action here in Saquarema this weekend. Brazil got a win in the World Cup last night. And it was loud in town. And I think that trend will continue on through the weekend. Huge crowds making their way down to the beach today. And I feel like this is, I mean, you said it on day one, this is the biggest contest site, the biggest city I've ever seen built on the beach for a championship tour event. It's almost like the fairgrounds have opened up. And I love that, you know, the focus is on surfing, and then it's almost like between heats and when there's breaks, then people go do all the fun stuff. But when surfing's in the water, it's all eyes on the action. So 13 minutes left. Sammy in the lead over Rabo, needing a 7.74. Leo with that 7.5. What a way to start. And Liam, just a 2.3 and a 3.50. Throwaway scores. Still with over 30 minutes left. But you identified that quick, that Leo not only getting a massive score in the secondary priority heat, but also regaining priority for himself, now giving himself a greater chance of success because he's got pick of waves over Liam.
Yeah, and it's a win-win, and both of them kind of giving a little bit of separation to that, more towards that middle peak, because they do not have priority right now. And it seems like we're going in a little bit of a low, maybe some waves moving down there. Leo having a look, quick look.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see the conditions right now. It's beautiful. What an epic day at the beach. Thousands of surf fans have turned out. It's 11:15. We still got a long day of action ahead of us, thankfully. Right, barreling down the line. Jesse just did a rodeo flip on that wave, in my mind.
I mean, only in my mind I can do that as well, so.
Oh, come on.
It looked like Jack.
Someone was in there.
In a trainer.
You dropped in on Jack Robinson.
I did.
How dare you?
I know. Rude.
11:30. Pupo out the back with priority in the green jersey. Leo in blue with priority. Nice little trainer here. I mean, and if Jack Robinson can't make it out of a barrel, no one can.
We're not making, that's
we
for
know
sure.
That. One of the best barrel riders on planet Earth. I like that idea. You know, we saw barrels highly rewarded yesterday.
He actually got one.
He got a cool kind of backside pit. I want to say probably the best backside barrel stance of anybody on the championship tour. Again, you know, that ideal mix of the Irons brothers, the way he kind of like leans his front foot onto the deck of his board, grabs his rail. Perfect positioning. We got a high 7. One of the I would say one of the 3 or 4 barrels that we saw all day yesterday, and one of the best numbers. It's a new day, but there's still a couple of tube opportunities out there. 10:30 left. Pupo in control for now. 7.74 is a big number. I mean, that's got to be a wave as good, if not better, than Sammy's 8.17. I mean, Sammy surfed that wave probably as good as he could. I don't think he could have done anything else on that wave, so you got every bit of the score. You know, at the 10-minute mark. A lot of waves ridden. Rabo's on his 6th wave. Sammy on his 5th. Leo just sitting on that 1 wave score, but it's a big one with a 7.5. Looks like Jack taking a look at this left-hander. It's close out, so he pulls out quick. And here comes Sammy. So we'll see the tactics start to come into play. I think with 9.5 left, you're not really starting to pester your opponent just yet.
You keep a close eye to it though. Like, kind of let the serve do the talking, but he's already let the serve do the talking. 14.5. He's not going to sit on him, but he's going to make sure he's in reach of if a good wide wave or underneath wave comes, he can scratch to it.
Look at this. A stack of parachutes. Uh-oh.
That's the wave.
They better watch out because Sammy's about to spray him. Bam. Opening snap, second turn. He had to push it. That was going to be a near impossibility to get it up and into that section. This is some acrobatics. Are they called parachutists or parachuters?
Man, don't ask me.
Okay.
We might find some banks, so look at that beach. Beach break looks fun.
Whoa, they're unlocking spots for us.
I know.
On the sneaky. These are experts in the field of gliding. That parachute stack. I know that's a dangerous maneuver because I've seen the internet. Really cool, super controlled. Fans looking up. And perfect timing between sets.
Yeah.
Thank you, team.
They timed it well, which is not good for Jack. He wants a set to come right now.
Right. 8 minutes left. Skydivers, Ferris wheels, soap soccer. It's all happening here in Saquarema. One of the ultimate surf capitals of Brazil, and that's saying a lot because there are a lot of marquee spots here, world famous destinations, and here we go. Leo did it on his forehand in El Salvador. We'll see if he can do it on his backhand here in Saquarema. That turn was vital. Vertical with the added flair of a slide. Liam behind him. Again, just this wave is lacking energy.
Yep.
So in terms of wave selection, fully weighted with Leo.
And the thing is, once again, he's gonna get, unless he did a turn before because we didn't see the takeoff, but seems like from what we saw, he is gonna get the lower score, and he's also most likely not gonna get priority because it seems like Leo is just on that little shallow part of the bank where you can pedal out pretty easily. And this is the replay. See, like takes off on the wave already, kind of shouldering down. The surfing is there. It's just, you know, wave quality is not cooperating with him.
Yeah,
nice.
Great surfing, bad wave.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the equation you want.
And what's the difference in between that wave and this wave? It's just the coping. Like this wave has more curve, has more energy. He's hitting that shallow part of the bank, and he can actually match the power and be very dynamic on both maneuvers that he did. So he's going to get a great backup here. And most likely priority. We'll see.
That could be insult to injury. See now, Samuel trying to extend his lead. Quick snap to start, comes around it. Second turn, pretty potent. So good two-turn combo there. Sammy is flexing on him. Crowd goes wild. It's his friends and family there. And when the Pupos are in the house, that's a big fan base. But Miguel has 4 kids. Sammy's got a sister here with more kids. They got the whole crew. Sammy was kind of laughing about it yesterday, saying, you know, when these hometown events can be a little bit more stressful because everybody needs a pass. Everybody needs to know when
How do you
you're
get
going to
that
serve.
many passes? Yeah. Just Miggy has 4 kids, so, and a wife, so that's 5. Plus 5 for him. Mom, dogs, filmers.
Well, you know, these guys are surf superstars, so they tend to get what they want, especially here at home in Brazil.
I mean, they put in a show on for us, so they deserve that.
Yeah, that's the least we could do for them. So Sammy, he moved up to your zone, right?
Yeah, well, we both moved south. Our zones both up north in São Paulo, and we both have moved south more, closer to Florianopolis. He lived in Florianopolis. I lived south from it.
And the reasoning there, just more options, more waves.
Yeah,
more
a
nature.
bit more country, more nature, better waves. I mean, not better waves. There's good waves up north too, where we live, but different.
Yeah, yeah, you pivoted quick there. We don't have to talk about the waves.
Yeah. We'll move on. All those A-frames that I said.
There's waves all over the place. Let's leave it at that. But yeah, it feels like, again, the changes that Sammy has made in his life, in his mind. You know, his body's way stronger this year than he was last year. So everything's working. And scores are following. 7-6-7, Sammy Pupo's last wave. And that's deserved. I mean, power surfing reigning supreme. And here we go. Robbo trying to answer back. GWM recap. So some great surfing from Jack Robinson. It's just Sammy's been on the better waves and he's been making them count.
Yeah, definitely. Both surfers are surfing very solid, but once again, wave selection just paying off for Sammy right there. This one, very patient off the bottom, still with a lot of aggression and speed, which is a hard combo to have. Patience and being fast, so try to do that at home. Doing your dishes, it's hard already enough. Imagine trying to surf. And then he backs it up with a 7.67 and really makes the task for Jack Robbo much harder with this beautiful finish on a solid size wave compared to what they previously rode. So that's why the energy that that wave had probably bumped that score a little bit higher.
I mean, he's got the rhythm right now. It's just the waves look like they just keep coming to him. There is luck involved, but of course these elite surfers have a way of making their own luck happen. And that's positioning. That's, you know, the competitive knowledge that all of these surfers have. They know what they need at any given time. Your event's top 5 waves. Well, Sammy Pupo is now tied for that top spot with an 8.17 on his previous score. Liam's now going to flirt with this little right-hander. He's driving down the line. And you just kind of got a feel for Liam because these waves look decent when he stands up, but they've all just gone a little bit weird. But he's putting up okay scores, a couple 3.5s, but I mean, this wave looked kind of cool when he stood up, but then look, it just flattens out.
Yeah, he's going in the deep water shelf where that right is into the channel. And it's interesting, he has such a good heat IQ, and I'm actually surprised that he's surfing these little waves, knowing what's on the scoreboard already. It would be a different story if they have a scrappy heat where no one had anything, so you're trying to build up a rhythm. But right here, the rhythm's set. Like, Leo has a 7.5 and a 5 on the heat without priority. So most likely he's going to improve that 5 into probably another 7. So he's looking at 14-point totals. That's what I'm guessing. Obviously, I can't predict the future, but the logical way to think would be that. And he's going on waves that, I mean, no matter how good you surf, you get a 4.5. So it's almost just a waste of energy, and it's uncharacteristic, in my opinion, for Leon. He's so calm, sharp, and smart kid. It's just sometimes you're off a little bit, and I guess you make those decisions.
See if he can correct his course. Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning is in effect for round 3, heat 1. And Sammy Pupo is in control with a 15.84 heat total, one of the highest of the day so far. Robbo would need a near perfect 9.07. So not only would he need the best wave of the heat, but he'd also have to perform at the highest level. We haven't seen any 9s yet. And if he's going to get one, now's the time to do it. This could be...
He needs 2 9s, though.
I'm not going to call this an upset because Sammy's been that good throughout the year. So they're evenly matched.
He needs 2 9s because Sammy's going to go on one of them, or at least something that could potentially give into a 9, which is this ramp that he's getting.
Here we go, pumping, looking for the section. And goes for the front side 180 kickflip. And I feel like that was more of a celebratory wave because with 45 seconds left, it's looking like a near impossibility for Robbo to catch up. So the Pupo show is on. 8.17 and a 7.67. Those are some solid numbers for Samuel. I mean, he kind of went from kid to man in the span of 2 years. We're witnessing the rise of Sammy Pupo. 20 seconds left. It's probably going to be it. Jack Robinson. Some great surfing. That 6.77 was stellar. He just couldn't quite find the backup, couldn't push and keep up with the pace Sammy set early in that heat. 5 seconds left. Yeah, that's going to be it. Sammy Pupo continues to blow minds and impress the judges, and he's got the crowd on his back. So a huge statement victory there for Samuel Pupo. You better hope he's on your fantasy team because he's putting up solid numbers here. Give it up for Jack Robinson. He made it a heat, the 6.77. That's going to be all that we see from that West Oz prodigy. We're going to field two more surfers in the lineup. Coming right up, Morgan Siblick, Matthew McGillivray. They'll join Leo and Liam after these brief messages. You're watching the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Cero. Stay tuned.
Eu amo Saquarema! Hoje a gente veio aqui pra Laje de Manitiba. É uma praia que fica a 15 minutos de Itaúna. O que me encanta dessa região de Saquarema, ela é uma onda com fundo de pedra. Quando as ondulações estão grandes, ela quebra uma onda grande, tubular, incrível. É um lugar que me remete muito à paz, né? A essência do surf, né? Me mantém feliz e me conecta muito comigo mesmo. Eu tenho água cristalina para poder mergulhar e altas ondinhas para poder surfar, conexão com a natureza absurda. E assim como a cultura do surf, a cultura da pesca aqui em Saquarema é muito forte. A gente pode pescar na Praia da Vila, em Itaúna, nas lajes de fora, garantir seu alimento da maneira mais sustentável possível. Eu acho que isso faz o pacote ser completo daqui.
Sammy Poole came to rock and roll, and he's doing just that, putting up big numbers, a 15.84 heat total, and taking out a titan of surfing, Jack Robinson. So big things happening for Samuel Pupo. Chris Cote here with surf legend Jesse Mendez. Jesse, it's almost like we expected that to happen, and he lived up to all the expectations and more. What do you credit this new Sammy Pupo to?
Give credit to hard work that he's putting behind. You can see that he definitely grew, muscled up a bit more. And if you look back the past few years, besides John, everyone had to kind of get bigger in order to win a world title. Gabe, Italo, Iago, same thing. John's just kind of a beast of stature, you know. He was already a thick guy without even putting that much work outside of the water. That played into his advantage, but all the rest had to, and he's on his way. Looks like Leo here had second nice, very steep maneuver, super tight in the pocket, lots of power, and finish it off pretty strongly on his foot, no wobbles. 4 back-to-back maneuvers. And Leon on the right, a little bit less energy on that wave, beautiful first turn, carves it up. And then that transition looks like it's going pretty flat, and the finish. That's the whole difference. The surfing is incredible right there for Leon. As good as you can do. But the wave has a limit of score potential. And Leo is getting the 7s and 8s, and Leon is going for the 4s and 4-5s. Surfing is pretty much the same. Like, both of them are not committing mistakes as far as surfing, just wave selection.
Yeah, I fully agree with you there. 15:30 left with Leo and Liam. Well, we have a little bit of a break in the action. Let's go down to the glass. A hard-charging Sammy Pupo standing by now with Maeda.
Thanks, Chris. So, Sammy, as soon as you finished that wave, you knew it was excellent, and you called the crowd to cheer for you. Talk us through that wave and how the crowd here really helps you.
It helps so much. I feel like it's just such a good energy here for me, and I really feel like I thrive off everyone's energy and positivity at the beach, and it's just such a beautiful moment in surfing to be here on a Saturday, sunny day in Brazil, and the crowd is here, and I just want to perform for them and for my family, and yeah, that's what I did, so I'm happy to deliver.
Yeah, it was 8.17, the same score as Ron got yesterday. How was it? Talk us through that wave.
It was a set wave, and it was just clean. It had the perfect pace, and I just had to connect the dots all the way to the beach, and it just felt amazing. I felt like I did everything I could on the wave and surfed it as well as I could. So I'm just so happy with myself and how confident I was in the water. I feel like every heat against Jack is so intense, and I respect him so much for everything he's done in surfing, all the wins he's had, and he's known for being an amazing competitor. So I knew I had to do my best surfing and still be the best competitor in the water to beat him. So that was my focus, and I'm happy.
Congratulations. Agora em português, umas palavras para o seu público aqui no Brasil.
Bom, obrigado. Vocês foram incríveis hoje. Feliz em começar o round masculino assim, com vitória, e começar o dia bem. A Lulu também acabou avançando, então feliz de estar vivendo esse momento do Brasil. Copa do Mundo rolando e a gente aqui também competindo, está sendo um momento incrível, e abraço para todo mundo, obrigado pela torcida e vamos nessa.
Congratulations. Thanks. Back to you guys.
Not only a title threat, but it looks like he's entering heartthrob territory. Sammy Pupo, man of the people. The fans have his back. And Jesse, let me ask you, if you're in title contention as a Brazilian surfer, is it mandatory that you grow a mustache?
I guess so. I've never been in a title contender, so I can't answer that.
Maybe you got to grow a mustache.
I know. Yeah, I'm taking the wrong route.
Right, we've seen it. We saw it with Italo. We saw it with Gabriel.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe I'm superstitious, but...
Oh, actually, Iago had it for a little bit as well.
Exactly.
There you go.
All right, now let's get back to the business at hand. A guy who thrives in beach break conditions like this is Morgan Siblick. What a way to start, hammering this wave all the way to the sand.
I mean, that acceleration on that second turn, giving a pop to the eye, you know, like the judges are expecting just a nice vertical, gets a good fin release. And now Leon sits with priority, 12 minutes left. He's looking for a big combination of scores of 15.5, but looks like he's going to be on a better wave now.
Liam coming around this section, snaps it quick, hoping for something of impact on the inside. Clean finish, but now he's got a front row seat to his opponent, Leo. Slashing down the line on this wave. A couple beautiful turns there. Adds a third. Goes vertical. Can he get back up? No, but I don't think it really matters because Leo is now on par with the best of the best, one of the highest heat totals of the day. 15.50 on the strength of an 8 and a 7.5. Leo's looking unstoppable, and he's still battling at the end.
But this is such an important, crucial moment of the heat to get priority. Because Leon is that good. He could, wow, that was a good cross.
Ooh.
Leo just
That's legal?
intimidating. Yeah, I guess so.
I like, you know, I see nothing wrong with a good old-fashioned paddle battle. Get chippy out there. And I like that, you know, Leo is a fierce competitor. I've asked a couple surfers the question, like, who's the guy out there that, you know, is just going to be getting after you the entire heat? And I didn't really put it all together until a few surfers answered in the same way. Leo is that guy. You know, he'll paddle you up the beach. You know, he'll make you earn it. See McGillivray. So it's all regular footers in the lineup now. This is going to be fun because I think all four of these guys have really great backhands. Morgan especially, I'd say, he's one of those surfers that, you know, he reminds you how good his backside surfing is every time he takes off on a right or a left. And I'd say almost underrated as one of the best backsiders.
Yeah, the approach, the bottom turn really sets him up for success always. It's very compact. It looks like Matthew had on that last wave. First turn was very nice and critical. Second one transitional. The wave gets a little bit flatter. He's able to carve it through. Not a big score, but something to put on the board.
So we're breaking records here. Leo now has the second highest heat total for the men's side of the draw. But guess who he's behind?
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing about it. Like, it just feels like Leon is just off rhythm. Like, he had priority. That first wave looked pretty decent, but the second one was even better. Leo felt. That wave probably had a 7.5 in it. It just doubled up. The wall stretched up a little bit more.
I mean, we're just seeing power hacks right now from all 4 of these guys. Gillivray just staying busy. So he's waiting on 2 scores now. Leo with a 7.5 and an 8-point ride. Last score comes through a non-factor at a 5.50, but look at the consistency there. He's throwing away 2 5s. And Liam, he's hanging on to a 1.5, and he's got a 4.73 for his backup. So just a tale of 2 different heats.
Yeah, 2 5s, and one of them possibly could have been a 7.5 if he would have landed that last turn. This is good surfing from Matthew, just a very small wave, but keeping it busy. Here without priority. It's been a little bit slower his last few heats.
Whoa.
So
little wake-up call in that end section.
That's
cool.
the flare. That's the flare that we talk about that Morgan can bring to the table, front side and backhand. That wave is gutless.
So we got 8:45 to go in the Leo versus Liam heat. Morgan and Matthew have plenty of time. 28:40. So we're waiting for some scores to come through for McGillivray and one more for Morgan. Look at the full wave. The Banco do Brasil replay.
See how the bottom turn set him up for success. Like, there was such a tricky wave. The first 2 sections were kind of tight in the pocket, and this one was down the line, but he kept his rail engaged for a long time to maintain the speed to get the flare off the last turn. It's going to be a small score because it's a small wave, but still the surfing is A+.
One of the most stylish surfers on the championship tour. I'd say one of the most stylish surfers in the world.
Yep.
Liam O'Brien. It's always cool when you get to see slow motion visuals of Liam. I'm just sitting here taking notes. How can I surf more like Liam O'Brien?
Everything is right on the perfect place where it needs to be. Nice vertical. Second section here, even better. Times it well, the backwash, and finish it off strong. So if you think about it, this wave had more of a scoring opportunity, and he matched the surfing. The surfing has been there, just the waves haven't helped, but this second turn, very critical. Air drops it, and finish it off with a nice vertical spray turn. Pretty clean, so he's, personal opinion, I think he's gonna better his situation. Obviously, he's in combination right now, needing 2 waves of total of 15.5. But on his way of selecting better waves, that's gonna give him a better opportunity to match what Leo has been doing.
Yeah, down but not out. You know,
Yeah.
Liam O'Brien is a special type of surfer. He's shown flashes of brilliance throughout the 2026 season. So we'll see if he can pull a rabbit out of his hat now. I mean, he's going to need to do something pretty miraculous. Leo hanging on to an 8 and a 7.5, and now holding priority. Beautiful waves coming through. I love how clear the water is here today.
Wow, maybe a gift right there, wide one.
Wow, quick snap. Sibic has so much pop in his turns, especially that closeout snap he's got. He's done about 3 or 4 of them now, and it just looks so cool every time. It's almost like you can hear it when he goes up and into the lip. The pop.
And he gives it more than you expect, right? And that all comes down to how compressed his stay and keeps maintaining the speed throughout the bottom turn. And the transition where he starts to extend, it's perfectly timed. Right here, the first turn, and notice how he's going to keep his rail very low, his body very low to engage the rail. And as soon as he gets close to the lip, he starts to extend and apply all that pressure into the perfect timing. And it just buckets everywhere. Like, it's a great combination. A wave that was very hard to get a high score, and he's going to capitalize on it.
Sharp Eye looks great under his feet, too. It looks like it's one organism, right? It's all one unit. You know, it's not like
extension.
Yeah, it's not like he's looking like he's forced to control the board. Everything is just working in perfect synchronicity.
And that's the magic board call, right? This is Leo. If I'm not mistaken, that's the 7.5, the first wave of the heat, much bigger in size than all the waves that Liam had so far, and a little bit steeper as well. And this is the second one, just a combination of major maneuvers, getting him an excellent score. Powerful, very tight, rail to rail, not moving the board more than he needed to, just keeping the rails very clean. And you can see the difference right here. Oh, actually, that's the wave that gave Liam a little bit of a better coping, and he could actually put some of his power and technique on the wave. But still, it lacked just quality.
Yeah, so the GWM recap tells this story. of Leonardo Fioravanti building his own Roman Empire with a 15-5-0 total. While we wait for next set to roll through, let's find Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, Chris, down here on the beach in Saquarema with an IC UV report. The UV index right now at about 6 right here on the beach in Saquarema. I got my trusty ICs on right now, made by surfers for surfers in Southern California, but used all over the world, especially right here in Brazil. These are the Masons. You can purchase them online. And everybody down here in Saquarema, Brazil, having a good time. Amo Brazil! Let's go, guys. Use your trusty ICs here on the beach.
Thank you, Mitchell. And I will.
I'm always
I
on
trust
ICs.
that guy, and I trust IC as well with my eyeballs. And that is a statement there as well that the fans are here. They're all engaged in the action in the lineup. There are no accidental tourists here. Everybody is here to watch the elite level surfing. 3 minutes, 50 seconds left. Liam has to give way to Leo. Flying down the line, straight up into a perfect section. Gets a solid finisher there. That could be the knockout punch for Leonardo Fioravanti.
Once again, right time, right wave, perfect execution. For me personally, this is the best wave of the heat so far. That second turn was impressive, very powerful, had a lot of speed throughout the turn and kept the speed. Actually came out with probably more speed than he came in. Nice read right here. The wave was a little wobbly. Just sets him up perfectly for that pocket, releases the tail, lots of spray, and finish it off in the most critical section we've seen so far in this heat. So the combination of major maneuvers back-to-back on that one, comparing to the 7.5 and then add in the first turn, this looks the best wave of the heat for me.
Well, the high heat score of the event so far is 15.84, and Leonardo may have just eclipsed that. We'll wait for the score to come through, and you know, for a pure power surfer to have this good a style, that is a complete package there. Leonardo is on a special roll here in 2026.
Very special, and I love how he got the release off that that second turn. If we like look back and pay attention to it, he pushes that back foot very hard, but he transfers the weight to the front foot. So he lifts the rail, he lifts the fins off the back of the wave and creates that separation from the water and the friction, and gets so appealing to the eyes when you're watching. And with so much control and power, reflected to an 8.5.
Yeah, a new record just been reached here by Leo. 8.5 paired with an 8. So we've got the highest heat total of the event so far, 16.50. How do you do that, Jesse?
With 2 minutes left, very tricky. I don't know. I don't think I've ever pulled one of those off. With 2 minutes left, it's very, very tricky.
Well, he was out of the combo for a minute, and then Leo just goes ahead and slams the door shut. I think it's a near impossibility for Liam to catch 2 waves in time and get himself a 16.50.
You need a lot of things to to go your way. You need a perfect wave to come now, you smash it, and then you need a Leo to commit a mistake, and then another wave for you to smash it once again. So,
and this is the graphic he did not want to see, the Banco do Brazil 2-minute warning. That means time's almost up for Liam. Masterclass from Leo. And he's throwing away some pretty sizable scores. He's getting rid of a 7.50. That's a number that anyone else in this heat would be begging for. Pairing an 8 with an 8.50. Easy math there. 16.50 total.
isn't it crazy how 2 surfers could be surfing to their potential and surfing extremely well, but have such a separation of scoreboard, like you wouldn't see anywhere else.
Whoa. McGillivray now demanding the attention. 2 big frontside hacks. A rare right-hander that's spinning off down the line. Really great use of that wave from the jump as we see Liam now fighting back. There's 30 seconds left. That was a great looking turn.
That was beautiful surfing from Liam.
With 20 seconds left, valiant effort. But when you're going up against a buzzsaw, I feel like you know what's happening here. As we see now, Siblick sticking to these lefts, applying the pressure all the way down the line through to the inside, finishing nicely, and he's feeling it. Little fist pump there. It's almost like Morgan and Matthew, just so they're kind of on opposite sides of the takeoff zone. they're not necessarily going against each other. They're both kind of doing their own thing.
They're good friends, so maybe they're just letting the surf do the talking.
A gentleman's heat.
And I mean, Leon's coming in with a great score now, obviously a bit late, but.
Well, it's a sentimental thing, right? He's out of combination, so Leo doesn't have that stat over him, but check out these numbers. Leonardo Fioravanti comes through with an 8.5 and an 8 for the highest heat total of the event so far, a massive 16.50. Liam O'Brien comes through with a respectable 13.33. That's a number that will get you through most heats, but Leo, he is on to something special here in Saquarema. We're gonna take a quick break, but we'll be back with a lot more action. Hometown hero João Chianco will be entering the lineup along with George Pitar. And we're gonna have some special guests in the booth and tons of surfing coming at you. Don't go anywhere. The VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona rolls on.
The 2026 VIVO Rio Pro presented by Cero is brought to you by VIVO, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Brazil. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the WSL Championship Tour. By Banco do Brasil, official bank of WSL in Brazil. And by the City of Saquarema, official host of the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona. And welcome back to the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Cero. Men's round 3 out in the water, and we just set the bar with Leo Fioravanti on his performance. New heat in the water, João Chianco up against George Pitar in the overlapping heat format. We got already Morgan Siblick and Matthew McGillivray. They are in the priority heat. New clock starting for João and George Pitar. This is one to be set up for, and we have so many things happening here at the VIVO Rio Pro. We've got some great guests too. We promised you guests when we're throwing to break. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, talking you through all the action. And joining me on the set to talk through is 5-time world champ, Lucas Fink, 5-time skimboard world champ, and
big wave
skimboard big wave
Yeah.
surfer, pioneered Nazare, pioneered Mavericks. Lucas Fink, again, having you in the booth, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to watch some good heats. Morgan and Matthew already putting on a show. And my buddy João, local hero, one of the crowd's favorite, as I'm sure is going to put on a great battle with George, who's been ripping throughout all this week.
I want to hear a little bit about the inside information on João Chianco, Chumbinho.
He's a pretty quiet guy. I'm way more close to Lucas, of course. I'm good friends with João as well, but it's funny to see how different they two are. So he's always a little bit more reserved, let's put it this way. And especially here in Saquarema during the stop, he's in full focus mode. We were having a barbecue with Lucas before the night before his heat.
Yeah.
And João was like sleeping by 8 p.m., I guess, when I got there. So he's on the grind for sure.
Well, it's a big opportunity for João Chianco to have his best result so far this year if he makes the quarterfinals. Paying attention now to Morgan Siblick. Siblick in the lead over Matthew McGillivray.
That was a sick combo.
Nice combo.
Yeah, that last maneuver to finish. The way he climbed that was nice. And the first two were awesome. George also put on a nice 7-point ride.
And talk us through this replay right here.
Good two first turns, a good solid one to start. The second one, he was pretty fast as well and made sure to get his third finish climbing that section. Sometimes it's hard on those like little A-frames here in Saquarema. George.
And here's George Pitar.
Yeah, the same, also 3 turns. Good start for him. And here's João.
Joao's beginning. This is his first wave. Coming up a little bit short on this one with a 2.17.
Yeah,
George
couldn't find
Pitar
the wall.
open with a 7.33. Reply of Morgan Siblick. This is a 7-point ride.
Oh, so that's his best score at the moment. He has a 6.27 as a backup. And Matthew also has a good score, 6.7, but looking for another one to try to beat Morgan by the end of this heat.
Yeah, and this is Matthew McGillivray on his 6.7. So we're catching up with all the waves ridden during that break and some important waves. This is the 6.7 for Matthew McGillivray to keep him within arm's distance of Morgan Siblick, who is in the lead. McGillivray now needs a 6.58. 13 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock, Lucas. And so this is still a very tight battle between the two, the Australian and the South African.
Yeah, 6.58 for Matthew. Seeing everything he's done this past 2 days. And yeah, I'm sure he could get it if he finds the right one. He's holding on to priority right now. They are on the priority heat as well. So with this amount of waves coming in, super clean, I'm sure we're going to see more action in this heat. Here comes George. No. Didn't like this one.
Yeah. Speaking of what Matthew McGillivray has done in competition so far, took out Luke Thompson in that opening round, round number 1, but the big story was Matty McGillivray right here.
Here he comes.
Taking down Gabe Medina in round number 2. McGillivray tries to clear this section.
Found the open face, a little bit bumpy on this one, kind of backwashy, but still got a good finish on that one. I'm not sure if this is going to change his situation.
Yeah, he's looking to improve upon a 4.8.
4.8, yeah, maybe step that up a little bit. Not sure. The beginning of that wave was a little bouncy.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to go back to the lineup and reposition. Try to find his 7-point ride to back up. He needs a 6.61 at the moment.
Yeah. So, well, we'll talk you through the replay. What do you see here?
Yeah, he was looking for that first section, but the wave just ran with all that backwash as well. Even though it's clean, Saquarema always has some bumps on the way. He found it, found the open face in the end of that section. Good first turn, and the second one as well to finish off. It was pretty fast linking up those two maneuvers. But I think the fact that he missed a big part of that starting section won't be able to get the score that he's looking for to jump into first.
Not only you're a 5-time world champ pro skimboarder, you're a pretty good commentator and guessing.
I'm trying.
Guessing scores too, because I think you're spot on. He's going to remain with that
change, huh?
with that 11.5. It's not official yet. One more judge has to throw the score, but it's not going to change.
Yeah, it's coming up now. Should be around the 4, I guess, or a high 3. So he's going to have to reposition, as I said, look for a better wave, and I'm sure he's totally capable of. Thanks for the.
I'm encouraging.
It's hard though with the overlapping heats,
Lucas,
to be honest.
When we walk in here on the set, we are a team. Tamo junto, brother.
Tamo
this is what we do.
Yeah, I love watching the surf events. I barely miss a heat when I'm at home.
That's so good to hear.
That's maybe where I got some practice.
Yeah.
Love hearing you, Chris, Jesse as well. It's super good.
Thank you,
I
man.
love also the Brazilian section, but sometimes I will listen to you guys more. Here comes Morgan trying to step up his situation. Sick finishing turn. Oh, yeah. He's on a good one today, huh?
Yeah, so the Novocastrian, right, Morgan Siblick, has such a good backhand. You know, he's made 2 finals on that backhand. Rottnest Island up against Gabe Medina.
True.
And then also just coming off of that finish in Raglan, New Zealand, also on the backhand. So you would think, as we see this replay, that Morgan Siblick would be the one that you would favor in this heat if everyone's surfing lefts.
True. I agree. He's super solid on his backhand. Got so vertical on most of the maneuvers when he carves as well. Super stylish. And that was a hard finish on this one. A lot of energy on that wave. First turn was also good. Let's see if he's going to improve a 6.3. I think it's going to be somewhat close to that. Maybe he can make things even harder for Matthew.
Yeah. And then when you think about Matthew McGillivray, I think about Jay Bay. And I think about Matthew McGillivray and his approach. But that's a right-hand point. So right now, and Matty got some of his big scores yesterday on rights. Seems like there's not as many rights out there today, Lucas.
Yeah. The swell turned a little bit. You know, every time we get a south bump, the first day when it starts dropping, you already get a little bit of eastern influence here in Rio de Janeiro in general. So I think that's what happening today. That's why we're seeing good lefts. Still super clean. Some rights, I think, a little bit more down the beach where some surfers were approaching yesterday. But I see everyone a little bit more concentrated in the main peak, in the point of Itaúna. Yeah. And yeah, it's a good day to surf out here. Everywhere on the beach has a little wave. And such a nice day out too. Good temperature. It was cold the past 2 mornings for Brazilian standards.
I like a little bit of chilly weather. Here we go.
João, nice one to start it off. Oh, drifting on this one. Will he complete? Couldn't get it on this one, but
pushed a little hard.
Yeah, he's there in the no priority heat right now, so kind of just trying to look for good waves to start things off. But I'm sure whenever they switch into first priority, they're going to be able to find even better waves. Yeah. George Pitara was already able to find a 7.33 on his first ride, which is
just valuable, right?
Yeah, great start for him. Going to be a good battle with João as well. Can't wait to see what this heat will provide.
Best result here was 2023 for João Chianca in a 9th place finish. So yet to really break through to that finals day here on home grounds. Maybe this is going to be the year for João. João, as well as George, in this heat, both on Channel Island surfboards. Here goes George Pitar.
Looking for a backup. Good start with the scarf. Another one linking up. Will he finish off pretty strong?
He's just
nice. He's solid,
so
yeah.
Coiled up and flexible,
and
right? He really swings his board around, George Pitar.
Yeah, very light on his feet too. Always linking up, great maneuvers. I love his style as well. And he's gonna get a good backup to start his heat with still 27 minutes on the clock. No priority heat, but building the house, as we say.
Yeah. He's our 2026 Margaret River Pro champion.
Yeah,
George Pitar, his first CT win after just 2 years on the championship tour. George Pitar is an interesting story too, because he fell off a tour in 2025, had to climb back on tour.
Just like João
through the Challenger Series. João has done that in his lifetime too, in his career as well.
Yeah.
So these guys, they fall off tour, they got to put the tires to the road, get on that Challenger Series, and George Pitar 2025 finished off the Challenger Series #4 position to get back on tour, and then comes back and wins the CT event. So pretty inspirational story with the 23-year-old out of Manly Beach, Australia.
Yeah, these two, him and João, have a bright future ahead. Already a reality as well. As you said, both have CT wins. They fell off the tour, got back, and yeah, George showing it pretty well in this heat. A 5.33 to back it up, 12 points total.
Yeah.
And
you know what, Lucas? You know what it's time for? We're going to start the engine on our GWM for our heat recap right here of the heat between Morgan Siblick, Matthew McGillivray. Pretty good surfing on the backhand by Morgan Siblick right here.
Yeah, some sick waves already in this heat. Morgan a little bit more in control, but Matthew, great surfing as well. Here is him on his 4.8, I guess.
That's right.
Yeah.
So McGillivray, 4.8, 6.7, and this is the backup. Had a 7-point ride for Morgan Siblick, and this is a 6.4.
Yeah, that's actually his last heat, his last wave that we just watched. He was able to improve on 0.10, yeah. So not much of a difference, but good.
Solid.
Another good backup, yeah.
Solid.
Stepping
backup.
up his total, making things harder for Matthew with 5 minutes on the clock. And here comes a good one. Is it João? Yeah. Oh, had to get out because Matthew was on the way on the priority heat. just one maneuver for Matt. I think John was a little bit better position on this one, but Matt had to take a try.
Well, I don't, you know, what happened with Matt, he needs a 6.71.
Yeah, that one's not going to be enough.
Nah.
Here comes João.
Meanwhile, Chumbinho.
Good.
Fist pump, he's right back in the heat.
Yeah, starting things for him. He had 4 waves, but was not able to capitalize on none of them. And now he found good 2 turns, linking up maneuvers, finishing off strong. He's going to go for the jet ski assist, I think.
Yeah, Red Bull jet ski.
Yeah, of course.
Lucas, I see you're having a Red Bull right now, too.
Yeah, always, always. I was also on my Red Bull ski yesterday doing a couple whips down in Bahia.
Oh, yeah.
So to the right of the contest, yeah.
On the skimboard?
Yeah, always on the skim. Here's João on the replay. Good vertical maneuver, critical, same with the finishing. Linking up those 2 very well. He's stoked on this one. He knows George already started super well, so he's going to need to find 2 solid waves to put himself back into the battle.
Board looks good for João Chianca. He's on a CI Pro, the plus-minus model, a new 6.0.
And he knows this wave like a very, very few. Knows how to deal with the backwashes, find the right section.
Lucas, I want to talk about surfing with no fins on the skimboard.
It's something else for sure. But
You're going faster, huh?
Yeah, you go faster. Sometimes it's hard to control all that speed, but it's something that I'm passionate about. Riding any type of wave with a skimboard, that's what I love most doing, you know. But riding big waves, it's just a unique feeling when you're no fins, no straps. Just flying through those waves, being able to do lines and have a different approach than all the surfers.
Sounds sketchy.
Yeah, it is sketchy, but it's also a great adrenaline, you know.
And that's why you and Shumbo are such good friends.
Yeah. We always push each other, you know. Shumbo was looking for a partner that had the same energy as him, and when we met, not through surfing, just through life in general here in Rio, he was always like telling me that I should try it, inspired by Brad Domke, you know, who was the OG big wave pioneer with that Puerto wave. And yeah, Shumbo motivated me, Red Bull stepped in with the project. We went to Nazaré and wrote history on that first season.
Yeah.
Of course, as I said, just fell in love with the adrenaline, with the friends I made in big wave surfing, all the teamwork. And now it's part of my career, yeah, pretty much. I'm half skimboarder on the shore break and half skimboarder on the big waves.
Yeah. Is there one that you prefer?
The skimboard on the shore break's a little bit more friendly, let's put it this way, a little bit more chill. But the adrenaline on the big waves and just the impact that all that movement that I did, riding Nazaré, Jaws, Mavericks, going to all the swells here in Brazil, that opened a lot of doors for me as an athlete. So yeah, very important. That's why I made it my career as well. I didn't just want to ride one wave in Nazaré, you know, and call it done.
Yeah, it's really impressive. It's really impressive. Yeah, if you're just watching us right now, just go ahead and do a Google search on Lucas Fink and blow your mind. Lucas Fink Nazaré and blow your mind.
Yeah,
and
check out, I think the people who are listening to this will probably like even better Jaws.
Yeah.
With that barrel that I got that was nominated as Ride of the Year last year in Big Wave Challenge. I was pretty honored with that.
Yeah.
Little wave coming in the lineup.
Yeah.
Matthew taking a look at it. Here comes a ride. Not many being ridden today. Not much of a wall either.
Yeah, you could tell he wasn't into it right there, and he's under priority. Maybe just trying to get away from Morgan Siblick. We're down to 1 minute in this Heat 3 of round 3 for men, and it looks like it's Morgan Siblick on his way to the quarterfinals.
Yeah. Matthew trying to stay a little bit further from Morgan in case of a wave coming in his last seconds. Morgan trying to block him a little bit.
Yeah, he's
part of the game.
He's part of the game, and you know, and this is an illustration. We saw Leo Fioravanti just dominant with his just having momentum from his win in El Salvador. I feel Morgan Siblick has similar momentum after his finals appearance over in Raglan to stop number 4.
Absolutely.
And he's going to make another finals day right now in about 25 seconds.
Let's see what they're going to do in this one. Morgan's going to go just in case Matthew wants it to try. Oh, little barrel on the backwash. Yeah, the rides are like fun, but hard to find a score.
Yeah.
That's what I would be surfing on my skimboard.
Yeah.
10 seconds on the clock. Let's see if Matt's going to get another one. before finish. Here comes a wave, but that's João.
Ah.
Yeah, and I think
he got a little. Yeah, he didn't want to take a chance, right? Because still Matthew was still in a priority heat, so João just kicks out.
Time's up.
Time's
and Morgan.
up. On to the quarterfinals for Morgan Siblick.
Another great result for him. For sure, he has the momentum. As a competitor, I can totally say that matters a lot. When you get that, when you get on that state of mind, and you just realize that you're capable of it, it's easy to find back-to-back good results or wins. And I think Morgan is getting back to the rhythm on the CT this year.
He sure is. So there you go. Morgan Siblick, 13.4, gets him over to the quarterfinals. We're going to take a break. We're going to continue on here in Saquarema. More conversations with Lucas Fink. Great surfing by Morgan Siblick.
Vou olhar na cachoeira, Saquarema. Olha isso, só pra mim. Hoje a gente veio na Cachoeira do Roncador, fica a 20 minutos da praia de Itaúna. São vários anos vindo pra Saquarema, né, pra pegar onda, pra estar na praia, curtir o mar, e essa é a primeira vez que eu venho na cachoeira. Estar em contato com a natureza é sempre bom demais. Uma cachoeira como essa aqui é uma parada alucinante. Tá no meio do mato aqui nessa imensidão e nessa solitude. E eu acho que esse mar de possibilidades, né? De um dia estar pegando onda, outro dia pegar o carro e dar uma relaxada aqui na cachoeira ou dentro da natureza, contato profundo e podendo viver isso tudo. É por isso que Saquarema surpreende. Isso é o que ela tem de melhor.
And we are back at the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Cero. And check out this heat. 2 gold medalists, 2020 Olympic gold medalist Italo Ferreira, #1 in the rankings coming into this event, up against 2024 Olympic gold medalist and Challenger Series champ Kauli Voss. That is a matchup, and we got a great set to talk to you about all the action today. Welcome joining us, Maida Pops, as well as 5-time world skimboard champ Lucas Fink. Maida, thank you for joining us. And Lucas,
pleasure to be here.
Don't take my job. You're really good at commentating right now.
It was hard to keep up with you on the last heat. Now we have Marita to help us out a little bit. I'm sure it's going to be good. We're going to have a lot of action with João, Italo, Kauli, George.
Yeah, you've been really good, Lucas.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is a 4.5 for João Chianca.
I think actually that was a 6.5, no? Oh, no, 4.5, yeah.
This right here, Lucas, is a 7-point opener for the Tahitian, Kauli Voss.
Good start for him, huh?
Oh.
Sick little layback to finish off. Doing it a little different than most of the finishings that we've been seeing. Oh, how's this turn? So clean out there today. What a great weekend to start the contest. Yesterday was pumping all day as well. And it looks like there's good forecast as well till the end of the waiting period. Oh, here goes backside. We're going to see him take it to the air or just go vertical.
That big first vertical hanger there for Kauli Voss connects to that flat section, and that spells a challenge for Italo Ferreira.
Yeah.
Kauli did a good job, Maida, right there, of backing up that 7-point ride immediately.
Yeah, starting things pretty fast right there. Cauli Vaz, the 7-point ride really already putting pressure against Italo Ferreira. And look that one, right on point, strong snap, and comboed with another quick turn to finish things off.
Yeah, that was a good backup for him. Let's see, how's it gonna match the 7.33? Oh, it just came as a 5.33. Oh, sorry, no, I'm looking at George.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the score for Cauli
Still
Vaz.
waiting for George, but just like George, Cauli being able to get 2 scores fast on the board without priority on his heat, applying some pressure into crowd's favorite Italo Ferreira. Yeah, I picked good 2 heats to come here and commentate, watch, because sometimes with so much going on out there on the beach, it's hard for you to focus on the heats. And here we're 100% locked into the show that those guys are putting on for us to watch.
George Pitar, Maida, it has been just having a great season on the championship tour, coming off of his maiden victory in stop number 2 over there in Western Australia. Another big result will fare well for the surfer from Manly.
Yeah, for sure, because after that, he kind of struggled a little bit in the other events, but if he can qualify for quarterfinals, would be awesome for him in the rankings, and here you go.
Italo, good opening turn.
Oh! That was unusual.
Yeah.
We don't see that a lot from Italo Ferreira. We know that we can never count him out. He is the 2024 VIVO Rio Pro winner, so he knows how to win out here.
We've seen airs from him that he'll do that with the board and somehow get back on top of it, you know, so yeah. Sometimes when it's that clean and perfect, it makes it harder to throw the airs, but of course Italo is always going to take it and try it.
So we're still waiting for that second score, Maida, for Cauli Vaz to really see what the challenge is going to be for Italo Ferreira.
Another one for George. He's on fire right now.
See what George has coming.
Oh.
A nice couple smacks on the backhand.
I think that might better his backup, huh? Good finishing as well. Nice one by George. He just got another ride that came in as another 5.33, so didn't change things for him. But I think this one might go higher than that. What do you think?
There was a lot of downtime going into that, but he had a nice finish. Here we go. Bravo! Up in the air, of course he puts it down.
Yeah.
Of course, this is what he does.
Backside, full rotation into the flats. Nice one.
Yeah, Maida, that's why I said, you know, with Italo, you cannot, even though there's a strong start with Cauli Vaz, you can't count Italo out.
No, never. I think he performed even better when he's against the ropes, you know, and especially here with all the crowd cheering for him and supporting him. And we saw he do this comeback like always. So he want to change his board, look.
Yeah, gonna change his board, and definitely he always feeds off that crowd energy, not only here in Brazil, but everywhere else. Look at this one, explosive section to throw off an air, and he just sent it into the flats. Great rotation. Not the highest air, but clean finish. The rights aren't providing as much wall as the lefts, but there's some crazy sections out there, and Italo is showing how to use them properly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he is. It's like a trampoline, springboard.
Yeah,
whatever you want to look at it.
I go with him on the pool, and it's just crazy the amount of airs that he does. Here's the backup for George. Good start. And then, yeah, a little bit of downtime on this one, huh? But the wave just ran a lot. Then he found another critical section, pumping. Wave losing a little bit of size and power, but still got another 2 little hits.
Board looking good for George Pitar. He's on a 6'1" Mikey February shorty model. It's a new model from Channel Islands. And gosh, that board looks good.
Yeah, going fast.
Not as fast as a skim board, but it's pretty fast for having some 3 fins on the bottom.
And here comes his score, 5.93, so he improved a little bit his situation, and now João needs a 6.77 to advance.
Hey, let's hear it from Morgan Siblick. He's on to the quarterfinals. Another great result for the Novocastrian. He's against the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Morgan, congratulations. Your board looked excellent out there. Your wave selection was on point. Congratulations. How do you feel out here on a Saturday afternoon, in Saquarema?
Oh, it feels amazing. The beach was pretty busy yesterday, and today's like twice as busy. So it's a pretty cool experience. Like probably the most people I've seen on the beach for a surfing event, and I don't know, it feels pretty surreal, especially just to be walking up the beach, like making the heat, and everyone's cheering for you as you walk up, even though I'm not a Brazilian. So it's pretty epic, cool experience for sure.
Great season in 26 so far. What's been really the catalyst so far for yourself, Morgan? The final already, into the quarters. What's it been like competing so far this season for yourself?
I don't know, it's just I really wanted to just make sure that I felt like I belonged back on tour, and I was doing my best surfing, and I feel like I've been doing that, and I just got a little unlucky at the start of the year, especially coming up against the top seeds in the first round is always challenging because you need pretty big heat totals, and you can't really have a fault in the heat, and I was really struggling at the start of the heat, but once I broke out of that, hopefully you can keep getting a few more heat wins now.
Appreciate the time, brother. Congratulations.
Thank you for that, Mitch. Cheers.
Kaipo?
All right, yeah, thank you. Congratulations to Morgs into finals day.
He's feeling the Brazilian vibes, for sure.
Hey, it's easy, Lucas, to feel the Brazilian vibes, bro.
Yeah.
I feel the Brazilian vibes every time I come here.
I know, it's good to see you guys having a blast.
Oh.
And this is not my hometown, but that's a place that I've came since I was a little kid. And just Brazil in general. We love having you guys here as well. The crowd loves the show that you guys provide. So it's a pleasure for me as well to be here in Saquarema another year, feeling the vibration.
Thank you. Maybe we'll get that Red Bull truck and the turntables out at some point over here. We can have a mobile party. You know, you can DJ us. You know,
this is not my contest. This is my vacation.
Okay,
here.
okay. we'll find it though.
Yeah.
I know you know people too.
Of course,
Yeah.
of course. Here comes the wave. Italo looking at it, but I think George's gonna get on his way.
Yeah.
Here goes George.
Last wave, George Pitar did improve upon his scoreline with a 5.93, so he's open to just throw that away. He's kind of in a big lead right now over João Chianca. Chianca needs a 6.77, but we know Chumbinho. You know Chumbinho. 6.77, no problem for him.
Look at the waves he got yesterday. He found some gems out there. Sick 2 barrels with turns as well, so I'm sure he's looking for that section so he can get close to the excellent grade.
Yeah.
Or even get to the excellent grade. He's totally capable of, as we were saying.
So, Marita, the backside air for Italo Ferreira coming in at a modest 6.67.
Yeah, I think the wave was not that big, you know, but he is back in the game, you know. Now he's needing just a 4.67. It's what he needs because he was against the ropes. Cauli started pretty quick things.
Here's a chance for Chumbinho. Drifts the tail on that second turn, stabs the lip on the third turn, looking energized, pumping his fist. Needs a 6.77. What do you think?
Totally capable of, as we said. He waited for the wave. He found a good section to link 3 maneuvers with great flow and power. I hope it is.
What do you think, Maida? You think you got this number? 6.77. We'll let you talk us through the replay.
Yes, I mean, this one was good, like throwing a lot of water. And again, right on point, that one. Smash it on the third one. I think he can get there. I'm not pretty sure. Maybe can be close to that.
Italo got a wave too. Checking this out on the replay, Lucas.
Oh, here he comes again to the air. That was lofty. Landed so clean. That's what I said. Like, we go to the pool and he'll do stuff like that, like as he just woke up. That was sick rotation as well. A little bit of downtime looking for that section, but he's gonna find his backup score. Probably jumping first with this one. And yeah, Italo going full send into the air.
Full send.
We said that the rides weren't very good, and Italo is making the most out of them.
Well, the one thing with Italo is he's able to make manufacturer scores out of, he surfs waves up. And I saw that in Raglan. He was surfing waves up. He was surfing waves up in El Salvador. He's gone back-to-back finals. In Western Australia, he made the semifinals. Again, he was surfing waves up. He was taking modest waves and putting big scores on them, and I think he's doing that again right now. He looked like he was in trouble with Kaoli's strong start, but now it's really even in the matchup.
Yeah, a lot of confidence as well for him, a lot of mental training to be in situations like that where your opponent applies the pressure on you in the start of the heat, and you're still able to just go for 2 airs back-to-back and land them, you know.
Yeah, you talked about the pool that you guys, what pool do you guys use as training?
We mostly go to Boa Vista together. I've been all over the place with my skimboard to pretty much every wave pool I can, but that's for sure one of my favorites. Italo is sponsored by them, so he's always out there, and whenever we have a chance, we get a session together. Sometimes we trade boards as well. He loves riding the skim. And
no way.
Yeah. We had a little heat on the last time we went. It's on my YouTube channel in case you guys want to watch it. Here comes Kaoli, I guess, a little bit down the point, looking to batter a 4.33. Let's see what he got. Great turn and explosive finish.
Strong surfer.
Sick one.
Strong surfer.
It's going to be a solid backup for him. We're still waiting on Italo score for that second air, which I think might make him jump in first, but after the score from Kaoli, it's going to get Italo might need another score, yeah. What a heat. We haven't been able to go through the past scores, and there's more going on, and the overlapping. This is so good to watch.
It's so good. That's why we love this format. We get a lot of surfing done. Here we go, live action.
João. We're still waiting on also his
previous score.
Yeah, and that's also a good one. Wow. 3 turns, sick finish. Yeah, João. He's claiming it. He's feeling it. There we go. With 3 minutes on the clock, he might just maybe he got his 2 best waves of the heat.
Yeah, so the previous wave was 6.57. Now João Chianca needs a 6.7 to advance over George Patar.
I think that's going to be it on that ride. Could be one of the could be one of the best waves of the heat in my opinion. Let's go to the replay soon, but
still waiting for that score for Italo, by the way, for that lofty air to see where, and Kaoli Vaz. So a lot of catch up by the judges, a lot of waves ridden. Italo loading up, and a little mistimed on that ramp right there.
That was a big wave, but he couldn't find a good wall, and the air section wasn't as good as the rides, I guess. It's the second time he tries to go for an air on the left, but just can't find the right section. Here's the replay for João's ride.
Oh,
I love that one.
That's near excellent surfing, I feel, for João Chianca.
I felt it too. That first one was insane. Linking into this nice carve as well, throwing a lot of spray. And how about that finish? Only surfers know how crazy that section is with the backwash, the double up, and holding onto that section. That's why he claimed so hard.
Yeah. Well, coming out of this replay, I felt it was near excellent surfing, and the judges agreed. João Chianca, his last wave, a 7.73. Chianca into the lead as we hit the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning in this heat. George Patar now needing a 7-point ride to turn the heat.
I know the Chianca family is going crazy right now at the Red Bull area. I can feel the energy. That's sick, João. Let's see if George will get another one. He's on priority, and so many waves coming in, so nothing is decided.
Really, really entertaining heat that we're watching right now.
Yeah.
On both ends, both between João as well as Kaoli and Ito. There's all the numbers. I see the score line, and 2 judges actually went excellent with those 8-point rides.
7.73, putting João in first with a 14.3 total. And now George needs a 6.98, which he's totally capable of, but with only a minute on the clock. Will this wave come up? Will he find the section? Let's see it. And Italo's second air just came in as a 4.93 as well.
Yep, so enough for Italo to go into the lead. However,
we're still waiting on Kaoli's.
Still waiting on Kaoli's score.
That wave was...
So, but we're paying attention for the final minute here in the priority heat with George Patar Patar out there in the white jersey, and he has to wait patiently, and he's going to run out of time, I feel, with just 35 seconds on the clock. Kanoa Igarashi coming up against Ethan Ewing in the next matchup. You can see Kanoa in the lineup.
Talking to João.
Here comes George, last chance. Last chance for Patar, needs a 7-point ride. Goes left on this one. Needs something explosive down the line, still searching, needs to do the air, and that is not going to be it. So it will be João Chianca into the quarterfinals. Coming from behind, having to ride 11 waves for that victory.
Yeah.
A maximum effort, Lucas, for João.
Yeah, those are the heats that will just boost you with more confidence and good energy. Having his family on the beach, you know, all the crowd cheering for him, he's using that to his advantage. Sometimes that can turn into negative pressure, you know, but when you can use it not on a good way, it turns into performance.
Well, thank you so much for calling heats with us, Lucas Fink. I'm going to let you get with your friend João and celebrate this win.
I'm going to go in the crowd and go crazy with everyone right now.
And Maida, I'm going to keep you in here, but thank you so much. What a comeback by João Chianca. Again, thank you, Lucas.
Thanks for having me. Thank you, WSL, for the love always. It's a pleasure.
And
Thanks
we're going to be
Red Bull for the
back
invite.
with more from the VIVO Rio Pro right after this. Chumbinho, João Chianca coming from behind up against George Patar, got it done. Took 11 waves to do so, but the hometown boy is in the quarterfinals, much to the delight of the Brazilian fan base here. Chianca never gave up. We're going to hear from him in the interview a little bit later. Right now, well, let's set up a brand new heat. Ethan Ewing coming up against Kanoa Igarashi, number 8 in the rankings versus number 9 in the rankings. Is it a grudge match? Maybe. Is it going to be an entertaining heat? You bet. Kaipo Girl, along with Maida Pops on the call here. A beautiful day at Itaúna Beach in Saquarema, and this overlapping format has been extremely entertaining.
Yeah, for sure, Kaipo. The vibes on the beach are really high, especially right now. I can imagine with João's win. And look, this is Italo.
Ferreira up against Kaoli Vaz. Ferreira needs a 6.97 replay for Italo. Tosses it around, toying with his Timmy Patterson board. No problem through this inside flat section. Gets the finish, and Italo scores 6-point ride on this wave.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Look that rack, really with the rails engaged. Get the variety of the angles and then going through the air and smash it to finish it off.
So Italo, full of energy, has ridden 8 waves so far versus Kaoli, who's just ridden 3 waves. Kaoli does have the lead, however, by way of a 7-point ride and a 6.63. Here we go, taking a look here at Ethan Ewing, double E, with a stretched out carve on the back end. Quicker whip for the second turn, gets late there and is unable to finish that ride.
Yeah, it was a very beautiful wave, good looking wave from the beginning, but was unable to finish. And now Kaoli Vas again.
Kaoli Vas, heat leader, pops it in the air, flat spin there for the Tahitian. Can't put down the landing, but he will remain in the lead over Italo Ferreira. Ferreira now will have priority once he gets back into the lineup. And the non-priority heat, we can see that Kanoa Igarashi scored a 4.67. Still waiting for the score for Ethan Ewing in the non-priority heat.
Yeah, Kaoli Vas right now being way more selective, but the first wave, it's really counting on his score. Of course, the 7-point ride, it was what really put pressure against Italo. And this is the replay for Ethan Ewing. Beautiful surfing, critical turn right there. Unfortunately, couldn't timed well this finish. Look how much pressure he can put on his back foot. Beautiful snap right there.
And scores a 6.83 for Ethan Ewing. Let's hear from the guy who came back and got the home crowd back in the game. Manu is with João Chianca.
Oh yeah, Caipinho, home crowd is just insane right now after what this guy just did. You found that last wave, and what do you think it was? It was like local knowledge, God, or the home crowd? What helped you out there? Congratulations.
I think it was just the spirit to win, you know. I was making so many mistakes on the heat, and I wasn't proud of like the work that I was doing. But I knew my 6.5 was a way of like of me acknowledging the scoring, like how to score out there. So yeah, I knew the rights were also scoreable. So yeah, I just believed in myself. It's just a wave that I like to ride, and when it showed up, I knew if I put nice turns, critical, and just end session, the impact felt nice, and yeah, I knew it was out there somewhere. I was just having a hard time to find it, but I'm glad I did. I'm glad I believed until the end.
And they are glad too. Now, em português, você falou aí desse momento de virada de chave que você não estava indo bem, mas você sabia que essa onda ia vir porque você conhece esse local como ninguém. O que muda ali na sua cabeça? Como é que é esse controle emocional que você tem que fazer ali? Parabéns.
Sim, eu repeti na minha cabeça, onda por onda, onda por onda. Olha pro relógio, vê o tempo. O que você precisa na próxima onda, o que você exatamente precisaria fazer para te dar uma chance melhor. Eu, mesmo tendo feito aquele 6.57 ali no final, eu sabia que não era o suficiente para o 6.77. Eu já não tinha me dado a nota, mas eu sabia que se tivesse qualquer chance, se tivesse qualquer chance de virada, eu deveria continuar acreditando. Eu sabia da rotação de pegar o jet ski e esperar um pouco ali na direita para ter uma oportunidade longe da prioridade do George. E foi isso que eu fiz. A direita ainda assim, a direita do canal é a minha onda favorita aqui no point. Então eu usei isso a meu favor. Eu sabia que eu já tinha feito quase uns 6 pontos ali caindo. Na minha outra oportunidade na direita, então sabia que a oportunidade de nota estava ali, só precisava completar a onda.
Muito bom, obrigada. He was surfing his favorite wave here. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Manu. Congratulations to João. During that interview, we saw Italo Ferreira get a wave. He needs a 6.97. This wave, Maeda, was surfed to a 6.2, so still under the mark for Ferreira.
Yeah, it was a quick first snap, and then he comboed with nice turns as well, but just lacked a little bit of a critical finish right there. So 6.2 wasn't enough to turn the heat.
Yeah, Italo needing a 7-point ride, basically, to take the lead off of Kaoli Vaz with 10 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Italo keeps on trying, though. He's got 9 waves ridden. Very, very busy surfer, as typical for Italo Ferreira. Italo Ferreira, his boards are looking sharp, and a little insight into Italo's boards we got from T. Patterson Surfboards, Tico Oliveira with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Tico, you're a mastermind when it comes to board building yourself. You've been a big influence on Italo Ferreira. You got one of his backups right here. What is he riding at the moment out here?
He's riding a 6.0. He was riding first squash tail. They are basically the difference between those two boards. This is a round tail, the board that he's right now. So kind of semi-construction, PU boards, and I think this board gives him more confidence to make rail turns. So maybe he's looking for a wave that he can fit like 2 big turns and get the score he needs.
How often do you guys actually go back and break down a lot of these equipments that he's riding, especially at venues that you repeat locations like Saquarema here?
Yeah, this time we are trying something new models, but like this board, it's a backup from exactly the same board he rode here on 2024 that he got the win. So we are just this year time we are kind of mixing, you know, some old school stuff that it works for him and trying new things that he's been liking a lot. So yeah, kind of little bit of a mix on constructions as well. PUs and EPS that he rides a lot. So yeah, it's been working. He's happy with the equipment, and let's go.
Needing a score at the moment though, Kaipo, but the mastermind behind the board building, Tico Oliveira, working good here.
Thank you so much for the reporting, Mitchell Salazar and Silver Surfboards, Tico and Teco, creating their Timmy Patterson boards here for Brazil, but also supporting Italo Ferreira in so many different ways. So Ferreira's got a huge support squad when it comes to surfboards, both in the USA as well as in Brazil. And speaking of Italo Ferreira, here he comes. 7-point ride is what he needs. Needs a big finish here. Looks down the line for the ramp. Settles for a big snap there. Is that going to turn the heat? What do you think, Maida?
I think Mike can get there, actually. The size of the wave, it wasn't that big, but it was a good one. He really pushed really hard. Let's see it again. Beautiful turn, throwing buckets. Another good one, but that one, actually he was maybe looking for a ramp, but couldn't finish. I don't know if it's gonna get there. Anything less than a 6.67 doesn't change much things.
Yes, correct. And Ethan Ewing got a wave as well, Maida.
Yeah, nice one. Nice first snap. Kick a little bit the tail, a little bit more. Nice combo. I just love the way that Ethan links everything, connecting all the dots.
Yes.
Beautiful.
So smooth. Former finalist out here at the Rio Pro himself, Ethan Ewing. So we'll wait for that score for Ethan. We got the score in for Italo in the priority heat. Still under the mark of 5.93, so Italo still chasing down that 7-point ride. 6.97 to be exact, but you can just aim for a 7-point ride for Italo Ferreira. Kaoli Vaz with heat control. He opened up with a big number with a 7-point ride, and that established his dominance of this heat, and things have gone right for the Tahitian out here. Like I said at the beginning of the heat, this is a great matchup, Maida, in Heat 5 of round 3, as we had the 2 Olympic gold medalists going head-to-head here.
Yeah, for sure. Both of them are surfing really well right now. I think it was, until now, just a matter of wave selection. Kaoli Vaz chose the best waves of the heat and did pretty well to get the 7 and the 6.63. So now, unfortunately, Italo, for him, he's not with priority, but still got a plenty time for that. 6 minutes and 5 seconds left.
Yeah, well, let's rev you up right now with our GWM recap of Heat 5 right here, starting with Kaoli Vaz and a 7-point ride. Strong start.
Yeah, I like the speed that he is putting on these waves. Only 2 turns, but really well served. And here is Italo Ferreira getting speed, makes the rotation, but that one it was a 6.67.
Nice landing there to get right back in the game for Ferreira. Rides out of that thing, but Kaoli Voss sticking to the lefts here. This is back up as a 6.63.
2 beautiful turns as well, really strong in a critical part of the wave, coming with the leap. We know how difficult it is. And Italo again, trying to make a comeback.
Italo banging the lip there, slicing off the top, popping the fins, getting loose, riding out of it, and now he pleads to the judges, give me my 7. Crowd wants Italo too. He's going to come in, get one more ride with the Red Bull jet ski, just under 5 minutes.
Yeah, I want to watch this one on the replay, but now Kanoe Igarashi up and riding.
Kanoa, always whippy with that JS. And Kanoa gets his 2nd wave in the non-priority heat. So wait for scores for both Kanoa Igarashi and Italo Ferreira. Special attention to Italo's score and in the priority heat, as it is important for world #1. And take a look, Maida, at all the waves ridden here in this heat.
Yeah, look how many waves he caught, like 11 waves. Kaoli way more selective. But the thing is, like Kaoli with the 7, right in the first minutes of the heat, put a lot of pressure against Italo. This is the replay. Really well timed, those turns right there. A thin throw in the end. Yeah, and he's asking, can I get the 7?
Slow motion, we really get to see this, the release and the push and pull that Italo gets, and how just loose he is to stay centered over his board. He says, I just want a 7. Give me a 7.
Yeah.
And the judges say, no, 6.03. Kanoe Igarashi right here on the replay on his 2nd wave. We're still waiting for this score.
Yeah, nice combo for Kanoe Igarashi. I almost got a little late for the finishing turn, but managed to finish.
Igarashi waiting for the news. Italo takes a right, goes down right there. Previous wave was a 6.03, so that means Italo Ferreira still looking for a 6.97, and the clock is grinding down for world #1, Italo Ferreira. Unusual position for him to be in.
Yeah, it's true, because he's a surfer who always like catch a lot of waves in heats, and normally like right in the beginning, he kind of managed to put some pressure in his opponents. But this time, actually, Kaoli was very successful in finding this 7-point ride, and then he could be more selective after that.
So Kaoli was protecting the main peak up until now, holding priority. Now you can see Kaoli slowly making his way to defend that peak from Italo Ferreira, not to give Italo any chance of getting that score. He's going to force Ferreira to go on the rights right here, as you can see the positioning of our surfers. Kaoli in the green, Italo in that leader's yellow. Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. The strategic placement of Kaoli Voss right now really takes, that's a nice defensive position. He's on the move.
Yeah, now he will try to block Italo in every single wave. Actually, like 1 minute and 30.
There's time.
There's time to get.
If Italo forces Kaoli to use his priority right here, this is decision time for Kaoli Voss. Will he use priority? He says yes. And we'll see now what he's got now that he's taken this left. Slashes off the top. Double pump on the bottom. Another big slash all the way around. Powering through, bending the fins on the 3rd turn. Snaps, gets loose, air reverse. Battles the backwash, rides in front for the completion. Kaoli Voss may have just improved upon his 6.63. Italo Ferreira is going to get another chance, though. He's got a minute on the clock.
My God, just 1 minute on the clock, and maybe Kaulivas, I think he's going to improve his situation right there. He's going to get this 6.63 out of his score line. And then Italo will need something better than the 6.97.
Yes.
35 minutes left, Kaipo. 35 seconds, sorry.
Yeah, so maybe one more chance for Italo. He's going to have to surf, I feel, for an 8-point ride at this moment. And he probably knows that, because that was a good wave for Kaulivas. Here comes a peak. He's not going to go on this one. He's only get one more chance with the swell period right now. And it looks pretty flat out there. Clock counting down, and Italo's not going to get another chance.
My God. Yeah, the leader rankings.
Yep, and the lead did grow also to a 7.5 because Kauli just dropped his highest wave score of 7.17. Clock's off. Congratulations to Kaulivas. Kauli moving into the quarterfinals, back-to-back finals day for the Tahitian, and he lives on. A little bit of an upset, #1 in the rankings, out of competition, Italo Ferreira. More action here at the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. I hope you're entertained, because there has been some absolute mind-blowing surfing happening here at Itauna. The 2026 VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Riachuelo, official apparel partner of WSL Brazil. By Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. By Probiotica, official sponsor of the WSL Brazil. And by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero.
Welcome back to the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero. We're live from Saquarema. Rio is shining down on Kaulivas, who just took out world #1 and event favorite. This guy, Italo Ferreira, but still, the crowd goes wild. Italo, a beloved Brazilian surfer, a global superstar, and obviously still well in contention for a title. Chris Cote here with Jesse Mendez, excited to see this guy, the skinny goat, Iago Dora, entering the lineup, going up against Marco Mignot. Waves are looking beyond fun. I mean, it looks like a skate park out here today. And Iago, expected, quick whip on the inside section. Feel like we're gonna see some airs in this Dora v Mignot matchup. Jesse, two of the best aerialists on the championship tour going head-to-head right now. Iago sitting at #4, Marco creeping into that top 10, sitting at #11. What are you expecting from this round 3 Heat 7 match?
Man, I feel like Marco keeps proving me wrong, like a bunch of conditions that I don't think he's the favorite, but he muscles through it, pulls it off, and he's aggressive in the water. He's sure-footed, he's confident, but he is going against Iago Dora, which for me, he's the best surfer out here in the last few years. Just how the rhythm he carries, how he dances with the wave with all these backwashes, and for surfing like that, very progressive. Obviously, it was a tiny little wave, tiny little chop hop, but nonetheless, it's very hard to do it. If he gets a good wave and he does that, which he usually does, we're talking about excellent scores. So a big task for Marco, but we've seen some big names go down already, so I wouldn't be surprised if you find some rights and boost some big airs.
I wonder, you're reigning, your 2025 world champion. I wonder, when he started to see the dominoes start to fall, right? Griffin goes down, Gabriel goes down, Felipe goes down, and now Italo goes down. He doesn't seem like the type of guy to me that would be worried about it, but he has to be thinking about it a little bit. I mean, the doors are opening all over the place when his biggest rivals, his fiercest competitors are out of the contest.
I mean, you get all the attention, right? Like, obviously, you have a few guys left. Like, you have João, you have Samuel that are going to be crowd favorites as well. But if you're mentioning world title contenders right now or previously world title stretch, he's the one left, and he wants all the attention for him from the crowd and from the sponsorships and everything. It's a great opportunity, and they love those little gaps that they find.
And he has a way of peaking at the right time. You know, he kind of seems like he's relaxed and chill for his first couple of heats. You know, he's had a couple close ones in this. You know, he had a buzzer beater in an earlier round, so you know, by no means cruising through these early rounds. But as we get closer to the quarters, semis, and finals, Iago really has a way of rising up. Things get more and more important in the back half of the draw.
I think that's a good point that you mentioned. There's a few factors that play into that. First, you're more warmed up. You know, you got the butterfly stomach out of the way already. You're in tune with the ocean. You know how the ocean is working that specifically week, so it seems like it turns more automatic and less thoughtful. So it's a reaction of the surfer itself, so the level comes up because of that. And also, when you're in that level of surfing, guys like mostly the top 5, you don't need to push so hard in the beginning, so you save the best for last, so the judges are impressed every time you get in the water. There's something more for you to show, and they have that little gap on top of most.
They save that last gear.
So they're in 3rd gear, 4th gear. In case they get someone that's very good on that specific condition or puts them up with the back against the wall, they put the 4th, 5th gear in the specific heat early in the event, but they tend not to need to do that. And then once it gets to finals, and then it's game on. I'm going to go all out.
All gas, no brakes.
Yes. Besides Italo, I think Italo's the only one that's going all gas no matter what.
That's true. Marco Mignot has had a history of success here at Saquarema, your 2024 Challenger Series event winner. These Challenger Series events, I mean, think of it as you don't even want to say minor leagues because those CS contests are so gnarly, and a lot of times you're going up against the same surfers that you're going to be surfing with on the championship tour. You know, there's a lot of guys and girls doing both the CS and the CT, so a win on the CS level is huge. 13 minutes left for Ewing and Igarashi, 32 for Dora and Mignot. While we wait for the next wave to roll through, let's go down the glass. Kali Vaz standing by with Manu.
Yeah, I'm here with Kali, and you just defeated Italo Ferreira in a yellow jersey, the winner of this event a few years ago. So it is a huge thing, and now you're heading to your 3rd quarterfinal this season. How does that feel? That is huge. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, super stoked, especially to be here. It's a crazy vibe, especially when you're against the #1 in the ranking. Italo, he's the man here. Everybody loves him. To be the underdog, pretty much, it's amazing. I love to be in this situation because it's a good mental game, and to be like try to be cold, like has the mental to be really cold, be concentrated, and do your thing. So yeah, I think I'm pretty good on this situation. That motivates me a lot, and to be with the best is always it's always amazing, and you progress a lot. So yeah, to be like this, making this hit is amazing. And I had him in Salvador, and the wind was pretty hard. The conditions were really tricky, and it was kind of lucky to have the good ones. But now I make the win, so yeah, 1-1.
Do you want to say a few words in French or Portuguese if you want?
Merci à tout le monde qui suivent. Et donc voilà, ça passe. Quart de finale et let's go.
Merci, félicitations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu. Congratulations, Kali Vaz. Powerhouse goofy footer. Obviously an amazing barrel rider. I mean, that's a given, but the fact that Kali has now proved it time and time again in beach breaks, point breaks, rights, left. He is the complete surfer, and now he's put himself in a really good spot for a finals day showing here in Saquarema.
Yeah, and his swings against the big guys, like he had Jack, in New Zealand, which he ended up losing. But man, he surfed well. That he's not scared. I mean, he has the experience, right? He surfed Chopu a few times against the big names, got second there before, won the Olympic medal as well.
Now to the laser sharp precision. Kanoa Igarashi kicks out the tail in his second turn. Throws a couple of carbs in. He's going to finish this one all the way to the inside section. Deals with a little bit of backwash, but rides out clean nonetheless. Solid start. Igarashi in the blue jersey. Ethan Ewing, probably the most technically sound surfer on the championship tour. I mean, there's a reason why everybody pays attention every time Ethan Ewing stands up on his surfboard. But evenly matched with Igarashi. And these guys have been sparring partners from a very young age. So this is going to be a fun one to watch. But here we go. Yago. Big carve to start. The wind up, building speed. Nice slidey turn. And you can just see his skate roots every time he stands up, representing the RTMF. Yago Dora. I feel like he's in second gear right now and already getting out to a pretty big lead over Mignot. And Marco kind of has a way of being patient, waiting. But when he gets to the section, when he gets to the right ramp, he's going to go nuts.
Yeah, he doesn't fall much. This is beautiful surfing from Yago. Look at this bottom turns, how low he gets. The second one right here in the transition gets super low, drives through that front foot to stick the rail in the water, to accelerate and actually have control off of the board. Beautiful surfing from him. It's a very nice snap into that bottom turn. Almost touches the water right there, creating all that energy.
He's free surfing.
He always free surfs, mostly in these conditions. That's what's so fun about him and a few other guys. This looks like a great wave from Ethan. Beautiful backside turn, second one, and finish it off strong. So he's most likely going to better. We're seeing it at an angle that doesn't really help the backside surfing. You want to see this angle here. It makes the amplitude of the turns look better. That's a massive first turn for Igarashi, but unfortunately that wave starts to taper off. He does well to maximize the potential of it, but as the closeout comes towards him, it's already way down the line and much smaller in size, so that's going to keep the score not as good as he was probably hoping for. But the first turn was damaged. Everything's come, like 80% of the waves of potential came off the first turn.
Scores are starting to come through for Ewing and Igarashi. Ethan sitting on a 6.83 and a 6. He's into a lead for now. Igarashi with a 5.33 and a 5.97. So the pace being set by Ewing. And I think he's going to amplify things here with his last wave ridden. Comes through straight across the board, 7.50. One judge even giving him an 8. So he's encroaching on excellence, kind of as expected for Ethan, right?
Yeah.
Waves like this, I mean, this is his bread and butter. You would think how his style is and how he surfs. Oh, he's like a point break guy, but he grew up in beach breaks like this. So anytime there's rights and lefts and like that punchy pocket, I mean, he's gonna shine.
Mostly with those that reverb from the rocks, because where he lives, North Stretty, does have that A-frame aspect to the wave too.
Yago's hunting ramps, finds it, gets away from him.
And that's the wind. It's offshore, but blowing a little bit from the back of the left, so it doesn't help sticking the foot on.
Ooh, Marco, first turn, lethal. Second turn, straight up into it. Aggressive surfing, trying to calm the crowd. Calm down, I'm out here too. He's confident, huh?
Ooh, that's a very good wave. He should be confident. He had size, you know, he had energy, had criticalness. Ticked all the boxes.
Like this, we're starting to see things escalating in both of these heats. Igarashi into his third turn. Around the section again, goes vertical. We're starting to see some passion shown from all four surfers in the lineup. Marco is a fiery competitor. I mean, he is, when he gets a win, he'll be one of the loudest guys on the beach, and I'm here for it. It's super fun to watch. And so is this, Kanoa. Technically sound surfing.
What a tough wave to ride on the beginning. Notice how he had to delay those bottom turns and get very deep in order to put himself a little bit behind, and the wave should get a little bit steeper. And then as the wave started to hit the bank a little bit more proper, it gave him the opportunity to more smoothly go up in the face and get critical. So that's very good surfing for big turns for Igarashi. Point.
That was pure impact on both turns.
Yes, criticalness, driving off that front foot halfway through the turn to keep the speed of the board, and then once again up and vertical. Almost felt like he was going to be a bit late, but he cut that bottom turn short and finished it off very well. I mean, I personally think that might be the best wave of the heat so far between them two.
Winding up, sees the section, straight into it, gets away from him.
See how the board stayed on his foot a little bit more? Even though it's a tricky section, he had a lot of lump, froth on it. As he put the board on the air, it's kind of stick to his foot a bit more than Iago. So we do have an offshore wind, but it's slightly blowing from the left to the right of the screen. So what that does when you get in the air on the lefts, the wind, even though it's almost straight offshore, it's going to blow the board a little bit away from the surfer's foot. And on the right, it's actually going to stick a little bit better. So Marco noticing that and making the most of it so far.
Yeah, so some impactful scores yet to drop. We're waiting for a couple for Marco. One's going to be pretty solid. Second one's going to be a throwaway. But I'm liking what I'm seeing here just in terms of the intent these surfers have. You know, Iago and Marco, they've matched up before. They both know each other's strengths and weaknesses. So we could be seeing an air show. I don't think we're going to see that with Kanoa and Ethan. I think it's going to be more of a rail game.
Yep.
And that's great. This is why I love overlapping heats. We're going to see all types of surfing in front of us.
And there's no better or worse. It's just great surfing overall.
Totally. Absolutely. Score comes through for Igarashi, 6.3. So 3 minutes, 50 seconds left for Ewing and Igarashi. Kanoa is looking for an 8.03. Here's your GWM recap.
Notice how the waves from Ethan are way more stretched down the line, giving him the opportunity to smoothly get critical. And Kanoa, on the other hand, this is another wave from Ethan. First critical turn, the section is always in front of him. He doesn't have to delay himself in order to get critical and vertical. Back-to-back 3 turns, and on the other hand, we're probably gonna see Kanoa always having to fade and extend that bottom turn in order to get critical. So once again, he goes straight down the bottom, has to force those turns. Still did amazing because they're actually harder to surf, but they don't have the scoring potential as Ethan's wave had an offer. He finished it off very well when the wave coped out a little bit more, but yeah, there's a limit in those waves, and he kind of maximized, but Ethan's wave's scoring potential was a bit higher.
And gosh, these surfers, these guys are so good that they're actually looking for the fastest closeouts possible. Like the long extended waves that like the one we just saw for Igarashi. That's what a quote normal person like myself would be looking for out there. These guys are looking for waves that are closeouts so they can really get the most critical sections out of them. You see Igarashi, just as I said, these guys are going to stick to their rail. He throws the tail out. Not even close there, but I love the idea. You know, he saw the ramp, kicked the tail out, went down. His last biggest score is a 6.30, but the pace has been set by Ethan, that 7.50 looming large in his score line. He's already backed it up with a 6.83. Marco with a 6.83 on his first wave. Judges throwing a couple 7s out there at him. Iago sitting on a 6.5 and a 4.5.
Marco scratching down towards the right of the screen right there. I wonder what he's seeing. Must be something very interesting. Looks like he's going to approach this one.
We're down to your Banco do Brazil 2-minute warning for the Ewing Igarashi heat. And here goes Marco.
He's looking for a ramp, no doubt.
Gosh, it looks so fun and playful out there.
Can we put the contest on hold for a little so we can go for a paddle? It's so hot too. It's like feels so nice to just jump in the ocean.
I mean, it's an absolutely beautiful day here. And for all of you out there watching around the world, happy International Surfing Day. It's a day of celebration for the best sport, the best activity, the best lifestyle ever. Surfing's just the best, right? I mean, you know, Jesse.
It's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Mostly when the waves are like this.
That's true. This is about as fun as waves get.
And we're talking winter right now, like very close to winter. It's still board shortable. Incredible sunny day.
I love this spot. 1 minute left for Ewing and Igarashi. And we're going to see full day of action today. Women's quarterfinals will be coming up after this round of men's surfing. We still got Callum Robson, Miguel Pupo coming up. So big names, big heats, huge ramifications on the line for all of our surfers. I feel like we're nearing that halfway mark on the championship tour. So every result just going to be that much more meaningful. Go into a series of playoffs, and then of course finishing the year at Pipeline. The fans spoke, the WSL listened. This thing is going to be decided at the world's most radical wave, Pipeline on the North Shore of Oahu. We've got some surfing to get through before we get there. It's Igarashi now driving down the line. Does this wave have an 803 on it? He's going to try to milk it for everything it's worth. And so far, not sure. I mean, if he gets a big finish, the big air, does he ride out of it? Gosh, he's got to stay in this whitewater and make it obvious to the judges. So that is now a completion. So where do you go from here? That wave did not look great, but he surfed it above and beyond its potential.
Definitely. He surfed way above and beyond it. He took off on a wave that looks like just a burger. And then all of a sudden he hit this little sand and had an angle to it that he kept growing and getting better. So he had the vision, did 3 pretty solid turns, but see right there, the wave splits, it looks horrible. And then he sees that wave growing down the line, hitting the sandbank, gets 1 vertical turn, second one, delays the bottom turn, but keeps the speed off for this third here. Very critical, and then he knows he has to go massive, and he does. But, wow, that was a very good rotation, pretty high, lofty, but the problem is the wave height, the wave energy. Was it there to match an excellent score? Excellent surfing, no doubt about it. Like, how much better could you surf that wave? That's excellent surfing, but did the wave come with the excellent potential score?
Well,
that's the question that you got to ask the judges, and the judges are actually thinking of that right now.
Yeah, I mean, 10 for effort, but the wave.
10 for effort, execution as well.
For sure. I mean, just clutch surfing, but did not get the score. That means Ethan Ewing moves on, surfs his way out of round 3 and closer to finals day. Great heat though. 6.30 for Kanoa's last wave, paired with a 5.97. Valiant effort, but Ethan showing some strong surfing there for a 14.33 total. We will see more of Ethan Ewing in the near future. But we got Dora and Mignot in the water now. They'll be joined by Miguel Pupo and Callum Robson. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Cero.
All around the world, the best waves are found in extraordinary places, where thriving ecosystems, cultures, and communities are woven together. But these places are under threat. Conservation International and partners are protecting what makes these places special through surf-protected areas built around iconic waves. We have already legally protected 150 waves. With your help, we can protect so many more.
You love to see it. These surfers are putting their money where their mouths are. Miguel Pupo helping conservation efforts for incredible surf breaks all over the world, including right here in Brazil. He's going to have his hands full because Callum Robson has been charging through heats. Current world number 20 going up against current world number 5. be a solid battle between these two. And just watched a little thing on the Lago podcast, the lads talking to Callum Robson saying, yeah, you know, he hears that tag of blue collar kind of guy, but I think the biggest victories he's had of the season have come from progressive, massive aerials. So sure, he has power in blue collar surfing, but he's also got progression. Don't forget it. Just like that, Iago Dora playing some catch up here. Banco do Brasil replays in effect. Here's Callum.
They're all the way in the right, or that's the right inch in the channel? That's the question to be asked. Seems like it's, I'm not sure, but Iago got a backup already, seems like.
Miguel up and at it now.
Boys are active.
Yeah, they're going for it. They have to. I mean, they know how much is at stake here. We're catching up with Iago Dora versus Marco Mignot. Iago's in the lead, but Marco only needs a 4.17, so that he is still wide open. Callum starts with the 3.33. Miguel just with a 0.53. Plenty of surfing left for both of these heats. Iago is in second priority with your surfer in green right there, Mignot, number 73, in that top priority spot. Robson will be in blue, Pupo in white, and a big set's rolling through. Who's going to be in position? This is one of the biggest sets we've seen in the afternoon. 1:12 local time here at Saquarema. Gosh, that looks fun. Even that one that just kind of had a flatter face. I mean, you're out there trunking it with the homies, you're laughing.
You're smiling. There's nothing to complain about the conditions right now. Actually, it was with Leo and Steph just a few minutes before we got here, and they were calling this is the best they've surfed it here.
Yeah, I mean,
as far as consistency, everything, like, you know, the waves are pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to watch, of course, when it's big and closed out and stormy, and I love nothing more than to watch pro surfers have to earn it. But on a day like today is it's better. It's just more fun. It's
more
cleaner.
contestable, yeah.
You know, we see more waves ridden. We get to see the styles shine. I put Miguel Pupo on that list of, you know, some of the most stylish of all time. And speaking of that, Ethan Ewing, style, power, flow, he's got it all. He's advanced through his last heat. He's on the glass now with Raquel.
Yeah, another amazing performance, amazing wave selection from Ethan. Ethan, watching the waves today, what type of wave were you looking for to bring your best surfing?
I was just mainly focusing on the lefts. It's so fun out there today. It's always like a privilege when you get good waves, and I was just looking for lefts and ones that didn't have like too much wall, and yeah, I was happy just to get like a quick start, and I felt like that just put me in a good rhythm for the rest of the heat.
Nice. And you had two unfortunate results after your win in Gold Coast. How important would it be for you to get the opportunity to bounce back here?
It would be, yeah. It's definitely my plan. I've had a bit of a struggle trying to get like consistent this year, but yeah, looking to turn around here, and a good result here would be huge. So plan on that.
You have a lot in your favor to do it. So congratulations and good luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Raquel. A man, a few words. Lets his surfing do the talking. But it's
pretty decent surfer, yeah.
You think?
I think
he's
pretty
all right.
decent. Yeah, it's all right. Makes every board looks good.
Yeah, Ethan is a generational talent. I mean, he is going to be the guy that is, you know, always going to be on every other elite surfer's name as you know, it's cliche, but like your favorite surfer's favorite surfer.
Yeah.
But it's true. Ask anyone. Marco Mignot now trying to catch up what Iago has done. This wave a little slower in tempo. Could get some action on the inside, goes for the backside reverse, but goes down.
That's a little mistake. A wave kind of looked like he had something, but it kept tapering off and kind of running away from him. Unfortunately for Marco.
Maybe a little bit overly patient, because that was only his third wave ridden.
Yeah.
Interesting. There
And
was
he's
so
actually-
much happening. I didn't really realize. Okay, it's fourth wave, but still.
He's actually a very active surfer. Like, he's usually on a lot of waves. Free surf everywhere. Like, he's always riding, not overactively, but always sniffing, you know? He's good in everything pretty much. He's good in backside, front side, good in the air, both ways. So he sees a lot of opportunity in the ocean. And this heat just, maybe because he's against Iago, he knows he kind of needs to be in the better waves.
Well, I feel like Iago's still cruising, so if I'm Marco, I'm trying to click into a different gear. And you can tell he's being aggressive on the waves he's riding. You know, I feel like that 6.83 was a pretty good start for him. With Iago sitting on a 6.5 and a 6.0, he's actually in a really good position. As we see Miguel flying down the line. Beautiful tail slide, regains control after being a little bit out of control, which I think the judges like. You put yourself right on the edge. But he is so sure-footed.
The guy's 35, and he feels like every year he comes back looser.
Yeah.
Like, how does that work? WD-40 to the max. Beautiful. Blowtail right there for him.
He's so you can just tell he's just so naturally gifted.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to go to the gym because he has 4 kids. So he's constantly,
carrying people over. Oh, that's so true.
I saw his whole family up there yesterday. Beautiful family. He's got a lot to surf for sure. As we see Iago now, looks like Iago's amplifying things now. Always comes through with that killer layback slash. Gets that finish. The drums are drumming. The hoots and hollers are coming.
That's a little second gear skip to 4th and 5th.
You could tell, right? Right when he stood up, he kind of went like,
it's time.
Clicked it in.
Because he kind of needs it. Like, it's a sketchy, he doesn't have the best score of the heat. It's a sketchy situation. Having not improved, doors are wide open for Marco. And right here, he's definitely going to apply more pressure. Still, Marco's in rich for it, but that was incredible surfing from Iago.
I can't believe how fast time has gone by for this Dora Mignon heat. You know, we, of course, expected fireworks throughout. And so far, it's been Iago Dora coming through with the biggest scores for the fastest, best surfing. That last wave, quick reaction from the judges, 8.50. You know, he mixed up his maneuvers down the line. It was kind of like a skate line, right? Big fins-free blaster, and then that trademark patented Iago Dora layback slash with the kind of power finish at the end. I'm totally good with that score.
And he's creating acceleration in sections that people are having just to do a normal carve. He's actually leaning towards it, and that's all because of the critical bottom turns that he have, how he supports himself to do the exchange on top. And here, massive opening turn for Callum.
Callum blasts the tail on his first turn. Looks like he's hunting an inside section, waiting for this wave to materialize in front of him. Clean finish. Most of that score is going to be from that opening turn. Super powerful backhand hook. Inside of 8 minutes now for Dora and Mignon. That just made things a lot tougher for Marco. You know, Iago protected himself because you were right. He was in a precarious lead. You know, if you're sitting on 2 6s and your competitor has a 6.8, which kind of was the case 2 minutes ago, that's sketchy. But then when you back it up with an 8.5, all right, now he is in complete control of this heat.
And that's all went down on that wave that he got, the 3.5. That didn't turn out to be that good. We see Blue here, bam, buckets off that first turn. Wave tapers off, but he's on the heat without priority, so you have maximized the opportunity you got in front of you, mostly because it's been a bit slow the last few minutes, and he's going to finish it off strong. So good surfing. Best wave of the heat so far for surfing Blue, Callum.
That was cool.
And here we see Iago. Look at those bottom turns. Look how he engages that rail to support him to do the exchange of the rail on top of the lip, creating acceleration. It's really second to none, and that's what's the point of difference that he's getting on top of most surfers on tour right now.
Yeah, and if anybody wants to argue that score, I got 3 words for you. Speed, power, flow.
I'll add a 4th one, variety as well.
There you go.
So
thank you.
Can't really do. You could have surfed that wave much better than that.
I don't think so. I mean, and that was really cool.
I couldn't, that's for sure.
You and I put together.
We could not. If we were born again, we couldn't.
I'd love to be Iago just for a day. In waves
one
like
wave,
this. That'd
one
be really
wave.
fun. So 6:15 left. Iago having a look. Such clean conditions. Exactly what we could hope for. Here we go. Mignon. Well, messy on the start. He knows that wave's not going to be an 8.18, so he gets out of there. But I think the memo was well received by everyone in this generation. Everything starts with a good bottom turn. And we saw it with Iago right here. I mean, it's hard not to watch all the radical maneuvers he's doing off the lip, but it all starts with the bottom turn.
You can't have a good turn without a good bottom turn. So it needs to be done.
You know who I think really started that deep bottom turn trend was Adriana de Souza.
Yes, that's true.
One of the, I'd say the best bottom turn in the history of surfing. And look, we can argue about that all day, but watch the tapes and you'll see it. GWM recap.
And that's the support. Look at the support he creates to have control of the rail when he comes up on the lip of the wave. So it creates so much acceleration and dynamic to the maneuver. Great angles for Iago. Good surfing. Excellent surfing.
Yeah, he is a force to be reckoned with. He's going to give way to Marco.
Marco's sketchy, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, any one big section, and Marco can make it happen. As we see Miguel flying down the line into the closeout section. But you saw that little bit of, I don't want to say panic just yet, but how Marco was paddling for that wave and then looked around like he's starting to feel the pressure right now as time's flying away from him. 4 minutes, 35 seconds to go.
That looks like a great wave for Miggy. We missed probably that first turn. Ooh. Nice down the line. Powerful, calm, finish it off strong. Great way to answer back and great time to answer back from Colin Robinson.
Miguel, you know, obviously drawing inspiration from little bro. Sammy, what is he, 6 years older than Samuel?
I would say much
something
more.
Something like that.
I'm gonna say 9, almost 10.
Okay.
What's Sammy's age?
I am probably the worst person at math on this entire beach.
Yeah.
So you're barking up the wrong tree.
Makes it the two of us.
I'm more of a word guy myself. Luckily, they put the scores nice and clear on this screen so we can give you that information. Sammy's 25 years old.
Miggy's 35, so 10 years.
Okay.
I mean, I think I'm 33. He must be 35, 36.
Luckily, our producer's really good at math.
I know.
Really smart.
What is that again? 25, 35?
I was letting you say it. Iago Dora now has entered the top 5 wave conversation with an 8.50, tying for the top spot. Leo. Jiao right there with an 8.17. Sammy with an 8.17. Toledo with an 8-point ride.
But let's look back just at, I mean, they're going to probably catch a wave, so I should just be quiet and watch it.
And up the beach, it's going to be Dora. Deep bottom turn, slashing carve, building speed and momentum. There's that layback with the carve. A 2-for-1 there for Iago. Stall, just having fun. When he gets the freedom to do whatever he wants, that's when the biggest things happen. And even though that was such a great looking wave, he's already sitting on an 8.5 and 6.5. It could be somewhere in that 6.5 range. He's throwing away 6s and 4s. He's doing a great job.
He is, definitely is. Once again, just a nice bottom turn into a beautiful half carve. This one starting with a layback, transitioning with that body torque to a beautiful turn, very powerful, and the wave just dissipates. He's tried to kind of keep himself in and see if there's anything extra, but not this time. This is a beautiful setup for the second turn. Notice how he's going to start with that back arm to the back of him, and then he twists it. So he gives him support to start twisting halfway through the turn and create the acceleration and the power. Back arm supports, starts twisting.
Bro's been listening to Olivia Newton-John, getting physical out there on these waves.
Yes.
Banco do Brasil, 2-minute warning is upon us. Dora well into the lead with an 8.5 and a 6.5. His last wave will come through as a non-factor, 5.83. Vigneault still in the conversation, but needing a big score. It would have to be the second best wave in this heat, an 8.18. He's got 1 minute and 35 seconds left, but he does have priority. And I will never, ever count Marco Vigneault out. Guy's a weapon. And he has that ability to, in case of emergency, break glass and do something wild style. I've seen it so many times already in his short career on the championship tour. Was the rookie of the year for a reason. A minute left. You see him steaming up the beach. Here comes Iago, keeping him honest. And we got a wedge. Here we go. 1 minute left. Mark's gonna let this one go by. That did not have an 818 on it, in his opinion. 50 seconds left. Could be something else out the back. I love this view of the lineup. I mean, it looks so good, clean and fun from the beach, but gosh, it's gotta be pretty confusing out there with so many different types of waves coming through.
Look at his side little hop that Miggy's eyeing it down somewhere.
Is this gonna be a grower?
It looks like. He's seen it.
Uh-oh. Miggy's looking for the ramp. Layback. Carve. Jammer.
What a vision, huh?
So cool.
That's some very good
that was
instinct.
A 1 foot wave when he paddled into it. It grew to head high, and it kind of sent him ricocheting down the line. Here goes Dora again. Whoa! Wave trying to get up in his grill.
That was a good wave. He was just a little bit behind, which unfortunately for Callum, that might have been a 7-point ride opportunity for Callum. But he had priority.
Yeah, that was how you shut the door. So Iago comes out swinging. 8.50 and a 6.5 for a nice and tidy 15-point total and a victory. Give it up to Marco Mignot. Put up a couple good numbers, but when Iago's in this type of form, he's nearly unbeatable, especially in waves like this.
Yep.
I mean, this is exactly what, you know, I would say if you could kind of put Iago in any scenario, wave-wise, this is it. Ramps, perfect sections, beautiful lefts. And we will see more from Iago and Dora, and we've got more from Pupo and Robson. So don't go anywhere. The VIVO Rio Pro, presented by Corona Cero, rolls on. We'll be right back. Welcome back, surf fans. It's the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Corona Cero. We might as well call it the Iago Dora Pro because he just put on a clinic. Big show for the fans on the beach and, of course, for all of you out there watching. The Iago show's awesome. And anytime we see him in waves like this, big things will happen. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Jesse Mendez. And we're excited for a lot of reasons. We just got to watch Iago rip, and we just got a fresh delivery of Mana Poke. Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, I'm
We
gonna.
might go take a nap after this.
Well, the hard part is I just have to stare at this now for the next 17 minutes before our break. But this will be here for me and for you when we're ready. So thank you so much to Mana Poke. We're being treated very well here in the booth, and we appreciate it so much. Chris, Jesse, and we're going to get back to the action here because there's fireworks happening in front of us in Saquarema. You've got Miguel Pupo and Callum Robson locked in a duel. Miguel is on top for now, the 6.5. Callum has a 5 as his high mark. So you'll notice that we only have 2 surfers in the lineup. That's because after this, we're going to flip the script and we're going to head on over to the women's quarterfinals. Yeah, you heard me right. Day 2 of action. We're already in the women's quarters. That's why I love these overlapping heats. It's like a freight train. As we see now, Miguel coming around a big section. There it was, a potent combination. Deep bottom turn straight up into a laser sharp whipping turn into the end section. That's a statement for Miguel. That is a huge momentum push. Both of those turns, radical, the first one.
The acceleration he got off that bottom turn was incredible.
We got to check his board. He might have a little jet hidden. He's always been known as such a fast surfer, but that was kind of some next level stuff right there.
That really was. Next gear. Kind of a mediocre wave as well. Just starts bumping down the line, identifies that section in front. And right here, look how even the board started to chatter a bit, like started to almost lose it from how much speed he got off of it and finished off pretty strong. Almost felt like he was not going to come out clean and came out pretty clean and solid.
I mean, that was a really tough end section to hit. This first turn, though, lip sliding, and so his nose went underwater, and somehow he just easily makes the adjustments, comes out clean, pure flow, adds some power to the end of the wave. He had to fight to stay on his board a few times on that wave, but you could barely tell. You know, he's got so much style and flow that even when he kind of makes mistakes and has to recover, he hides it.
And that's all because he noticed the wave was smaller. He already has a backup of 5.43, so he had to push that much harder in order to extract as much points as he could off that wave. And it looks like he will, because that first turn was massive and the finish was massive as well.
Well, I think the score is going to be as well. That's right, 7-3-3 for Pupo. So he is now firmly in the lead with 14:40 to go. We got to thank this guy. The Iago show was awesome. Iago Dora on the glass now at the Cal.
Yeah, guys, Iago is on fire again, and so is the crowd cheering for him. Iago, congratulations on this win. It was really amazing. You actually brought the highest score of the day, tying to Léo Fioravanti. Walk us through that wave.
Yeah, I saw that was a really good wave, had a lot of potential, and the beginning of the heat, we didn't get many of the bigger sets. We were getting kind of smaller waves, and as soon as the wave popped up, I knew it was a special wave, and I think I surfed it pretty well. The first turn was really important to start big, and then finish with 2 nice turns. So yeah, I didn't really know how it looked from the sand, but I guess it looked good.
It looked really good. Now em português, Iago, conta pouquinho pra gente. Eu imagino que seja maravilhoso assim ver o carinho, mas é porque realmente está sendo muito bom ser seu fã.
Tô feliz demais, né? Sempre fui abraçado aqui por Saquarema, desde aquela primeira vez que eu vim. E, sempre tive uma conexão especial, não só com essa onda, com esse lugar, mas com a galera que vem pra praia também. Essa energia me alimenta e feliz de estar aqui mais um ano.
Para ver essa conexão nos resultados. Parabéns, boa sorte, a gente ama te assistir. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Raquel. And yeah, parabéns, congratulations, Iago Dora. Basically doing Iago Dora things right there. I don't think he was worried for a second. And I'm not going to say he cruised to victory, because he did have to put in a lot of effort on the waves he surfed, but you could just tell, I mean, when Iago's on, he's on, and he's going to be really hard to beat. And this happened right when that interview started. This is Callum powering down the line on his backhand.
Great surfing, not so much curve and hollowness to that wave to keep that score up, but he surfed it very well, and he's probably thinking, what's going on right now? I just let a small wave go by. My opponent gets a 7-3-3, so I need to do something special here. He surfed very well. He's on rail, he's powerful, but just the wave lacked a little bit of intensity. And it's keeping that score short.
Well, Callum's using his time in the spotlight really wisely these days. You know, I watched his rise when he first made the championship tour a few years back, and when he re-qualified again in 2026. You know, I feel like he came in with just more personality. You know, I feel like he's doing some really cool things on social media. You know, he's kind of giving surf tips, and it's actually really helpful. And for anyone out there who wants to surf better, follow Callum on Instagram. He did a recent tutorial about bottom turns and how to kind of put your hand in the face of the wave, and it's really cool. I like to see his personality show, and I like that he has flipped the script on a lot of us who pretty much thought of him as just that pure power surfer who just buries his rail and pushes through his turns. Again, his biggest finishes, his Hail Mary airs has been the difference maker. And when you do that big, quote, Hail Mary air, like 6 times, it shows that it's no fluke, and he's got those on lock. So he has become the complete package, power and progression. He's going to make this a little bit more even. So he's got a pair of 5s, the last one being 5.37. Miguel, though, kind of starting to be on a different level. 7.33 for his last wave. Pairs that with a 6.50. He's encroaching into the mid-teens currently with a 13.83 total. Callum now needs an 8.46. I think it's time to blast one. Peaks up the beach. 10:45 to go.
He's almost feel like he's trying to position himself a little bit more towards the right. Maybe mix it up, try to go to the air, which has been working for him, like you mentioned, Chris. Or maybe that very deep left that swings underneath and too far for Miggy.
It's getting loud down here, Jesse.
It is. It's just will get louder and louder.
Excitement is building.
I mean, we do have Miggy now. We have Lulu coming up in a few heats. And we have a great sunset. Look at how beautiful the day is.
Yeah, it's pretty much the dream day here in Saquarema. So would you say that this is one of the prime vacation destinations for people in Rio, for surfers and just beachgoers in general?
I feel like if you're thinking about beach and surfing, yeah, this definitely is.
Here we go. You said it. Looking for a right-hander. Callum's first turn was decent, and he sees a ramp into the air, and it's like he's listening to us right now.
All of a sudden, right?
He made that look so easy. Trust us when we say it is not. There was a lot happening on that wave. He powered through it, bust the air, tail high. So Callum Robson now playing some catch-up. Miguel Pupo is in the lead, but that air right there kind of silenced the beach, right? You felt a little bit of a tempo change. You know, I'm not sure it's going to be the complete 8.46 that he needs, but he's going to be one step closer to potentially flipping this heat.
And that's over surfing a wave. Like, that wave did not have much in offer. There's a critical section at the end. He started off with a nice carve, and all of a sudden he knows he has to go big, and boom, landed a very decent, super crunchy landing section. Air reverse for Callum Robinson. And he started to put in a different gear because he knows he needs to, and Miggy's up and riding on a beautiful left.
Yeah, Miggy's just on an island of his own. Another perfect left-hander with this silky smooth Brazilian superstar. It never gets old.
It does.
It really never gets old. That last turn was just so sharp.
And then if you look back, he had the 6.5. He's thinking that, like, he took off on that 6.5, did two pretty solid turns, but nothing special. Didn't push overly hard. So this one he took off and he already knew he had to go big.
Check this out. The pageantry has begun as we enter the women's quarterfinals. This is where we start to do bigger things in terms of presenting these surfers to the audience, both on the beach and for you at home. A huge heat. The ultimate rookie going up against the ultimate veteran, a future world champion going up against a three-time world champion in Carissa Moore. And I can't wait for the women's quarterfinals to start. Quarterfinal heat number 1, Carissa Moore versus Tia Zabrowski. And everyone is just stuck to the beach right now because they know we're about to watch the future of surfing, the present, the past, everything coming together in the span of one heat. In this heat right here, I feel like we're in for something special. This is a heat that could potentially be remembered for a long time for a list of reasons. I mean, we saw a huge emotional finish between these two surfers on the Gold Coast. You had tears on both sides. So remember where you were, 140. Well, this is going to be going out around 145, but anyway, remember where you were when you saw this Carissa Moore versus Tia Zabrowski quarterfinal heat, because it's going to be awesome. Or your money back. It's free to watch.
It's free to watch.
You know what I mean. 6:45 left. Miguel Pupo in the lead, but that score comes through for Callum. It's a 6.47. So now he's looking at a much more manageable score of a 7.49. He's going to stick to his guns on the right. So these guys are kind of just splitting the peak here. And it's got to be scary when you leave Miguel Pupo over on this left. But here we go for fans watching on YouTube. Those streams will stop at the end of this round 3 for men. A new live stream will start for the quarterfinals and beyond. For everyone in Brazil, Coverage will continue exclusively on worldsurfing.com, the WSL apps, and Globo Play. For those of you watching in the U.S., coverage will continue exclusively on worldsurfleague.com, the WSL apps, and ESPN+. So if you haven't installed the WSL app on your big screen TV,
make sure you do.
Yeah, go ahead and do that during the break. It might be on your phone, maybe on your computer. Either way, we're going to be off YouTube and onto the apps. So get over there in 5 minutes, 42 seconds. You're not going to want to miss a second of women's quarterfinal action. Impact at every turn. And of course, title ramifications on the line for these surfers. You know, even though we're not halfway through the championship tour, you can bet that this is where the title race begins. As we see Miguel Pupo now, deep bottom turn, slicing it off the top, up and into it.
That was dramatic.
It's like his feet are just glued to his board.
I know, he went through the lip of that second turn, almost missed time, but made it look even more dramatic than it probably would have been.
That was...
And he sticked it to it, like you mentioned,
cool.
glue on the foot.
His whole family's up there watching. Doesn't look like they're too stressed out now. He's got a pretty big lead. Under 5 minutes to go left. Callum Robson needs a 7.50. Ooh, Callum's got a bomb to work with here. Big swooping cutback.
He's gonna go big.
Little stall, looking for the ramp. Callum, oh no!
That thing drained under him. Did you see how it bottomed out?
Straight, it went dry.
Yeah.
The sand literally started pulling. He's standing up right here. I mean, look at this wave gurgling. Barely room to duck dive. That was insanity. Watch, watch right in front of him. This thing goes dry sand.
He was on his way. It looked like you could tell that he had to go big. And then all of a sudden it's gonna bottom out under him and he pulls in the barrel without the board.
He may have got lucky there, because if you try and air in that section, it's dangerous.
Yep.
Callum still has 4 minutes left. No wave did not take a lot of time off the clock, because he was basically up and out quick. Could have another option on his way back out. I liked what we were seeing there, though, with the little stall. We knew it was about to happen. Adriana de Souza, one of the all-time greats. And now a super coach. And proof is in the pudding, right? Everyone that Adriana has coached so far has had success.
There you go. Telling him to get close to Callum. That's the sign that he's doing right there. Wide arms, putting them together.
And it helps
means for you to get close to your
when your pit crew has a recognizable whistle as well.
That helps, huh? Because there's a lot of noise happening.
Everything helps. 3 minutes to go. Miguel trying to play defense. I mean, I don't even think these guys have said hello to each other in the lineup. They've been so far apart the whole time. Time's ticking away. Callum thinks he has an angle here. Gonna fade to the right. Big bash to start. This wave pretty bumpy, but here we go. Driving down the line with speed. Gets the ramp. Can he whip it around? He does. Callum Robson looking for a 7.56. Showing us in the span of one wave that he's got it all. Power snap to start. Easily throws the front side air 360. Reverts around in the flats. No problem for Callum. It's a pretty cool wave.
That was a very cool wave. I feel like this snap here came out better than he ordered. And then right here, it seems like he was going to get a good air section, but you see that backwash hit it a little bit too early before the wave was breaking, and then he made the wave look lose a little bit of speed and criticalness. He still did great, but I don't see that coming into 7.56 that he needs.
Yeah, it came through to 5.70, so it was a cool air, a little bit lateral. I mean, super hard to do. But the judges showed him appreciation. The only problem there is, you know, if that backwash, I mean, this is a split-second difference. If the backwash hit right when he hit the lip, I mean, that could have launched him straight up and far, and that could have been a totally different score. Full credit, though, for the attempt and the completion.
Both surfers are ripping on this heat.
Yeah, this has been super fun to watch, and each with 9 waves ridden. So again, with 1 minute and 15 seconds, if you're watching on YouTube, you know where to go. Flip it over to the WSL apps. In the US, ESPN Plus. If you're here in Brazil, Globo. Personally, I like to put it up on my big screen in the living room and open my computer so I can watch my fantasy team just crumble in front of my own eyes as I see the action unfold in front of me. 53 seconds left. Miguel in control with priority, and now they're nice and friendly. These guys haven't even looked at each other throughout the span of this heat, but now they're real close. Miguel, of course, ultimate veteran. He knows every trick in the book, and he doesn't really rely on tactics or paddle battling. Like, I don't remember seeing much of that from Miguel in the last decade since he's been on the championship tour. And I feel like we're seeing kind of a banner year for Miguel. I think this is the best we've seen him surf, the most consistent we've seen him surf. And he's done it in places that, you know, you wouldn't consider Bell's a spot that Miguel is going to shine, but boom, goes out there and rips. And then you look down the pipe, Tahiti, Fiji, Trestles, all places that you know Miguel's going to rip. So he's going to let Robson go on this one. Robson driving down the line. Bigger section, bigger air, gets the completion. Was it dynamic enough? The 746, I think he would be doing a little bit more celebrating if he thought so, but either way, great surfing from Colin Robson, but give it up to Miguel Pupo in front of his fans, friends, and family. Gets the edge, escapes, hard charging Colin Robson there. 733 and a 670, some brilliant forehand surfing on some beautiful waves for Miguel Pupo. And that's gonna be it for men's round 3. We're going to flip it over to the women's quarterfinals. You're not going to want to miss a second of the action. First up, Carissa Moore versus Tia Zabrowski. This has everything you want to see and more. 35 minutes will be on the clock for these quarterfinals, and they'll be coming up right after this quick break. You're watching the VIVO Rio Pro presented by Cero. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.